Hello and welcome to Alternate Juror. I am your host, Debbie. Um, Yesterday we finished up the Jessie Kershesky trial. Funny how I figured out how to say her name after the trial was over. Good for me, I guess. Um, Her sentencing is on December 7th. I will put that on my calendar so we can watch that. I don't believe there'll be any surprises in that. I think it'll be pretty straightforward, but you never know. It's court, it's weird, things happen. Today I thought that we would take a look back. The trial that happened earlier this year, I actually I listened to a lot of it. I didn't necessarily watch a lot of it. Well, actually, I listened to all of it. If I wasn't able to watch it, I had it playing and was listening while I was doing whatever. I'm not going to do the whole trial, but what I would like to do in it is I'm going to do the opening statements just so you guys know what the trial is about. And there's a few of the state's witnesses that I want to watch. 3 are the girlfriend of the accused, the brother of the girlfriend, the friend of the girlfriend, and the detective. And then for the for the defense, we'll watch the defendant's brother, defendant's mother, their expert, and this is one of the cases where the defendant actually took the stand himself. And so we'll watch his, and then we'll watch closings, because the closing argument in this case were ridiculous on the state side. I mean, you just have to watch it. I listened to it. I didn't see it. I didn't actually get to watch it because I was driving. So I was listening to it. And I thought, what is this lady doing? It was kind of insane. So, Travis Rudolph was a former NFL player. I think it's in the description. He played for Florida State, maybe. I don't remember. Somewhere in Florida, college. And I think he was playing for the Giants, got hurt. So he was kind of rehabbing and coming back. And he unfortunately ended up with a crazy girlfriend who we will see. And I don't know. I can't remember exactly her brother, but her testimony, the detective's testimony, and I believe one of the friends' testimony that was involved in all of this. They're the people of how not to act on the stand. So anyway, Travis got sidetracked there. Travis is accused of trying, I think, of first-degree murder of 1 and 3 other charges of attempted murder. He tried to, he's in Florida. It's a stand your ground state. They had a stand your ground hearing because he said it was all in self-defense. It was stand your ground. And he lost that hearing. So he ended up in court for those charges. He got in a fight with the girlfriend. I think her name is Dominique. She leaves. She calls her brother, tells her brother that Travis Rudolph beat her up. And the brother rolls up to his house at midnight where he lives with his mother and his other brother. I think they rolled up there around midnight or so. I don't remember exact time. They don't even park in front of the house. They park down the street, walk up to the house where they know there's cameras, and bang on the door, and every people are sleeping inside. I think maybe his brother wasn't asleep at the time, you know, yelling for Travis to come out. And there ends up being a fight. They're running away. Travis is chasing them and ends up shooting and killing one of them as they were trying to flee in their car. It's a crazy case. One, because their father, Travis Rudolph's father, had been murdered, I think, by somebody with a gun. So the the mother still lives in that same house. You hear ex-NFL player, there's not a lot of money involved here. I think maybe the girlfriend thought there was a lot of money involved, but there's not a lot of money involved. So there's a lot of working parts here. There's history with the mom already having lost her husband in a violent way. There's some sort of history, it looks like, of domestic violence between the girlfriend and Travis Rudolph. I think more her side than his, just from what I saw. But I won't just ruin everything. She is just something else. She is an unforgettable witness, and she is exactly, don't do this. Even if you, like in Jesse's trial, Lynn's neighbor, Jean Tennell, took the stand, and I know he didn't play that. It was very short. She did not want to be there. You could tell she didn't want to be there, but she wasn't disrespectful. And there is a difference between, I don't want to be here, so I'm going to kind of have a little bit of an attitude, and just being flat out disrespectful to the court. You don't do that, no matter what your thoughts are. You just don't do that. One, it doesn't look good for you. Doesn't look good for your side, whichever side you're on, doesn't matter. But it's just my opinion. That's just not something I would have ever been taught to do. You don't go into those. That is a place you respect everybody, and you are respectful to everybody. Don't have to like them. Don't have to agree with them. But you have to be respectful. So the audio sucks, to be honest. I don't know what problem attorneys have with microphones. So I've got it geared up. I've got it turned up. I've done everything. I've got closed captionings going. So I've got it set to go to the state's opening statements in this, because the judge, when he was reading all his stuff, which it's neither here nor there for what we want to watch, you couldn't hear him at all. and then towards the end, it was like, oh, there he is. So this prosecutor, judge is going to tell him, there's 4 microphones in front of him on the podium. And he walks away from all of them. And the judge immediately says, you got to stay around a microphone or you can use the handheld. So you're going to see him. He's going to go get the handheld from the deputy. And then he holds it way down here. It's like, just sing into that thing. Like, what are you doing? Are you scared of it? I don't know. So I have done what I can with the sound, and I apologize, because some of it is going to be awful, but not all of it, because I listened to a lot of this trial while I was mowing the yard. So I could hear it there. So I know that it's possible. But courtrooms, we had Judge Dora, like I gave her credit when I started that trial. Her audio is generally on point. She's very, very good about it. If it was anything, it was too loud at some times, but it was never too soft. So I wish she could give like a class, I guess, to the rest of these judges, like teach and attorneys, teach them how to use the microphone. I think when we were in Verdict Watch, maybe with with Jessie, I can't say her name again. And I pulled up this playlist, I saved it, and I went to find it today and it was gone. And then I couldn't find it at all. I'm like, I know you're here. I saw you. And so I'm searching all along crime. I'm searching court TV and I cannot find it. So I finally find the trial, but not the playlist. So I've had to like scroll through and it's not even in order. So it's kind of messy right now. I apologize for not being more ready. Yesterday was one, I wasn't home because I'm not home on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it was just not a great day. So I just didn't have time to get prepared because I was dealing with the loss of a family pet, and I just really honestly wasn't in the mood to do anything after that. So I apologize for not being prepared, and I will be more prepared on Friday, and we can roll through this. I'm not sure how many days it will take us. I'm not going to let it take too long. And if we kind of ended weird with that trial in Wisconsin, because there were some other interesting trials that started during that, but they're over already. And then there was another one that started earlier this week. I haven't watched any of it. I have people that are streaming it have been on people's shows that I've been watching that aren't about trials. And when they say, hey, this is what I'm doing, they talk about how bad the audio was for the first 2 days. So I didn't even want to attempt to do it, already starting behind and then having horrible audio where you can't hear it anyway. I didn't even want to try to do that. So I will keep an eye out. And if anything, if I see anything kind of popping up that looks interesting, we may just put this aside for a little bit and go to that one, go to something live. And if not, we'll continue this. I've got some other things kind of in the back of my mind to do. But we'll kind of see where things take us, because as I learned trying to find this trial, I think Court TV's went back 3 years on their page. Good heavens, there's a ton of trials. Always a trial. Always a trial. I'm not going to go back that far, but because I can't even imagine what the audio would be like then. But there will be a trial. There will be another live one coming up for us soon. I can feel it. All right, so this is getting to be the state's opening arguments. I have it sped up. Hopefully it's not too fast. I don't think it is for this dude. And again, he does not know how to use his microphone. Oops.
Yes, please do. And remember, excuse me, to stay near a microphone. If you need a handheld, that's fine too. Okay?
You know.
We do.
I'm sorry.
Deputy Lubinsky, will you provide Mr. Klaus with a handheld microphone, please?
You know, the 3 in front of you. I'm sorry, I thought there was 4. There's only 3. And give this one a good tap to make sure he holds it straight down and
you may begin. Yes, sir.
To his waist.
Opposing counsel, Your Honor.
There you go. Good job.
A German poet back during the French Revolution once said that murder begins when Start again. A German poet back in the French Revolution once said that murder begins when self-defense ends. Murder begins when self-defense ends. Now that was a simple sentence said many, many years ago, but that simple sentence perfectly encapsulates why this defendant right there, Travis Rudolph, is sitting in the chair that he's sitting in. The reason he's sitting in that chair is because just after midnight on April 7th, 2021, he took it upon himself to take out a semi-automatic rifle-like weapon, pursue 4 boys that
Rifle-like?
were leaving the area of his home.
What does
As those
that
boys were
mean?
trying to leave the situation that had occurred minutes before, this defendant used that weapon and fired 39 times. 39 times into the car that they were in that was trying to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts and the evidence are going to be clear by the time you get back into that room that he was not on defense. He was on offense. He was not under attack. He was on the attack.
Exactly.
And that is exactly why.
It's either a rifle or it's not.
Now, as you already know, we've talked about it a lot. My name is Richard Clausey, and along with my co-counsel, Ms. Adrienne Ellis and Ms. Francine Edwards, we represent the state of Florida. And as has been discussed at length, and you all know already because we had many questions about it, we have the burden of proof. We have the burden of proof, this table right here. We have to prove to you beyond every reasonable doubt. We're going to keep bringing that up. Every reasonable doubt. Not possible doubts. Not speculative doubts. Not possible doubts, not imaginary doubts, not forced doubts. Reasonable doubts about what happened that night. And we embrace that burden. We embrace it. And we intend on meeting that burden for all
Like for
4
him to
charges
embrace that
this
microphone.
defendant is presented with here today. You all know what those 4 charges are. First-degree murder with
Looks
a
like he's
firearm
shaking.
for an individual by the name of Sebastien, and 3 counts of attempted murder. 3 counts of attempted murder for Tyler Robinson, Christopher Lowe,
He is
Tyler Robinson,
shaking. Good grief,
Christopher Lowe,
dude.
and Keisha O'Keefe.
What?
Now, what
I'm
if-
so sorry.
well, you're going to get jury instructions. Ms. Edwards, we're going to talk about those jury instructions. I'm going to talk briefly about them again, but don't worry. You're going to get a packet like this, and you go back and do it. Okay?
What was
First degree murder.
happening?
Well, number 1, we have to prove that Sebastien Jean-Jacques is dead.
Approach, please.
Oh, already in trouble.
Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules while you're doing that.
Maybe that's why he was shaking so bad. I'm so sorry. I don't know what was happening. Other than it was hilarious. And I think he's quieter in front of 3 microphones.
What we have to prove is Sebastien Jean-Jacques is dead. Number 2, we have to prove that the reason he's dead is him right there. The unlawful act, the criminal act of this defendant. And the third thing we have to prove is
Come on, Judge.
of Sebastien.
I think he's in control of the
thought
audio.
about it before he
Whew,
did it.
there it is.
He thought about it before he did it. It wasn't involuntary. It wasn't an accident. It was purposeful because he meant to do it. Now, what you'll also see in the jury instructions is that we also have to prove what type of weapon he used. And in this case, it's a firearm. You're going to learn all about that firearm during the course.
Oh, that's going to make me laugh all
Now, when it
day.
comes to the 3 attempted first-degree murder counts, it's basically the same thing. We have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he tried to kill Tyler, Chris, and Keisha. And that the only reason they're not dead is because he failed or someone else intervened. And then again, with that count, he meant to try to kill those 3 groups. And we're confident we're going to be able to do that, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as the judges mentioned, how are we going to? Well, we're going to bring in witnesses. We're going to bring in witnesses that know about what led up to this event and witnesses that came afterwards. Law enforcement, crime scene investigators, medical examiners, detectives, all that got involved after this defendant decided to take someone's life and almost take 3 others. So, we can't perfectly plan everything that happens in a trial. But what we can anticipate are the witnesses that are first going to testify and who comes afterwards. The first types of witnesses that you're going to hear from are people that know about why this occurred, how it occurred, what led up to it, and what happened that night outside of this defendant's home, where he lived with his mother and his older brother, at 550 Teat Drive. For example, one of the first witnesses you're going to hear from is Sebastien Jean-Jacques, one of the victims in this case. He's going to give you the backstory. Now's not the time for me to give you the whole backstory. We're going to have plenty of days for you to listen to the actual people that can give you the backstory. But as a summary, in essence, what we're going to learn is that on April 6th, in the PM hours of that day, Sebastien Jones learns from his sister.
Microphone.
Oh, my apologies.
Sorry. That works? Yeah, if you want to do that.
Really? Seriously? He's scared of that microphone. Don't hand that to him.
She talks to Keisha, who's her brother, and she informs him of a domestic dispute that had just occurred.
Still can't hear you.
between the defendant and her. We're going to learn that Dominique, his sister, had been in a relationship with this defendant for about about close to a year. And you're going to learn the details of that domestic dispute. But needless to say, once Keyshawn, her brother, finds out about what happened between her and Travis Rudolph earlier in the day, he's upset. His sister's upset. And once he tells his friends what had occurred earlier in that day, they get upset. We're not going to hide it, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to be able to see text messages and phone call logs and things like that. Dominique was upset with this defendant over what he did. Make no ifs, ands, or what's about it. Keyshawn was upset about what happened. Make no ifs, ands, or what's about it. And when they were upset, they talked in a way that was threatening. You're going to see text messages where Dominique says, go shoot his shit up. You're going to see a text message from DeJean where he's like, Travis is a dead man, walking. But this is all before they actually get to Travis's house. And ladies and gentlemen, actions speak louder than words. They truly do. We talked about it during jury selection. Sometimes people say things they don't mean. And what's important in this case is not what was said and done before, right around midnight. It's what did happen right around midnight when Keyshawn, Tyler, Chris, and Sebastien decide to go to the defendant's house to confront him about what had just taken place earlier in the day with Dominique. Now, you're not going to just have to rely on people getting up and testifying to that fact. Because what we're going to learn through the law enforcement officers that got involved after the shooting took place is they started getting as many surveillance videos as they could from around the neighborhood, from anywhere that might be able to pick up information about why this all took place. And what we're going to be able to see, ladies and gentlemen, is just after midnight on April 7th, 2021. Right here is 550 Teague Drive. This is the home of the defendant where he lived with his mom and his older brother, his mother's house. We're going to learn that in a black Cadillac, those four boys get into the neighborhood, and they park the car approximately down here. They park it away from the home and the front door of this defendant. You're going to be able to see surveillance video. This house right down here had multiple cameras, and you're going to literally be able to see the car parked here. All of them get out of the car, all of them put stuff in their trunk, and all of them start walking in the direction of this house, which, from where they parked, is approximately 300 feet away, 100 yards away. Now, you're also, through the benefit of a Ring doorbell camera that was installed on 550 Teague Drive, you're going to be able to see video of those four boys coming up to the door knocking and saying, hey, we got to talk to Travis out here about what happened. You're going to be able to see that. What you're not going to see, what you are not going to see, is a gun in any of their hands. You're not going to see that on that videotape, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we are going to be upfront. There was one person out of those four that brought a handgun with him, and that was Tyler Robbins. But the facts and the evidence by the conclusion of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, are going to show beyond a reasonable doubt he never pulled it out. He never pulled it out. You're going to be able to see it on that Ring doorbell video when they first come. Now, what else are we going to learn when they decide to go and have a conversation about what took place with their sister and their friend earlier in the day? They asked for Travis to come out, and what we're going to learn is he didn't stay inside his house. He called cops and say get lost. He decided to come out and have that conversation with those four boys outside. He decided that. Now, unfortunately, the way these Ring cameras work, we're not going to be able to see the fist fight that takes place out in the lawn. But what the witnesses are going to be able to tell you is, it started as a verbal altercation, and he started the physical fight outside. He did. He started it. You're going to hear that a fist fight takes place outside. You got some people punching over here, some people punching over here for maybe 30 seconds to a minute. Then it dies down, but everybody's still angry. Then a fist fight starts again. But ultimately, the proverbial bell rings. And you then will be able to see, when the Ring camera video starts back up, what happens. You're going to see that that bell rang, that the fight was over, that any imminent threat, remember that word, ladies and gentlemen, imminent threat of either death or great bodily harm, that time was over. The fight was over. You're going to see on the video, those four boys are leaving. They are leaving. They are walking back to the car they parked 300 feet away from his house. Walking this way, all the way down. Are we going to learn that the defendant stayed in the yard? Are we going to learn that the defendant went back into his house? Are we going to learn the defendant grabbed his mother and brought her in the house? No. What we're going to learn is this defendant pursues them that entire 300 feet all the way down to their car. All the way. What we're also going to learn is during that fist fight, nary a shot fired. No shots were fired during that fist fight. No shots were fired as the defendant is following them with a semi-automatic rifle-like gun as they're trying to get back to their car. And what you're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the surveillance cameras down at this house, So what happens when they get to the car? You are going to be able to see that they all get in the car starts to back up and head out of the neighborhood this way. The reason for that is, and you're going to be able to see, the defendant is on this side of the road. They are backing up to leave and escape the man that's carrying the semi-automatic rifle-like weapon. Then what you're going to see are muzzle shots, muzzle flashes from this defendant's gun as he shoots 39 times into the passenger side of that car when they're inside. 39 times. What you're not going to see on that video is a single muzzle flash from anyone else. From anyone else. The only person that shot a weapon that day at anybody was him, and when he did it, he had no legal justification to do so. And that's going to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Once you've had a chance to watch all of those videotapes, listen to the testimony, see the reactions of people like his mother and his brother, while all of this is going on, it's going to be clear that those 4 boys did not threaten with a gun. He threatened with a gun and ultimately fired it, killing Sebastien and almost killing 3 other people. That's the story. Now, there's more story, obviously, afterwards. What happened afterwards? We're going to learn from law enforcement officers that responded to the 911 call made by Keyshawn. We're going to see where they responded to. There are going to be some officers, obviously, that respond right to this area, crime scene investigators. That their responsibility, lock down the crime scene, look for evidence, gather evidence, and have it here for us today, or throughout the course of the trial. You're going to be able to see all of that. You're going to be able to hear from the crime scene investigators every single casing they collect, bullet casing, from this area right here. All 39 casings belong to his gun. Not one casing belonged to a different gun. Not one. Not one. You're going to be able to hear from the law enforcement officers that eventually catch up or find the black Cadillac. That at the time when they find it, the car made its way down to about 40th and Broadway until it gave out. One of those bullets shot the oil canister in the car and made it as far as it could go, died out. You're going to be able to see the body-worn camera of when that first officer finds Keyshawn and Chris standing outside of that car. You're going to be able to see body-worn camera of Sebastien. That by the time, even after this short period of 10 to 15 minutes, you'll hear from medics as well, Sebastien's gone. Shot multiple times. And you're going to be able to hear from the medical examiner that'll tell you every single injury that he sustained at the hands of that man and his gun. You're going to be able to see the detectives that went around, got the Ring doorbell camera, got the surveillance camera, got surveillance camera from just on the local roads to pick up where the car stopped and where it finished. You're going to see all the hard work that these detectives did to try to figure out what happened on April 7, 2021. And what happened on April 7, 2021 is that this defendant, not out of self-defense, not out of defense of others, but out of anger and feeling disrespected, decided to take it out on 4 people. Almost killing 3 people and killing 1. And ladies and gentlemen, when you decide to do that out of anger and disrespect, the facts, the evidence, and the law say that isn't a reason to kill somebody or try to kill them. It is just not. So, by the conclusion of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, what we're asking for you to do now, open mind, like we talked about. Keep us to our verdict, and just don't make any conclusions until you've had a chance to hear each and everything about this case. Because we're confident when you do that, when you've had a chance to factor in everything, the videos, the photographs, the testimony, the evidence that comes in and your own common sense, you will come to the reasonable conclusion that on April 7th, 2021, this man had no legal justification to do what he did. He did it out of anger. And when you kill someone out of anger, it's not that you're not guilty, you're guilty of these crimes. And that's what we're going to be asking you to do. When you go back in that jury room, you're going to get a verdict with 4 counts on it. First-degree murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. We're going to be asking you to check the boxes that say guilty as charged, because that's exactly what he is. Murder begins when self-defense ends. That's why he's guilty of these crimes, and that's why we're asking you to find him. That's something we're confident that you will do so. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clousey. Ms. Perlette? Yes, ma'am. Sure, of course.
Anyway, I believe that these defense attorneys are husband and wife. 100% on that, 90% on it. but I think they're husband and wife.
Probably a good idea.
I forgot I muted myself.
Yes, ma'am, you may begin.
Good morning. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
She'll show him how to use a
Hell
microphone.
hath no fury like a woman scorned. The evidence is going to show that on April 6th of 2021, Dominique Jones, a woman scorned, set a series of events that ended in a tragedy and forced Travis Rudolph to act in self-defense. Her rage and jealousy set this entire thing in motion. That's what the evidence is going to show. You're going to hear that in 2021, Travis Rudolph was 26 years old at the time. He lived in Lake Park on 550 Teak Drive with his mother, Linda, and his brother, Daryl, who also goes by DJ Rudolph. You're going to hear that Travis's father was tragically killed several years ago. While he was working, he was shot in a restaurant. And because of that, his mother, Linda, felt compelled to have security at the home. They bought a door ring bell camera. They bought a security system called a night owl. She was very fearful for her safety as a result of that incident. Her boys were there. They lived with her. Travis bought some firearms as a result of that for home protection. You're going to hear that he had a concealed weapons permit, that all the guns he owned were legal. There was nothing illegal about his firearms. He kept them in the home, primarily in his bedroom. He went to the range. He practiced. He was trained. He knew how to use these firearms and never did. But this night he was forced to in order to save the life of himself and his brother. That's what the evidence is going to show. You're going to hear that on April 6th of 2021, well, let me step back for a moment. You've already heard some of this in jury selection, that Travis went to Cardinal Newman High School. He graduated. He went to FSU on a football scholarship. He was a standout receiver, both at Cardinal Newman and at FSU. You're going to hear that, and you've heard a little bit of this already, that he won the lottery when he got a contract with the NFL. He played with the Giants for a bit, and then he played for the Dolphins. His career with NFL was short-lived, unfortunately. When he was playing for Miami, he sustained a serious injury. His ACL was torn, and that basically put the end of his NFL career away. But that wasn't the end of it. He still wanted to play ball. That's his passion. He started training and rehabbing down in Miami. He was doing that for quite some time. During the time that he was in the NFL, he also met a woman by the name of Dominique Jones, the woman scorned, and they had been dating for about a year and a half. When he got injured, however, he and Dominique started falling out, and they decided that they were probably, on the outs and they were going to break up. Another reason for that breakup was that Travis had gotten a contract with the Canadian League and was set to leave and go play with them the following month in May of 2021. And Dominique Jones knew that, so they were sort of on the outs. On April 6th, the day of this incident, you're going to hear, and you're going to hear this from Travis Rudolph, who's going to take the stand. You're going to hear this whole story from his mouth. You're going to hear that he was down in Miami training, as he had done every day for many, many months. He was down at the NFL facility training with a friend of his who played on the NFL. He got home late in the afternoon, went home. He and Dominique had been talking, they had been texting, and they decided that they were going to go to a movie that night. That was their home, waited for Dominique to come over. You're going to hear that she arrived around 7 o'clock or so in the evening. When Dominique arrived there, Linda Rudolph, Travis's mom, was at Bible study at her sister's house. And DJ had just left a little bit before to go to the car wash to get his car detailed. Dominique came into the house, and immediately she told Travis, hey, I want to go to the liquor store to get a Patron bottle, a bottle of tequila. They drove to the liquor store. Dominique bought a bottle of Patron, and you're going to hear that they went back to the Rudolph residence. When they got back to the Rudolph's house, they played a card game called Uno. They did a couple of shots of tequila, and you're going to hear, this was taking place in Travis's bedroom in the home, and you're going to hear that DJ, Daryl, came home around 8:30 or so. When he got home, he asked Travis to step outside for a moment. He wanted him to look at his detailing of his car. He was dissatisfied with something, and he wanted to ask Travis a question. Travis left his cell phone in his bedroom with Dominique, and he stepped outside. When he came back in, that's when all hell broke loose. Dominique went into his phone without his permission. She sneaked around, scrolled through his text messages, and saw that he had been talking with a woman named Kyla and some other women who were merely friends. But it set her off. She became infuriated, enraged. She lost her mind. She became unhinged. Travis came back into the house. Before he could even do anything, she confronted him. And he said, she's just a friend, Kyla. She could not control her anger, her jealousy, her rage. She lost her mind. She picked up Travis's phone. She FaceTimed Kayla, turned the phone around, and said, talk to her. I want to watch your reaction while you talk to this woman. And he did. And they were talking as though nothing was wrong, and she could not control her rage. She took the cell phone, smashed it to the ground, and broke it, screaming, I'm sending my brother over to kill you. I'm sending my brother over to kill you. She then walked over to his dresser, where he had a whole bunch of football trophies and other football things, picked up a medal trophy, hit him over the head with the trophy in her rage. She then picked up his PlayStation, which was in his room, dragged it to the living room, smashed it there as well, in a rage. She was out of control, whole time screaming, I'm sending my brother over to kill you. I'm sending my brother over to kill you. What you're going to hear, though, ironically, is she was married throughout their entire relationship and never told this man this. She was married to a guy named Andre Kishang, or Kishang, I don't know how to pronounce it, but never told him for a year and a half that she was married, sneaking behind her husband's back. You're going to hear, you're going to hear that Miss Jones,
Sustained, go ahead.
you're going to hear that Miss Jones didn't get a divorce until 2 months after his arrest. You're going to hear that Dominique was so upset after she smashed
She's
his
a lot of
personal
things,
items,
Carmen.
she storms out of the
She's-
house.
She's not just
And
a
you're
cheater.
going to see with your own eyes her demeanor, her behavior, what she did, because it's all captured on the Ring video camera at the house. You're going to see her storm out of the house. You're going to see with your own eyes her attacking and beating up Travis. Travis is like this. He does nothing to retaliate. He does not touch her. He doesn't hit her. He tells her to calm down. But he's mad. He'll tell you that. He's mad. She broke his PlayStation, hit him over the head, broke his phone. So what does he do? He gets into her ear and he starts telling her, Kyla has a better body than you. She's better looking than you. And this sets her off even more. She storms out of the house. You're going to see on the video that she trips and falls. She had some recent cosmetic surgery, but she pops right back up. He did not touch her. She claims, and she's going to tell you, and has made prior statements, that he picked her up off her feet and slammed her to the ground 2 times. That's not what you're going to see.
I
You're gonna
believe
see
she had
him
a butt
backing off,
lift.
not doing anything as she pounds him and beats him up. He's in her ear, saying Kyla has a better body, Kyla's better looking than you, and this just enrages her even more and more. You're going to see on the video that she storms back into the house to get her tequila bottle after she's allegedly slammed to the ground 2 times. She forgot the bottle. So she runs back into the house to get her tequila bottle, goes back out the door, you'll see this on the video, and you're going to see Travis following her, and he's still in her ear, talking about Kayla, and this infuriates her even more, that she takes the tequila bottle and hits him over the head with the tequila bottle. At this point, DJ is now coming out, and he's involved, and he's trying to calm the situation down. And you're going to hear from DJ as well. He will tell you this occurred. She picks up a brick by the front house on the lawn near a palm tree. And she starts heading towards Travis's BMW truck, which was the first big purchase he made when he got his NFL contract. This is his most precious thing. He's no longer in the NFL. He doesn't have any more money. This is his pride and joy. And she takes the brick and she's walking towards the car, the truck, to smash the window. But DJ and Travis stop her and they take the brick from her hand. Okay? That car window mysteriously was smashed that evening, but Dominique says she didn't do it. While she's on the front lawn, acting this way, screaming, yelling, calling him a broke bitch, this is even heard by another neighbor. She tells Travis again, repeatedly, I'm going to have my brother come and kill you. And now she says it more, and she's more serious about it. You're going to hear that she had driven her car to the scene, to Travis's house that night, a black Scion, I believe it was, parked it alongside his house. She got into her car. DJ and Travis went back into the house. They didn't know what to make of all of this. It was just unbelievable. You're going to hear that while she sat in her car, she did something that set this entire nightmare into motion. She calls her brother, the one that she said was going to come over and kill him. And she's crying and yelling and upset, tells him what happened. He slammed me to the ground. He disrespected me. I just had cosmetic surgery. Keyshawn's now all riled up. She calls up another friend of hers, who Keyshawn sees as a brother, close friend, Tyler Robinson, tells Tyler Robinson, he disrespected me. He slammed me to the ground 2 times. Come get him. She then sends a group text that you will see, to Keyshawn and Tyler Robinson. And she says, go shoot up his shit. Go shoot up his shit. And what does Keyshawn respond back to her and Tyler? He responds that Travis Rudolph is a dead man walking. Dead man walking, that's what he says. You're going to hear that Dominique also, in her rage, calls Tierney Coleman. Tierney Coleman is Travis's sister. And she tells her, he disrespected me. I'm going to go handle him. My brother's going to go handle him. I'm going to come to your mama's house. My brother is going to shoot up his shit. She then calls Linda Rudolph and gets in her ear and starts telling her, I'm going to handle him. I'm going to handle him. He disrespected me, and I'm going to have him shoot Travis.
Sure they are, Carmen.
She called everybody. She could not control her rage.
Purge your virgin
At
ears and your
10:15,
virgin
you're going
mouth
to
a
hear
lot this week.
Tierney Coleman then called Travis's house, the house phone, to warn him, hey, she just called me. She called mom. She's unhinged. She's telling everybody that they're coming. They're going to kill you. Travis was concerned, but not completely 100%, because they had gotten into it in the past, and they were on the outs, and he was leaving in May. She had done this, but they were fighting pretty much all the time. 10:45, Linda got home from Bible study, and she looked at the Ring video and saw that Dominique Jones was the aggressor. She saw with her own eyes that her son did nothing wrong, that she was the one that was pounding and beating up on him. So she knew that Dominique was not being truthful, but she was still concerned. You're going to hear that they spoke about it, but things were quiet for a little bit, so they went to bed. Travis went to bed. BJ was up. Linda was still up. Dominique drove to her apartment in Delray Beach. And when she got there, you're going to hear that Keyshawn, her brother Jones, was present. She was crying. She was upset. She had no injuries, although Keyshawn will tell you she did. But the detective she met with that night didn't note any injuries. She never went to the hospital. But she put on the show, and she cried, and he slammed her to the ground, and he disrespected her. So what does Keyshawn do? Keyshawn grabs his 9mm Glock that he's known to carry. He has a concealed weapons permit. He's a gun enthusiast. He's bought and sold guns. In fact, the gun that Mr. Clossy made reference to that Tyler Robinson had that night was sold to Tyler by Keyshawn Jones one day after he had purchased it. He knew how to handle guns. And at that time, he had a 9mm Glock. He took it, and what did he do? He went to his friend Tyler Robinson's house, who had also received the text messages to go shoot up his shit, and that Travis was a dead man walking. And what you're going to hear is when he got to Tyler Robinson's house, there were other men that were there too, that Tyler had called and said, come here, we got to do something. We can't let this go. We got to do something about him disrespecting Dominique. And when they got to Tyler's house, Sebastien was already there. Tyler's brother Tyrone was there. Chris Lowe was there. And then Keyshawn shows up. And what do? They conspired and planned to go to Travis's house at midnight, several hours after this alleged slamming to the ground, to retaliate and to kill him, just as she ordered him to do. 2 hours later, that's what the evidence is going to show. They weren't there to help a damsel in distress. She was home back in Delray in the apartment. The threat was over. They were there at midnight to act as vigilantes and to retaliate. That's what they went there for, armed. You're going to hear and see that when they went to Travis's house, they took Keyshawn's mother's black Cadillac. You're going to hear that Tyler Robinson was in the front seat. You're going to hear that Chris Lowe and Sebastien were in the back seat. All 4 men were armed. All 4 of them had guns, and you'll see evidence of that. They put Travis's address into the GPS, 550T Drive, despite the fact that Keishan had been there on a prior occasion. They put the GPS in. You're going to hear that they intentionally parked several blocks away. They did not park at Travis's house. They knew where the house was. He shouldn't have been there. This is Travis's house. The men parked down here somewhere. And the reason they did that was it was midnight, dark. They knew that Travis had cameras at the house. They didn't want to give Travis an opportunity to prepare himself for the attack. So they parked the car way down here, never expecting a neighbor, Mr. Nash's camera, to capture that. Never expecting that. And what you're going to hear is when they parked the car way down here from Travis's house, despite the fact that there was parking available, they could have parked it on any car, they did it on purpose to come up and do a sneak attack on this man. They didn't want to give him an opportunity to prepare himself and arm himself in case he needed to when 4 armed men came to his door. You're going to see on the video something very interesting. You're going to see that they park the car, they get out of it, all 4 men pile out, they open the trunk of the car, and you're going to see Keyshawn Jones put his cell phone in the trunk. He takes his house keys, puts them in the trunk. Sebastien takes his cell phone, iPhone, expensive iPhones, puts it in the trunk, takes his backpack, puts it in the trunk. They put all their personal items in the trunk because they know they're going there for violence. They don't want their property to get destroyed. That's what the evidence is going to show. What do then? They pile back into the car, and then they creep up a little bit closer, another block towards Travis's house, but still almost 2 blocks away. Again, so that he doesn't see them coming, so that they can sneak up at the door, so they can catch him when he's off guard and do what they've been told to do, is to go shoot him. That's all on video. If you're only going to talk to someone, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And Keyshawn Jones is going to tell you that that's all he went there for. He wanted to talk. He wanted to have a peaceful chat with Travis, why he disrespected his sister. But he has no good answer why he needed his 4 brothers to go do that at midnight. Because that was not the intent. The evidence will clearly show he was there to shoot and kill Travis. That's what they were going to do. Ring video. This is what you're going to say. You all see? Keyshawn Jones, Sebastien. Chris Lowe, one of the men, is going to tell you that whenever Keyshawn gets mad, he puts his hoodie up.
She didn't ask if we could see.
This is when they're at the front door. Keyshawn Jones, Sebastien, Chris Lowe, Tyler. You can see Tyler Robinson has his shirt on when he first comes up. Sebastien just banged on the door and is now walking away. Sebastien, Chris Lowe looking around. Keyshawn, Tyler. You can see a bulge in Chris Lowe's pocket.
Wow.
In his right front pocket. That is
He's
consistent
just happy to be there.
with a gun. You can see Sebastien's right front pocket, a large bulge that is consistent with a firearm. And you already know, from what Mr. Clancy told you,
Don't look, Carmen.
that Tyler Robinson had a gun that was found that evening, that he ditched, tossed from the police because he didn't want them to find it. But thank God they did. This is the gun that Tyler Robinson had. 9mm Taurus with an extended clip, hollow point with bullets. That's what was found that night. Tyler Robinson had a shirt on when he got there, as you just saw. But before Travis got out and his brother DJ came out, he ripped his shirt off, readying himself for a fight. They kept all their guns in the pockets because they knew there were cameras there. They couldn't pull them out right there. But when they moved the fight further away, they did. And you'll hear about that. You're going to see on the Ring video, when they got there, Sebastien banged on the door very forcibly. DJ was right there, his bedroom's closest. He came right out, answered the door politely. They'll all tell you that. What do you want? And they demanded to see Travis. We want to see Travis. Get your brother. Now Travis, who was sleeping, hears some commotion at the front door. You're going to hear that he grabbed his gun. He ran to the door. He did not take the gun out. He put the gun by the door and the couch area. He didn't run right out with the gun. He goes to the door. He steps outside. And the minute he stepped outside, you're going to hear that Tyler Robinson sucker punched him on the side of the face. And before he could do anything, all four men were on top of him, immediately attacking him, beating him up. He had no chance. He didn't run back in to get his gun and shoot. They were fighting. It was a big brawl. DJ then gets involved. He's trying to pull all four men off his brother. They start then attacking DJ. He doesn't go back in to get his gun. The brawl continues. You're going to hear that the fight continues down the lawn. They're attacking him, beating him up. Sebastien and Tyler are beating up Travis, 2-on-1, and you're going to hear from Travis that at that point, Tyler Robinson took out his gun, pointed it at him, threatening to kill him, and said, "It's demon time, it's demon time. You disrespected Dominique." It was only at that point that after Tyler Robinson pulled his gun that you're going to hear that Travis Rudolph got his. It was only after he was faced with the gun. You're going to hear he ran back into the house. You're going to see it on the Ring video. You're going to see he grabs his gun quickly because it was left at the door, never took it out until he was forced to had a gun on him. You're going to see on the Ring video he runs back out with his gun. He trips and falls. He's moving so quickly, gets right back up. When he gets back up, he walks back towards Tyler Robinson, the guy that pointed a gun at him. And Tyler Robinson at this point says, "You got this, you got this." Now he's scared. Tough Tyler Robinson's scared now. You got this, as though he's surrendering. And he runs away. He starts running down Redwood in the direction that the car is parked. You're going to hear that at that moment, Travis looked down to follow him, to follow where Tyler was running. And what he saw was that his brother DJ was on the street on Redwood being attacked by two men. Sebastien and Chris Lowe, 2-on-1, were beating the hell out of DJ. That happened not near the house. Nowhere near here. It happened down here closer to where the car was parked. DJ was being attacked, beaten by Sebastien and Chris Lowe. Chris Lowe will even tell you. His story corroborates Travis's and DJ's. Chris Lowe will tell you that when he saw Sebastien and DJ fighting on Redwood, nowhere near the house, that he did not want it to be a fair fight. He did not want DJ and Sebastien to have a fair fight. So what did he do? He ran up and sucker punched him and jumped in. He's going to tell you it was 2-on-1, and that's the way he wanted it. And that's what Travis saw when he looked down the street. He saw two men beating up his brother. And he knew one of them that was running in that direction had a gun. So what did he do? He ran down the street to help his brother. He had his gun on him. And when he got down the street, the four men quickly ran away again, and they ran into the car. What you're going to hear is Sebastien was in the front passenger seat, Keyshawn was driving, Chris Lowe was in the back, Tyler Robinson attempted to get in the car but never really got into it. I'll explain why in a moment. And when they piled into the car, you're going to hear that Travis and his brother were roughly 20, 30 feet away. Sebastien pointed his gun through the windshield that had no tint. He could see it as clear as day and was ready to fire. Tyler Robinson was hanging on the doorframe of the back, had his gun pointed at DJ and Travis, ready to shoot. And it was only then that two men were pointing their guns at him. It was either him or them, 20 feet away, that he took his gun and he fired in quick succession, 39 rounds. Yes, that's what happened. He struck Sebastien, and the reason he struck Sebastien was Sebastien wasn't ducking. He was sitting upright pointing a gun. That's why he got hit. Keyshawn will tell you he ducked. That's why he wasn't hit. Chris Lowe is going to tell you he ducked. That's why he wasn't hit. Tyler was hit because Tyler was in the doorframe pointing his gun, ready to kill him, and that's why he was hit. Their stories match. The evidence is consistent with that because that's the truth and that's what happened. He had no choice. It was either them or him and his brother. You're going to hear, as I said, that when Chris Lowe tried to get in the car, he either jumped out, fell out, we don't really know, but he never made it in the car. He ran away. He ran several blocks away. I'm sorry, I don't picture that one. You're going to hear that rather than keeping his gun on him, he didn't do anything wrong, right? He ditched it. He didn't want the police to find it, so he tossed it. Thank God for the... Mr. Robinson, excuse me. Mr. Robinson.
Oh, hang on, let me rule on that objection. I want the lawyers up here, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand up and stretch. While you're doing so, remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules.
Don't break those cardinal rules. So the lady with the long black hair, she does the closing on this. Oh, so good. So good.
It was not Chris Lowe, it was Tyler Robinson is the one that ditched his gun. Sorry, I misspoke. He ditched his gun. He did not want the police to find it, so he tossed it. But a dog found it later that evening. And it was in his path of travel. They were able to find the blood trail, and that's how they found it. After the shooting, DJ and Travis went home. Linda was crying. Travis was shaken. DJ was shaken. Adrenaline was running. They couldn't wrap their head around what just occurred. You're going to hear that within an hour or so of that happening, Tierney Coleman and her husband, who's an ex-FBI agent, came to the house. And they weren't there for that purpose. They were dropping something off, coincidentally, but of course they walked into this mess. And they spoke about what happened. You're going to hear that DJ was pacing, Linda was shaken, Travis was shaken, everybody was crying, everybody was upset by what happened. They did not call the police, though. You're going to hear that Ms. Coleman and her husband left shortly thereafter. When they were leaving the house,
I believe Tierney Coleman is their sister, Travis and DJ's sister, whose husband is the ex-FBI agent. And I believe it'll come out, or I don't know if it comes out here or later or whatever, but old ex-FBI agent told old Travis, get an attorney, do not speak. You hold on to that right to remain silent, and he did. And then you'll hear what happened, because he did.
they were stopped by law enforcement officers who were in the area. They were detained. They were taken out of their vehicle at gunpoint, hands up. They were zip tied. They were thrown in the back of a police vehicle. Eventually, they were released because they realized they had nothing to do with this. You're going to hear that a neighbor across the street, a guy named Ruben Estes, who's lived in this neighborhood for many years, good friends with the Rudolph family, he heard fighting earlier in the evening between Travis and Dominique Jones. He heard Miss Jones calling him a broke bitch over and over and over. Mr. Estes is going to come in and tell you that he also heard the fight and the yelling and the attack later in the evening at midnight. He's going to tell you that it was so scary that he went and got his gun, put a clip in it, because he feared for his own safety, and he was inside his house. That's how bad this was. He'll tell you that at any given moment when he was watching, there were at least 2 men on top of each of the Rudolph boys. They didn't stand a chance. That's going to be his testimony. What you're going to hear is that after Keyshawn Jones left that area on Redwood, he started heading south towards Delray. What you're going to hear is that he drove 5 miles on US 1, which then turns into Broadway in West Palm Beach. The car was shot. You're going to hear that no time during that 5-mile drive did they call 911 while Keyshawn lay beside them, shot, bleeding to death. Not once. You're going to hear that during that 5-mile drive, they had ample opportunity to toss their guns. That stretch of road is dark. There's a lot of abandoned buildings, closed businesses. It's not a well-lit residential area. This is US 1 turning into Broadway. They ditched their guns, either there or where they eventually ended up. When they got to 40th and Broadway, that's the spot that their car basically died. It ended up in a dark, abandoned automotive shop. You're going to hear from an officer, the first officer on scene, Officer Panagua, that he found something to be very suspicious. When he drove by 40th and Broadway, he saw 2 silhouettes. And he found it odd that these 2 people were not flagging him down. He noted that. He rolled up on them, and they never said, "Hey, help, we need help, we have someone shot." They tried to duck him, and he thought that was strange. You're going to hear Keyshawn did call 911, but not until the car stopped. You're going to hear that he passed the hospital that he was allegedly trying to go to, passed 2 large hospital signs, went about 4 or 5 blocks, full city blocks south of where St. Mary's Hospital was, where he was supposedly going to bring his friend. You're going to hear that this investigation involved roughly 50 police officers at the 2 scenes, Teague, Redwood, and then at 40th and Broadway. Of the 50 police officers, roughly, there were sergeants, detectives, PDSO deputies, West Palm Beach officers, lieutenants, sergeants, a number of detectives. Not one of those people searched that path of travel that Keyshawn Jones drove for 5 miles. Never looked for any tossed guns. You're going to hear that while at 40th and Broadway, Keyshawn and Chris Lowe had roughly 2 hours together to get their story straight before they were interviewed by what would eventually be the lead detective, Vanderlyn. You're going to hear that while on scene at 40th and Broadway, Keyshawn Jones was interviewed first. His interview was 10 minutes long in a homicide investigation. You're going to hear that Detective Vanderlyn was a rookie cop. She had only had 1 or 2 homicide investigations done prior to this incident. She was overwhelmed, didn't care, out of her league.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Sustained.
You're going to hear that this was a shoddy investigation.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You're going to hear during this 10-minute sworn under oath statement.
We're going to hear something.
Keyshawn never told Detective Vanderlyn that Dominique sent him a text messages to go shoot up his shit. You're going to hear that during this 10-minute sworn statement that she took, he never told Detective Vanderlyn that he said that Travis was a dead man walking. He left all of that out. What he did tell Detective Vanderlyn was that he and his friends were going over to Travis's to have a talk, and he painted a portrait that this was just a peaceful discussion. He never mentioned to Detective Vanderlyn that anybody had a gun. He never told her that Tyler had a gun. Never mentioned that. At 2:09, Chris Lowe was interviewed, and that was a 7-minute interview. He never told Detective Vanderlyn that anybody had a gun. And Detective Vanderlyn had an opportunity to take his cell phone that night and never did, and has not to this day, because she believes his cell phone is inconsequential to this case, and anything contained on it, cell phone logs, text messages, anything, has nothing to do with this case. 17-minute investigation. That's what it took, and they arrested him for murder.
Sustained. All right.
Between the 2 interviews, there was a 17-minute investigation between those 2 witnesses. And Travis Rudolph was arrested that night. You're going to hear that Chris Lowe gave a subsequent sworn statement a few months later on July 21st of 21. And in that sworn statement, he said, regarding the attack on Dominique, "We had to address this. We weren't going to let this slide. We don't call the police. That's not how we operate. Right or wrong, we're helping Keyshawn. That's what brothers do. All 4 would back each other up to the end of the earth. And he's the one that said when Keyshawn gets mad, he puts on his hoodie, and he said, Keyshawn always carries a gun. While on scene at 40th and Broadway, besides all those 50 or so officers and detectives and lieutenants already showing up, you're going to hear that there was a medical examiner investigator that showed up and took a number of photographs, and took several photographs of Sebastian's hand. And he must have considered that important, the number of photographs he took, and as you can see, it appeared that something was held in
If we don't see a good picture of this now, I believe we will later, because it's kind of important.
There was nothing in his hand when he got there, and you're going to hear that nobody touched his hand, but it appears that something is, or was, in his hand at some point. You're going to hear from a defense witness, an expert, Dr. John Maricini, Harvard-educated forensic pathologist, former medical examiner, Palm Beach County, former medical examiner, Dade County, that he has handled many, many cases involving suicides and death where somebody was holding a gun in their hand. And he's going to talk to you about something called a death grip and what that means and why it's his opinion that the position of his hand is consistent with Sebastian having held a gun. After Chris Lowe and Keyshawn were excused by Detective Vanderlyn from the scene at 40th and Broadway, you're going to hear that they made a FaceTime call to Dominique Jones and told her Sebastian was dead. And they talked. You're also going to hear that that Dominique FaceTimed Keyshawn and Chris Lowe while they were at Tyler's hospital room, which is where they eventually went. And the four of them, Keyshawn, Dominique, Tyler, Chris Lowe, were all FaceTiming in Tyler's hospital room at St. Mary's Hospital before Dominique Jones was interviewed by the police. Detective Emma was sent to St. Mary's Hospital to interview witnesses. And when he got there, you're going to hear that Dominique Jones was there, and he interviewed her. He was surprised at how much detail she knew. Dominique Jones never told Detective Emma that she ordered Keyshawn to shoot Travis. She never told Detective Emma that Keyshawn was a dead man walking. She never told him that she broke Travis's phone, hit him over the head with a trophy, or broke his PlayStation, hit him over the head with a tequila bottle, that she made threats to Tierney and Linda. She never told him anything. She only painted a picture that he was going there to talk to Travis, that her brother was going there. At 3:51 in the morning, and he doesn't see any bruises or injuries on her either. At 3:51, Detective Ema takes a sworn statement, just like Dominique's, of Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson doesn't tell him that he carried a gun. He never told him that he tossed his gun. He never mentioned anything about a gun. The evidence is going to show that Tyler was just grazed and he was released from the hospital the following day on the 8th. On April 8th, he's now interviewed by the lead detective, Detective Vanderlyn. And he is now confronted with the gun because they found it a few hours earlier. Now he can't lie. Now he has to admit it was his gun because they have it right there. He tells Detective Vanderlyn that he's the one that called everybody to his house to gather up. Detective Vanderlyn tells him at that time that there was a camera outside, but doesn't say what it showed. And that's important because when Tyler came to the state attorney's office for a sworn statement a couple of months later on June...
Sure. Feel free once again to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering
break
and
those
obeying
cardinal
the four cardinal
rules.
rules.
Boy, this prosecutor does not like this opening. I have never seen so many objections. It's very rare. Which is kind of weird in opening because opening statements are not facts. Closing statements, they have to present the facts and evidence. Like, you can't just say whatever. Opening statements, they don't have to be the facts. I agree, Carmen. It's a good opening.
As I was saying, on
Better
June
than that
16th,
shaky guy.
2021, Tyler was subpoenaed to the state attorney's office. I've already described a little bit about, well, that was the other statement, I apologize. On the 16th, he comes to the state attorney's office, and he spoke to attorneys, myself, the prosecutors were present, a court reporter, for about 2 hours. And he admitted that he owned the 9mm Taurus, that Keyshawn Jones had sold it to him. He also did not have a concealed weapons permit at the time, so he was carrying a concealed weapon. which is a felony, yet to this day, he's never been charged or prosecuted for that crime, which is a serious offense and carries a prison sentence.
Shocking.
He told us in deposition that he spoke with Keyshawn and Dominique by FaceTime while at the hospital and told them about Sebastien and that they spoke about it. Chris Lowe came to the hospital room to see him before he was interviewed or spoke to the police, and said that Dominique FaceTimed Chris and Keyshawn while he was in the hospital room, and that all four had talked before he was interviewed by the police. He said something that's really important during that deposition. He said that Sebastien adamantly told him to bring his gun that night. Sebastien told him to bring his gun that night, and everybody knew it, and everybody there at Tyler's house heard it. That's important because none of the other boys told the police that there was a gun or that Tyler had a gun. They all lied. After that line of questioning, Tyler, remember, now he knows that there was a video at the house because Detective Vanderlyn told him that 2 months prior. He remembers nothing about what happened at the door because he now knows there was a camera there. But after questions about what happened after the attack at the door, he now has a memory again. He said Travis came out shooting, heard his mom telling Travis to stop. He said Travis was having trouble with the gun and he couldn't pull the slide back. And Travis was shooting at him while he was running away, and he admitted to tossing the gun. A couple of months later, he was subpoenaed again to give another sworn statement. And what you're going to hear in that statement, he was questioned by Mr. Shiner and prosecutors, and he said he doesn't remember receiving a call or text from Dominique, doesn't know who shot him, doesn't remember giving a taped statement to the police, doesn't remember Keyshawn, Chris, and Sebastien coming to his house to meet. He testified under oath, subject to perjury, that he doesn't remember anything from that night. He doesn't remember taking his gun to Travis Rudolph's house, doesn't remember the fight, doesn't remember who drove the car, doesn't remember coming to the state attorney's office to give a 2-hour deposition. He admitted that he's not on any medication and doesn't know why he couldn't remember anything. He can't remember if he went to Travis's house or not, and doesn't remember throwing the gun away. That was his sworn testimony. You're going to also hear that Dominique Jones refused to give police her cell phone, eventually did, 10 or so days later. She did a consent, but by then she had deleted evidence, incriminating evidence. She deleted the text messages to go shoot up his shit. She deleted the text messages that her brother sent that Travis is a dead man walking. She deleted this evidence because it was incriminating and she didn't want the police to have it or this jury to see it. But remember, Keyshawn's phone was in the back of that caddy, and that caddy was now in police custody. He could not get his cell phone. It was in police custody. And they found those text messages on his phone. And they found those text messages eventually on Tyler Robinson's phone. And that's how we have them. You're going to hear that when she finally did turn her phone over to the police 10 or so days later, she didn't turn it in to Detective Vanderlyn herself. She sent her friend, Paloma Feliciano. She didn't want to be interviewed by police, so she sent her friend there. Very telling. Remember, she was interviewed, Dominique was interviewed about 2:45 in the morning on the 7th. At 10 or so that morning, a few hours later, you're going to hear that Dominique was doing some searches, and she forgot to delete it when she turned her phone over to Detective Vanderlyn. And that search history was as follows. Stand your ground law in Florida. Self-defense in Florida. Self-defense, stand your ground law. Florida stand your ground law. Prosecuting attorney, Mark Schreiner, net worth. Pro bono, which means free, lawyer. JetBlue customer service, pro bono, which means free. Those are the witnesses you're going to hear from. That's what you're going to be asked to rely upon, and that's what you're going to be asked to base your verdict on. You're also going to hear that there were many, many things that Detective Vanderlyn failed to do. As I just said, she didn't get to Dominique's phone until the 16th, giving her ample time to destroy evidence, which is exactly what she did. She never forensically examined Sebastien's phone. Chris Flo's phone to this day has never been seized. She said it was inconsequential. She never had anybody search the path of the Cadillac, never did a search for guns. Sebastien's, Keyshawn's, Chris's. She never asked the 50 officers to do any search, although she had all of them at her disposal. She never bothered to speak to Tierney Coleman. She never bothered to speak to Linda Rudolph. She never got a search warrant.
Sure. Once again, 4 cardinal rules. Feel free to stand up.
This is crazy. They better not be eating up her 16 minutes with these approaches. And again, like, opening statements are not evidence.
All right, the objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're to disregard that last statement concerning the interview.
Never asked Keyshawn why he said that Travis was a dead man walking. She never followed up with Keyshawn after finding that out. She never followed up with Dominique about her text. To this day, she's had DJ's phone in evidence since April 6th of 2021, and to this day has never forensically examined it. You're going to hear that between the hours of 10:16 p.m. and 1:31 in the morning on April 6th into April 7th, that Tyler Robinson made 29 outgoing calls, texts, and FaceTime calls to Dominique, Keyshawn, Sebastien, Chris Lowe, and some others. Tyler Robinson received 24 incoming calls, texts, FaceTime calls between the hours of 10:16 p.m. and 1:31 p.m. from Dominique, Keyshawn, Chris, and others. These other people included someone by the name of Hack, H-A-C-K, who Tyler Robinson FaceTimed at 11:39 a.m., 20 minutes before the shooting and before the men arrived at Travis's house. And the text from Tyler to Hack says, Travis's address is 550 Teak Drive. We don't know why Hack was going to the house to meet these four armed men or what role he played, or why Hack was needed at the Rudolph residence to talk for the purpose of talking to Mr. Rudolph. Keyshawn and his armed brothers were not noblemen. They weren't chivalrous. They didn't witness an attack on an innocent woman. They were vigilantes. They were four men who went there to retaliate and kill, just as they were ordered to do. We don't want to plunge you in the darkness. We want the lights on. We want the fag unfolded. That's what we want, and that's what you're going to hear from the defense. Travis Rudolph acted in self-defense, and that is the truth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Perlette. Ladies and gentlemen, you okay, ready to hear the first witness, whomever that may be? Yes? Do you need a break? Anybody need a break? Raise a hand. Okay, I don't see any hands. Let's bring in the first witness. And who is that?
Judge State calls Keyshawn Jones.
All right, thank you. Okay, thanks.
So this is, what the heck? This is Dominique Jones's brother, I believe. And then I think she's maybe up after him. They did say Keyshawn, right? I don't remember, but he is a very stylish young fella. He's got some eyebrows that are on point, whatever you kids say.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, now you're going to begin to hear evidence. All right, when you're comfortable up there, sir, please say and spell your first and your last name for the record and for the jury. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Keyshawn Jones, Keishaun Jones,
Bleak.
Jones.
I was going to say that, but I didn't think you said that anymore.
Choir Miss
Carmen.
Ellis.
Good morning.
I was going to say it.
Sure.
Now, I believe around his neck is the little angel thingy, is a picture of Sebastien, who I believe was the one that was killed. And I don't think that should be allowed, because there's like family members can't come in, or people can't come sit in the gallery with all this stuff on about victims or things like that during the case. Generally, I've seen people have to leave. Unalived, sorry. Thanks for keeping me in check, Carmen. You said unlived. That's okay. Maybe that's somebody that's never been alive.
All right, you may begin, Miss Ellis.
They were unlived, unlived. All right, here we go. I wonder if she knows how to use a microphone. Probably not.
Good morning, Keyshawn.
Good morning.
Now, I'm going to need you to speak loud, okay? Speak into the microphone because the members of the jury, each and every one of them, need to hear you.
Why don't
Okay.
you do that,
You need to
state?
speak loudly so that they can hear you. You have all the way back here. They need to be able to hear you, okay? And you got to answer yes and no, okay?
Okay.
Now, the judge just asked you your name and had you spell your name. Introduce yourself to the members of our jury.
Hello, my name is Keyshawn Jones,
Keyshawn, how old are you?
23.
And are you in school or do you have a job? What do you do? What are you doing right now?
In school and I have a job.
Okay. Let's start with the job. Where do you currently work?
Right now I have 2 jobs. I work at 2 different restaurants. Bricktops, restaurant Palm Beach Island, and Ocean One, restaurant Dory.
Okay. School.
School, I go to FAU's Honors College, the Wilkes Honors College in Jupiter.
And now, in college, what are you, a freshman, a sophomore,
I'm a senior now.
senior now? What are you currently studying there?
My major is biology, and I'm currently pre-med.
I want to talk to you about just some people whose names have been mentioned a little while ago.
Of course.
First, Dominique Jones. Who is
One, you'll see this, and I think this is really sad. This guy's pre-med, so he's obviously probably fairly smart. He's in an honors college. I don't think he's dumb. And I've often kind of thought about him since I've watched this and wondered, hopefully, like, where's he at in life? I think you say, smart kid, why wrap yourself up in this stuff? My guess might be, and it may, and I, like I said, it's been a while since I saw this, but I was thinking about it today. I'm kind of wondering if these guys were, childhood friends, and that's my guess. And, they grew up and some went left and some went right. And I'm not talking political. And, some made better choices than others, but they were still friends. And, maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe Keyshawn was still there to maybe try to pull them back and get them on the right track. I have no idea. But yeah, smart kid and dumb choices.
who is that to you?
That is my sister.
Tyler Robinson. Who is he to you?
A long life friend. I consider him my brother.
Chris Lowe. Who is he to you?
Same as well. I consider him a brother, but he's my friend.
Sebastien Jean-Jacques. Who was he to you?
My brother.
Now, you describe these young men as your brothers, but I mean, are you biological brothers?
No.
Just consider you consider them your best friends.
Yeah, I don't really have the biggest family, so my friends, they're my family.
How long have you known these young men?
10 plus years.
Were these the guys that you would kind of refer to as that you hung out on a regular basis with?
Every day.
Sean, do you own guns?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you purchase your first gun?
I think it was around 2021 when I got my concealed license.
And you would you consider yourself a gun enthusiast?
No.
How many guns have you purchased since you got your concealed weapons permit?
2, I believe. Yes, 2.
Okay. And what kind of guns did you purchase?
Handguns, 1 Glock and 1 other T-Shield bodyguard, I believe.
Okay. These were both handguns?
Yes.
Now, did you ever sell any of your guns to one of you, the guys that we just talked about, either Chris Lowe, Tyler Robinson, or Sebastian?
Yes, Tyler.
And when did you sell? First of all, why did you sell that gun to him?
I really didn't want it anymore. I didn't really like it. I wanted to get a Glock, so I got a Glock, and I didn't need that gun anymore. I don't need a lot of guns.
Do you own guns as of today?
I still have 1 gun, Glock.
Do you
Didn't
go,
they say they bought
to
it the day
shooting range with your
before?
gun?
Then he sold it?
I haven't been since couple years, but yes.
Have you, that one gun that you still have today, have you fired that gun before?
Yes.
Where have you fired that gun?
At the shooting range.
Have you fired that gun
At
anyplace else?
Travis.
No.
The gun that you sold to Tyler, did you sell that gun to Tyler before April 6th of 2021?
Yes.
So the day that this incident occurred, back in April of 2021, you had already sold that gun to Tyler.
Yes.
And at that time, is it your testimony that you only owned one gun?
Yes.
I want to talk to you now a little bit about Dominique.
Yes.
How would you describe, for the jury, how would you describe your relationship with your sister?
We have a very close relationship. That's literally, if not the closest, one of the closest people to me. Talk every day. I love her to death. Like, it's my sister.
Any other siblings?
I have a brother.
How would you describe your relationship with your brother?
Close.
Closest Dominique?
No, I'm probably closer to my sister though, but I still love my brother too.
How would you describe the relationship that your friends, and when I say your friends, and I'll refer to them as your friends, you consider them your brothers.
Yes.
How would you describe their relationship with Dominique?
The same. They're close to her as they're close to me. We're all close. Like,
And when you say you guys are all close, that includes Dominique?
yes.
Okay. Now, would the other guys hang out with Dominique as well as you?
Us all together, yes.
And do you know what they thought? How did they treat her? Did they treat her like a friend? Did they treat her closer than someone who they would consider a friend? Did they treat her like a sister?
Like a sister.
So now I want to talk to you about what happened before we get to actually April 6th, 2021.
She told him to pull that mic up, and now he's breathing in it.
Did you know your sister was dating Travis Rudolph?
Yes.
And do you see him in here today?
Yes.
Okay, where is he?
Right there.
Okay, Judge, would you please allow the record to reflect that he's identified the defendant?
It shall and it does.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, when did you learn that your sister was dating Travis Rudolph?
But probably over a year before the incident.
And are you older than Dominique or younger than Dominique?
Younger.
Okay, so you're like her little brother.
Yeah. Essentially.
Were you aware
And
of other
literally-
men that prior to her dating Travis Rudolph, the defendant in this
Her
case,
younger
were
brother.
you aware of other men that she dated prior to him? Like, did she
Yes.
talk to you about people she was dating?
Yes.
Okay. And was it to kind of get your approval, or why would she talk to you about the guys that she was dating?
We're close to get my approval as well as to, if someone's important to her, they're going to eventually become important to me. Like, that's my sister. Like,
So when you learned that she was dating Travis Rudolph, how did you feel about that?
I didn't feel any type of way. I didn't know him. So I met him. Seemed fine.
Okay.
All
Do
right.
when you say you didn't know him, do you mean you did not know him before she started dating him?
Yes, I didn't know him before they started dating.
Okay. At some point, did you meet him?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, if you know, and you don't have to give us an exact date, just if you know, when during their relationship did you meet Travis Rudolph?
I don't know exactly at what point in the relationship that I met him, but I just remember when it was. It could have been months in, maybe a year. I'm not sure how long, the lengthwise, but it was at a party, and that's when me, Sebastien, Tyler, I think maybe Chris was probably also there as well, first got introduced to him.
Okay. So that's when you recall first meeting him?
Yes.
Is that when you were pretty much made aware that your sister they were in fact in a relationship?
Yes.
Now, after you met the defendant in this case, did you yourself start having any contact with him?
Yes, eventually, like more along, like after meeting him, along the course of time, like we would talk here and there, play the game together, stuff like that.
What about hanging out with him? I mean, obviously, if you're playing a game with somebody, you got to hang out with them, right?
Yes.
Well, not these days. I guess you can play at your house and he can play at his house, right?
Yes.
So, explain to us how did you guys play games? Were you together playing games or separate playing games?
Separate, different houses, but we actually hung out maybe like once, twice outside like that.
Okay. Had you ever been over to his house?
Yes, once before.
And why did you go to his house?
My sister had to get her hair done, and it was in that area, so I had to take her because she had just got surgery. So I went to his house to do my homework and wait for her to get done.
When you went to his house to do your homework, was he home?
No, he was actually leaving. So I think I seen him for like a brief second and he left, or he wasn't home. It's one of the two. But I was eventually just there alone.
So you basically, this was kind of like you were going to meet up with your sister at his house?
It was more like I took her.
I'm sorry, took her.
I took her to the appointment, dropped her off. Since I live so far, I'm not about to drive all the way back home. He's closer, so just go to his house, wait, do my homework until she's finished, go pick her up, and then go home.
And is that what you did?
Yes.
Did you have any contact with anybody else in the residence while you were there? Since you said he was kind of on his way out as you were getting there. What about his brother, Daryl Rudolph, or his mom? Did you have any contact with anybody in the residence when you were there doing your homework?
I don't believe so. Maybe I think his brother might have came home for a second to get something and leave. I'm not sure.
How would you describe your relationship with Travis? After you met him at that party and he was dating your sister, you became aware he was dating your sister, and you had a brief encounter with him when you went to his house to do your homework to wait on your sister. How would you describe your relationship with him?
We knew each other personally, so we had a closer relationship than just, we weren't strangers like that. I know him.
Okay. You on social media?
I was.
Okay. And I mean like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, any of that stuff that's out there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he knows what social media
were
is.
you like Facebook friends with him, or were you?
Instagram. We follow each other on Instagram.
Okay, so you followed each other on Instagram. So did you follow him, he followed you, or did you guys follow each other?
We follow each other.
Are you gonna throw up?
Once you got, as you're at his house waiting on your sister to get done.
Weird.
Did you pretty much just kind of wait that out and eventually you pick her up and you guys leave?
Yeah, but I had to do the security, like turn the security stuff back on. So they had to give me the code for like the cameras and stuff. So I had to put that in before I left.
So you're at his house waiting for your sister to get done with whatever she's doing. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you just indicated that they had to give you the security code for certain, I guess, recording devices, systems in their house. Is that right?
Yes.
When you were there at the house waiting, did you become aware that they had cameras at the house?
Yes.
Okay, where were the cameras at the house? Where did you see them?
They're just in the house. I don't remember the exact locations, but the interior and they show the exterior as well on the exterior, like in the front door. This house, there's just cameras around. I don't remember the exact positions, but I just knew there was cameras.
And so they left you with the code to put in when you left the house so that you could basically secure the house, the home, is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you left to go get your sister?
Yes.
Now, after that, did you have any more contact? Did you go over to the defendant's house any more after that, prior to this incident?
No.
Okay, so that would have been the last time that you would have been at this defendant's house before this happened on April 6th?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you now about April 6th and get into why you went over there in the first place, okay?
Yes.
Now, at some point, and we're talking about April 6th, all right? At some point, are you made aware that something happened between this defendant and your sister?
Yes.
All right, and how did you become aware of that?
My sister texted me.
And when she sent you a text, what did she say in that text?
She said that Travis had slammed her, such and such, so forth.
That Travis had slammed her and so forth?
Yeah, they got in a fight.
Okay. Did you, when you received it, where were you when you got that text message from her?
I was home.
Okay. And do you recall what time of day it was?
Sometime at night.
Do you recall what you were getting ready to do?
I was ready to get in the shower, finish my homework, and go to sleep.
So you get this text message, and when you get this text message from your sister, do you get a text message in addition to a phone call from her, or is it just a text message about this defendant?
She just texted me. I tried calling her. I tried calling Travis. No answer. And then she eventually gets home and talks to me.
Okay. So you were still home once she arrived home?
Yes.
Now, when she got there, you had already received a text message of what happened. When you got that text message, did you immediately become angry at what your sister told you? Or about what your sister told you?
Not really immediate anger, more confusion. because I really don't have a lot of information at this point. That's what she texted me. I still haven't seen her. I haven't heard from Travis either. So I'm more just confused, a little angry, but like confused more
Why did you try to call Travis?
to figure out what happened. I wanted to hear like what he had to say. Like
And how many times did you try to call him?
probably like 4 or 5 times, 6, 7 times. I'm not sure on the exact number.
8, 9,
Did you leave a
10.
voice message for him?
I'm not sure. I don't believe so.
Okay. What about, in addition to calling him, did you send him any text messages?
I did send him a text. I was like, I forget what I said exactly, but something along the lines of like, "There's no way you did this." Like, I forget exactly. I think like you're not this dumb or something along those lines.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to show you those text messages right now. And Judge, I believe you have a stipulation as to these text messages. Mr. You need a vote? Oh. Okay. So you send him text messages, and in your text message, you pretty much say to him something to the effect, until I show it to you, to jog your memory, you're not that dumb.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that? What were you trying to convey to him?
I just didn't think there's no way like he's not able to like put his hands on a female. Like you got to know, like you're supposed to know as a man you can't hurt a female. So that's what I meant. Like he's not that ignorant in that sense.
Okay. Did you get a response from your text message to him?
No.
Okay. Hold on one second, because before I move on, I want to get into something else.
Sure.
Oh, goody.
Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the rules.
Remember those cardinal rules. And also, it's not okay for her to put her hands on him. I couldn't remember, so when I started this, I was thinking maybe I was just assuming there was a history of domestic violence, but maybe not. That's really escalates really quickly if, with what the defense was saying. You don't ever put your hands on each other, and then all of a sudden you do. I don't know. It's kind of weird to listen back through this because there's stuff I remember and then there's stuff I missed. So in Florida, so you'll see Travis is up there. There's some cases, other judges that I've watched in Florida, they'll put headphones on. The defendants won't get up and go up to the bench there. But in Florida, the defendants are allowed to listen to the sidebars, which I think they should be able to. I mean, it's their lives that are at stake. They should know what's happening. They may not understand it, but I think they should be able to hear it. So one thing I like about Judge Doro is she puts all the sidebars right on the record so we don't get to hear them right away. But then we finally do at a break. That I don't believe that happens here because I don't know that I've heard that happening in any other trial but hers. Come on, guys. This is a long one. Thought we had a stipulation, which I think is an agreement to the text messages by both parties. Let's try to go through this. I'm not sure if this is the judge in the YNW Melly trial and retrial that's getting ready to happen. Because this is not his courtroom. If it's not the same judge, they look very similar. All right.
Okay, so, Mr.
Okay, so, Mr. Jones, you got to keep your voice elevated, all right? Everything everyone says in this courtroom is being recorded, and more importantly, the jurors must be able to hear everything that you say, okay? So please, keep your voice elevated, thank you.
So don't
All right,
talk
you may
like
continue, Ms.
this.
Ellis.
Or breathe into the microphone.
So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, Judge, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
I'm going to show you what is going to be state 22. I'm offering the state 22, but I'm going to show you just a few of these text messages. And just going to read them to yourself, Keyshawn, and as you read them, you can flip them over, okay? Now, some of these text messages, they actually date back to 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you knew him back in 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so these are text messages between you and Mr. Rudolph, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I want you to keep going through them. Do these appear to accurately reflect your text messages between the defendant and yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and continue to read for me.
They need the lapel mics like they had in Judge Duro's courtroom. I complained about those at first, but they actually ended up working out pretty well once I got the sound balanced out.
Okay. So now, do these text messages accurately reflect text messages that you exchanged with the defendant?
Yes.
I believe our first one begins on April 28, 2020. Last one is April 6th of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, state what offers evidence states 22.
All right, over objection, it's submitted into evidence.
Now, what I want to do is I want to focus on this text message dated April 6th of 2021.
Which is the last page of State's Exhibit
Yes,
22?
sorry.
That's all right.
The last page, Judge, it is actually page 13 of State's 22. Can you see that, Keyshawn, when you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
All right. Now, what we see up here is where you are.
I'm sorry, to help? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
You're going to zoom in so the jurors can see.
Just don't trip on the wires up there, all right? They're still not likely to be able to read that.
Yeah. So I'm going to read it for you. I'm going to read it for you.
Any objection to that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on April.
They need the computers.
2021, at 9:50 p.m., you sent this text message to the defendant. On God, you not that D-A-T, crazy, K-R-A-Z-Y. Now, obviously, that's not the way you spell that, and crazy. Is this the slang that you're using here?
Yes.
So what do you mean by this?
In case nobody knew that.
You not that crazy. When you sent this to him on April 6th at 9:50 p.m.
I just meant basically he's not
That crazy.
literally crazy enough to put his hands on a woman. Like, that's basically what I meant.
And why did you feel the need to send him that text message?
Because
Why did you send it to him?
honestly, I really wanted to hear what he had to say. I was still, at this point, I'm skeptical. I'm like, there's no, like, I couldn't believe that he did that. So it's like, I'm just like, there's no way you did that, basically. Like, I'm still skeptical at this point.
So you don't get a response to that text message?
No,
Did you send him any more text messages after that?
no.
So now what was, and let me just go back for a minute, Keyshawn, because I asked you, before I move on to the next topic, I asked you about whether or not you had ever shot the firearm that you currently own and that you owned back when this incident occurred. Was there ever a point in time, that you own this firearm that you still have to this day, that you went to the shooting range with this defendant?
Yes, we did go to the shooting range, but I believe I don't think we could shoot. Something about they didn't have bullets or something. I completely forget, but I know we did go to the firing range together. We went to the gun show together before that, but we did go to the firing range. I think that was the same day after the gun show we went to the firing range. I don't remember, but we definitely went to the firing range.
So that would have been another time that you had some interaction with him, right? I mean, you met him at a party,
Yes.
went to his house to do homework, went on your sister. So when did this gun range thing happen?
There was times before that. Went to the party. That's when I first met him, and then time goes by. I believe I went to his sister. I believe she was getting married or something. Went to their house for some type of reception, and then after that, I believe that's when it was the homework. So that was before that, and then the homework. Gun range was probably before the homework, I believe, and then I think the homework might have been the last time we actually.
You had more, the more you think about it, you had more interaction with him than just 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, I had many interactions with him.
And did you like him?
Yes.
So now let's talk about, after you send that text message to him, you've called him a few times, now you send him a text message, there's no response.
Yes.
What do you do?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for my sister to get home. She gets home. She tells me what's happening. She's showing me, like, I guess, bruises and stuff. I'm like, okay. I think I called Tyler. Tyler's like, yo, come to my house. I'm like, okay. And then
Why'd you call Tyler?
I think my sister had told Tyler, and then Tyler told me to, like, yo, call me, bro. Like, you want to talk to me, I guess. I'm not sure, but I eventually get on the phone with Tyler. He's like, yo, bro, come over. Because obviously, like, he's close with Dom as well. So it's like, if I'm going over there, I knew, like, Tyler, he's gonna come with me regardless. So it's just like, we do everything. So it's just like.
Okay. Now, your sister Dominique sent you some text messages about what had occurred at the defendant's house. Is that right?
Yes.
In those text messages that she sent to you, was Tyler Robinson, was he included in that chat?
I believe so.
And do you specifically remember a text message from your sister, Dominique, wherein she types, shoot
She just typed shoot.
Okay, she sends a text message to you, and Tyler appears to be on this group chat where she says, please go shoot his shit up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And that message was sent to you and to Tyler, is that right?
Yes.
Come on. Oh, by the way, I don't believe that's the judge from the YNW Melly concert trial, now that I hear him speak, but they do look a lot alike.
all right.
So we're not seeking to admit the entire package, there's just 2 pages that are pertinent.
Okay,
All right, so this is going to be, states 24, Judge, may I approach the witness, please?
you may. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want you to take a look at these messages for me. Keyshawn, please, start with page 37, look it over once you've read those, and then read the last page for me. You recognize these text messages?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are these text messages an accurate and fair reflection of what was written by you and your sister Dominique back on, one is dated April 6th of 2021, 2 above that are dated April 2nd of 2021, and then there are 2 more on the second page dated April 6th, 2021. Are those an accurate and fair reflection of what you and your sister were writing to each other?
Yes.
Just this time, state law and evidence states 24.
All right, thank you. Without objection, State's Exhibit, Composite Exhibits 24 is admitted without objection, as I said.
Okay, and since it's kind of hard to read these on the album, I'm just gonna see on the album, I'm just gonna read what's written here. So on April 6th, there is some communication between who appears to be on this text message chain is you, Tyler Robinson, and your sister. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, the name that I see here, because this is admitted into evidence and the jurors will get a chance to look at it, K-E-I, who is that?
That's me.
Okay. Watsy T-Y, who is that?
Tyler.
Doba with several B's, D-O-B-B-B-A.
Dominique.
Daba?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Dominique.
Okay. Now, so that's all those are the people included in this thread, is that right? In this
Yes. Yes.
And on April 6th at 10:14 p.m., you write, Travis is a dead man walking. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you write
But
that
I
text
didn't
message?
mean it.
That's pretty much just hyperbole. I just wanted to honestly just calm my sister down, make her feel better, try to get her in a better headspace, but I didn't mean anything literal by that.
Travis is a dead man walking. I mean, that's
It's pretty bad.
pretty serious, don't you think?
Yes.
And you are telling the jury that you did it because you were trying to calm your sister down. Is that right?
Yes. Honestly, I feel like I wasn't threatening him directly. So it wasn't to the point where I'm telling him, when I see him, it's like this. But I was just saying that to my sister to calm her down.
She then responds to you at 10:15. You wrote that at 10:14 p.m. She then responds to you at 10:15 to you and Tyler. Please go shoot his shit up. Pardon my language. Just reading the text messages, ladies and gentlemen. What was that?
Hyperbole as well. My sister it was a lot of emotion. She was really angry. It was a lot of emotion between all of us.
Well, you're calling this hyperbole. Travis is a dead man walking. Go shoot his shit up. It's pretty inflammatory. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
When you write, Travis is a dead man walking, do you have any plans or do you have any intentions on going over to Travis's house and make him a dead man walking?
No.
Do you have any intentions on carrying out that what appears to be a threat in a text message?
No.
So you just wrote it to satisfy your sister?
Yes.
What did you think she was going to think by you saying that?
I knew for a fact that she wasn't going to think I was going to kill him. She knows me. She knows what type of person I am. And she knows I would never do something like that. So it's
Were you trying to appear to be her protector?
yes.
Do you think that was the best way to try to
No. Obviously
be
not.
her protector?
No. In hindsight, obviously not.
And then she responds to you a minute later, shoot his SHIT up. Now, how do you know she didn't mean that?
I know she didn't mean that because that's something I would never do. And I know she just says things out of anger. I've known my sister my entire life. I know when she gets mad, she says things she doesn't mean.
Well, you own a gun, right?
Yes.
And she knew that you owned a gun, right?
Yes.
So, tells you to go shoot his shit up after what she told you he did to her. Why would you think she's not serious about that?
My sister knows. she loves me, and she knows that what I'm trying to do in life. She knows that I'm in college. She knows that that's illegal, and she knows that I could never do something illegal to jeopardize my entire life. Like, she knows I have things that I need to do.
Now, Tyler's on that group chat also, right?
Yes.
And Tyler is, he's the one who actually put the gun over there.
Yes, I do know now, yes.
So, did somebody go shoot his shit up serious?
No.
When you got that message, were you already at Tyler's house? Were you guys already together?
I'm not sure, honestly, but I don't believe so. I'm not sure.
10:15 p.m. that night.
I'm not sure.
Okay. But at some point, you end up over to Tyler's house.
Yes.
Now, your intent at that point is when you left your house, your intentions were to confront this defendant about what he did to your sister. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you just drive straight to the defendant's house? I mean, you had been there before. You guys had exchanged text messages since 2020. You guys went to the gun range together. You went to his house to do your homework. It seems to me you felt comfortable over there, right?
Yes.
So why didn't you just go to Travis's house on your own and say, hey, what happened earlier today?
That would have been the case if it was just something merely as just a verbal argument, but knowing that he put his hands on my sister, if he could put his hands on my sister, he could put his hands on me. So it's like, at that point, it's like, just in case, support my friends, brothers can come with me.
So you went to Tyler's house.
Yes.
When you got to Tyler's house, was he there by himself?
I believe so. I think Chris had just got there. Well, he lives with his brother. His brother Tyrone was there, but I think Chris had just got there, and then a few minutes later, Sebastien had just got there. So
basically, who rounded up the posse?
honestly, I'm not even sure who specifically. It's not like one person. Just maybe Tyler. I don't know, but everybody just got together.
Did you reach out to Sebastien and tell him what happened to what Dominique told you had happened to her earlier in that day?
No.
Did you reach out to Chris Lowe and tell him what had happened to your sister earlier that day?
No.
So when you got to Tyler's house, is it your testimony that you did not know that Sebastien was going to be there and Chris Lowe was going to be there?
Yes.
But when you got there, they were there.
Yes.
You have a conversation with them when you got there?
I believe so. Like, just, they asked me, am I okay? Like, just regular small talk and stuff like that.
When you got there, were you guys upset?
We were mad, yes.
So you guys were mad? All four of you?
Yes.
What was the plan?
We didn't really have a plan. Just go over there, figure out what happened. Pretty much, that's just it.
Okay. So there was really no plan. You were just going to go over there and figure out what happened. Well, you were upset about what he had done to his sister earlier in the day, right?
Yes.
And you told the jury that the other boys, they were upset as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And they accompanied you over there, right?
Yes.
So this was going to be a confrontation. You were going over there to confront this defendant. Is that right?
I mean, it really just depends, because if you go to talk to someone and they're talking to you, it's like, okay, bro, that's what I expected. Like, I'm sorry, bro, I didn't mean to do that. We just got mad. If you get met with that energy, it's like you can't have a conversation after that. Like, there's no fighting, because it's not a fight. But that's honestly in my head what I was expecting to happen when I got there. More so apologies and, bro, I didn't mean to do this. Like, that's kind of what I was thinking. More so, I wasn't really thinking, oh, big old. That's my worst case scenario in my head. Like, oh, it goes left, disagreement. I wasn't expecting that. Yes.
You arrived at the defendant's house sometime after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you just wait until the next day to confront him during the day about what had happened?
Honestly, I really wasn't even thinking about it like that. Like, if it would have happened at 12 p.m., I would have been there at like 1 p.m. Like, it just would, as it happened, if they got into this fight earlier in the day, I would have been there earlier in the day. The fight just happened at night, so I'm there at night. It wasn't like I'm specifically going there at night. That's just how the events unfolded.
So you want to address what happened to your sister that night?
Yes.
You
No.
And did you guys take your guns with you?
I didn't take my gun. I left my gun at home.
Why'd you leave your gun at home?
Didn't think I would need it.
You, for the most part, would you, in terms of how you carry your gun, do you have it with you all
Wasn't
the
her
time?
question.
Sometimes?
She asked if you guys took your
depends.
gun.
It really depends, but at that point in time, I really didn't go many places. So it's like, on a day-to-day basis, at that point in time, I'm in school. I didn't have a car. It's not like I went so many other different places. If I went places, like, I did take it with me, but it's just like, it really just depended on where I'm going.
Well, that night, you were going to his house, to the defendant's house, to confront him about what he did to your sister, right?
Yes.
You were upset, right?
Yes.
To the point where you described yourself as being mad about it, right?
Yes.
Your brother's friends were upset about it, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned a few minutes ago that you weren't sure that this situation confronting him might go left, meaning could go bad.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you take your gun with you?
Because I don't want to have to shoot anyone. Like, that's not, I feel like if I take my gun, I'm expecting something to that level to happen. It's like, I didn't want anything to that level to happen. So it's just like, if I bring my gun, I'm expecting that I need it to protect myself. But I just thought, again, in my head, worst case scenario.
Did he not just say he takes his gun when he leaves his house sometimes to go different places? And then now he's expecting us to buy this? Well, I don't. So I take it places. Didn't say where. So I don't know. Why would you take it at all unless you were expecting to, if under this argument that you were giving right now, why would you take it anywhere unless you were expecting to use it? So in your mind, the only place you should take your gun is to the firing range. Because you should never really expect to have to use it, right? That's I don't believe you, Keyshawn. I believe you probably didn't take your gun that night, but I don't believe your reason at all.
Maybe a fight. But actually, like, needing to, like, come on, I live a pedestrian lifestyle. Like, I'm not thinking shooting. That's not normal to me. I just got my gun. It's not a reaction. It's not like second nature, like, oh, I need my gun. Like, that's not some in me. So it's just like.
And let's be honest. He's not a fighter. He's a lover, not a fighter. And that's nothing bad against him. I'm not a fighter. Never been in a fight in my life, and I don't want to be. He doesn't look like he'd hurt a butterfly any more than I would. I don't know. That was very frustrating. And yes, Carmen, you only take it if you think you're going to need something to protect yourself. But why would you think you needed to protect yourself when you and 3 of your friends were going? And when she said, did you guys take your gun? I didn't take mine. Well, did you guys was the question. So maybe he didn't need it. Maybe they had theirs.
So as you guys are there at Tyler's house, how long do you stay at Tyler's house before you guys leave to go to the defendant's house?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes, I'm not sure.
And is there any discussion at that house about anybody taking a gun with them to the defendant's house?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, Tyler had a gun, right?
Yes.
How did you not know that?
I mean, they
At
asked me,
midnight,
like, oh, you take your
nonetheless.
gun? I was like, nah, I don't got my gun. So I just assumed after that they know, like, we on the same page. Like,
What about as you guys are driving over to the defendant's house? Is there any discussion about the fact that Tyler has his gun with him?
it wasn't even a conversation in the car at that point. It was literally just music playing, and just us on the way there.
What about Sebastien? Is Sebastien on a gun?
No.
How do you know he?
You know, if I was going to somebody's house and to talk at midnight, which for us old people is late, And one of the four of us had a gun on them, and I knew they had a gun on them, it would be a topic of my conversation. Why are you bringing this? Or, hey, I'm glad you have that. But what I expect to happen when we get there would be the topic of, would kind of guide my conversation as to why they brought their gun. Not just, nah, old Tyler's got his gun because Tyler always has his gun. If Tyler does always have his gun, fine, perfect. It's not out of the ordinary. Then you wouldn't need to really talk about it. Although I'd probably say, hey, we don't need that. You're fine. Just leave it in the car so there's not any issues. Maybe it's just my 50-year-old brain versus his 20-some-year-old brain that hasn't matured all the way yet. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the disconnect I'm having with his thoughts right now.
Did not own a gun.
Because I know him very well. Never, ever seen him with a gun. And he didn't get his conceal yet. He had just turned 21 literally 2 days ago. So,
For the incident?
yes,
What about Chris Lowe?
Chris Lowe didn't own a gun.
Now, you're not with these guys 24/7, right?
No.
Do you know for certain that these guys didn't own guns? I mean, how can you say that? How do you know that?
You can never say anything for certain, but I feel like personally I knew that they didn't own guns.
I want to show you what is going to be states.
You wiping that lie off your face? Keyshawn, what are you doing up there?
Here's my approach to witness, please.
You may.
I'm going to show you what is going to be states 57. Now, you see all you guys on over there. Once you take a look at this, you recognize this person right here?
Yes. Yes.
Who is this?
Sebastien.
This is time state will offer to evidence, states 57.
Any objection? Thank you. States 57 is admitted without objection. You may.
I'm going to say we're not going to see this.
Yes.
Oh, maybe we are. Nope.
Right?
Yes.
So now, you guys head over to the defendant's house. Whose car are you driving?
My mom's.
What kind of car did she have?
Cadillac.
She had a Cadillac? And obviously she let you drive it because you were driving it that night, is that right?
Yes.
Where are people seated in the car?
No, he's crying. He has real tears, unlike Jesse had until yesterday.
You need a second? There's some tissue up there for you, Keyshawn, if you need some. Well, let me ask you this. You're the driver, right? Keyshawn, you're driving, right?
All right. Let's take a 10-minute recess. All right. Remember and obey, ladies and gentlemen, the 4 cardinal rules when you get back out there. Now you've started to hear some evidence, but keep an open mind. Don't discuss the evidence. Don't discuss anything having to do with this case, and obviously don't do any research.
I think old Keyshawn's starting to realize his bad choices. And everybody's in that car. Bad choices. That led to more people making bad choices. And led to awful things happening that night. I feel sorry for him. I think he got wrapped up in his sister's BS. And I think he's a good kid. Obviously smart. I don't like to see people cry either, Carmen, but and I also don't like to see them lie on the witness stand. I do think he has told some fibs. But he obviously just saw his friend who was killed, unalived. Sorry. I was so good. I got so good at it at the end of people that drink or Visine or put stuff in people's water and make them drink it. I got so good at the end of that. One day is all it took. I feel bad for him to be that upset because he saw his friend, think his bad choices, said, gosh dang it, caught right up with him. One good thing if I could do this on court TV, which I can't because I can't find it, is they generally give me places where stuff starts and ends. May have to back this up. Oh. Is that the judge? They showed him a photo, Carmen. That's what started him crying. That's what got him so upset. They put it up on that screen, which we can't see, which I don't understand why they're not using the television behind him, and maybe they are. I don't know if that was him after he was shot or if that was just a photo of him in general, because they put it up on that screen and we can't see the screen because the lights are all on and you can't see anything on that screen. But that's what started him crying, was she showed him a photo. All right, let's go. Yeah, if it's your good friend that you thought of as your brother or whatever, it would make you cry. Especially if it was one after he was unalived. And I
Mike, you
assumed it
wanna see if
was,
they're ready now?
and that's why we didn't see it.
If the jury's ready, are you ready to bring him back in? All right.
I didn't realize it. Didn't realize the jury wasn't there. Not gonna lie, I got spoiled with Judge Doro's courtroom camera because I could see them standing.
All
I
right.
knew when the
As
jury
soon as
was
they're ready,
coming.
let me know. Let's bring him in then, please.
About time.
Jury entering.
Yeah, Carmen, he gave the jury, like, he gave him a 10-minute break. I just fast forward up through it.
All right, welcome back, folks. Thank you. Everyone be seated. All right, you may continue, Miss Ellis. Yes, ma'am.
Sean, we stop at this point where you are over to Tyler's house, it's you, Sebastian, Tyler, and Chrislo, right?
Yes.
And you guys are, we ready to head over to the defense. Right?
Yes.
Now, before you actually get to the defense house, do you continue to receive text messages or exchange text messages between like you and your sister or Chris Lowe about when you guys are on the way? You recall that text message exchange?
I think probably to my sister, telling her that we're on the way. I'm not sure.
going to show you what is going to be states 23.
You may.
Take a look at this for me, Keyshawn, and tell me who is, you start with page 9 at the bottom, and who's on this group chat here that you can tell?
Me, Tyler, my sister, and Sebastian.
Okay. And who is, well, first of all, read them to yourself. Tell me if you recognize them. You recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. And these are dated April 6, 2021, beginning at 11:44 p.m. And after reading them, do they accurately reflect the text message exchange between you, Tyler, and your sister and Sebastian?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state will offer into evidence states composite. Oh, there are two. There's a text message. So it's called state 23.
All right. Any objection? All right. Thank you. States 23 composite of text messages among this witness, Mr. Jones, and his sister, and whom?
And Sebastian, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Tyler Robbins.
Okay. Thank you. Are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so the first message appears to be from your sister at 11:44 p.m. Says, where y'all at? Someone who is referred to as owner replies, we're on the way. RN, I guess, what is the R?
Right now.
Right now, okay. And then someone replies, that same person replies, owner replies, I love you so much, I got you. Is that Tyler?
I believe so, yes.
At 11:44, your sister replies, okay. And then the next text message from your sister to you, Sebastian and Tyler, is at 12:33 a.m. So almost an hour. And then the last text message is from her to you guys again, and that's obviously we're on April 7th, we're in the morning hours of April 7th. The last one from her is at 12:58 a.m. where she says, call. You recall all that, right?
Yes.
Now, by that time, she sent a question mark, and then she says, call. By that time, the shooting had already occurred. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is going to be states composite 1A and B. There's not a witness.
You may.
You recognize that map?
Yes.
Okay. And then take a look at this board. You recognize this board?
Well, you're going to have to do a little better than that,
Yeah.
volume-wise. I'm sorry. If you're going to be laying the foundation for that, it's got to be on the record. So let's.
Let me go back to the podium.
Okay.
I'm showing you a board, which is going to be a part of states composite 1A and B.
You think his testimony or her
Yes.
questions would have to be on the record too?
And the picture that I just showed you, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the area you drove to that night?
Yes. Yes.
And is this board a fair and accurate reflection of this area that you drove to that night?
Yes.
At this time, state reference evidence states composite 1A and B.
1A and 1B. All right, any objection? All right, thank you. Composite 1A and B is submitted without objection.
Hey, might I have them sit down, please?
Yes, you may. Watch your step, Mr. Jones. We should have a pointer if that's going to be useful. All right? So that Mr. Jones isn't standing in front, or no one is standing in front of that aerial.
So, Keyshawn, let's look at what it states one here. Now, you just told the jury a few minutes ago that you recognize this map. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. This star right here, what is that? Whose house is that?
Travis's house.
Holy cow.
And you see this star right here? What does that star reflect?
Where we were shot at.
Okay. Now, this road, obviously, is North Redwood Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
And the crossroad here is T Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you drove to the location where the defendant lives, which is right here,
No.
Okay. So how did you end up parking where you parked?
I made a right on whatever road. What does that say? Jasmine.
Oh, right here?
Right on the Jasmine. And then left on the Teak.
Okay. And so you were coming from this way.
Yeah, because I-95 is that way. So,
All right. So you actually would have driven past his house, is that right?
not like straight past, but like,
Yeah, like down.
yeah, yes.
Okay. When you drove down Redwood here, why did you drive down this road and his house is right here?
Honestly, I just wanted to, again, I didn't really know what type of energy I was going to get or what energy I was giving off. But in my head, in hindsight, I don't even know if it makes sense, but in my head, I'm thinking, park a little bit farther. I don't want to give too much aggressive energy, parking straight in front of someone's house, pulling up, just walk up, knock on the door, and then talk. But I don't, that's what was going through my head at the time.
Did anybody in the car suggest where you should park?
No.
Where did you end up parking? Where did you end up parking your car?
Right around where we got shot at.
Like right in this area?
Yes.
And when you parked in this area here, did you guys walk to the defendant's house?
Yes.
Now, before, I'll play some surveillance footage in a few minutes, but when you parked, before we get to that, when you parked your car, Keyshawn, where was it facing? Was it facing towards his house,
Towards his house.
or was it facing towards, like, going this way down here?
Towards his house.
So, had this situation not gone left, as you described a little while ago, you would have, after the incident, you would have just, the plan was, and you tell us the plan. What would you have done?
Just drive straight past his house, make a left, and then go back the way I came.
Okay, so go back on to T Drive and then back down to Jasmine.
Up on Jasmine.
Start up on Jasmine.
Yeah, and then make a left.
All right. You can have a seat. Okay, what I'll do is I'm gonna put this up, just let me have a second.
You may.
Put this up with the jury, just kind of see, because when I play this video, it's this area, and just to orient them.
Yeah, you're gonna have to move it to one side or the other.
Sit it maybe over there.
That's fine.
So can you see okay?
I can see fine, yeah, thank you.
Okay, now I'm gonna. You guys got there, Sean, before I play this video, the video footage that we collected? When you guys arrived at that location,
Yes.
parked your car, away from his house. When you guys got out of the car, what did you do?
I put my phone in my trunk. Sebastian put his bag in the trunk, and I think Tyler put his phone in the trunk. But I think Sebastian and Chris had their phones.
Now, how do you? Okay, so repeat that one more time for me because I want to make sure I understand that. Who put what in the trunk?
I put my phone in the trunk. Chris put nothing in the trunk. Sebastian put his bag in the trunk, and Tyler put his phone in the trunk.
Now, how do you know Sebastian didn't have his phone in his bag?
Because he had it in his hand when we were walking, I believe.
You believe or do you know?
I know.
What about Chris? Did he have his phone with him or did he put his in the trunk?
He had his phone with him for sure because that's the phone I used to call 911.
So now you don't have your phone. You put your phone in the trunk, right? And at this point, do you know that Tyler has a gun on him?
No.
Nobody said anything. Yes or no?
No.
So as you guys are driving to his house, Tyler never tells you that he has a gun?
No.
What about when you guys park and get out of the car and you guys are putting stuff in the trunk of the car? Tyler doesn't mention to you that he has a gun?
No.
Does Sebastian mention to you that he has a gun?
No.
Does Chris mention to you that he has a gun?
No.
Did you take your gun with you?
No.
So as you guys get there, park, You're now headed to the defendant's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you, now, this is kind of your thing because Dominique is ultimately, she's your sister,
Yes.
right? So do you give them any kind of instructions? Do you tell them, hey, this is just gonna be a talk? I'm just going to confront him about what he did to my sister? Do you say anything to them about, look, this does not need to escalate beyond a discussion, a confrontation, or fight?
Yes, that was the initial, like, when we first went, I'm like, yo, we just want to talk. You feel me? And to see, like, what happened and how he feels, and,
Who did you say that to?
like, everyone. Like,
And how did they react? What were their reactions?
they just feel like, okay.
When you guys get there, you guys still mad?
Yeah, we're mad. We're still mad, but it's like, there's different degrees to, like, anger. Like, we're just mad the fact that it happened.
They were just annoyed, not shooty.
So I'm going to, can you turn on the, when, I'm going to, this is going to be,
Of course.
yeah, this is going to be them. And the second one is going to be them not. Because this is going to be states.
And it is, what is it?
And Judge, I believe we spoke last week, and we have relation to the video surveillance footage that's collected this case.
Okay. All right. So is it all of the surveillance footage on a single drive of some kind?
Judge, what I did.
Storage device?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Or storage device, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What I did was I put them on 4 different devices. for the
Okay.
case, only because they're different scenes, kind of different.
Okay,
So this is, for instance, them arriving and parking.
all right. But is 31, is that a composite of all 4 of those things, or is 31 is just the first one? All right, very well. And I think I heard there's no objection, right?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, stays 31, admitted without objection.
Dude just cannot not breathe through that microphone. It's almost just like rhythmic. It's gonna put me to sleep.
You may. Well done, Ms. Edwards. Sure.
So now, do you recognize this area?
Yes. Yes. You see us arriving? That's me driving, yes.
So this is you coming down Redwood as you indicated earlier.
Yes.
Now, who is this right here? Can you make out who these people are getting out?
Sebastien, Chris, Tyler.
Wish they'd show that on the TV.
Honestly, I really don't know. I just had my hoodie on. I think I kind of do that when I get mad. I don't know.
Oof. Well, that proves part of what the defense said.
Yes.
Now, we see you pull up. So everyone's out of the car at this point, right?
Yes.
And then you pull up a little bit from where you were initially parked. Why did you pull up?
Just to be closer, shorten the walk.
And at this point, you're still facing his house. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
So these lights that we see on, is that the back of your car?
Yes.
Okay, now your lights are back on again. So is this at this point, the incident has happened, the fight has happened, and you guys are back at the car?
Yes.
Now you see this flashing going on right here in the
Yep.
sky?
Yes.
What is all that?
Gunshots.
What were you doing when did you back up and do something kind of weird with the car? What did you do? Because you were facing his house.
I was turned away to leave.
Who was this right here walking? Can you tell? Right there? Can you tell who that is?
I can't see from here.
Can you tell who this person is?
Can I get closer?
Yes, you may. Watch
Yeah.
your step getting down, particularly in the dark. You want to back it up a bit, please?
Actually, back it up. Can you back it up to where he's backing out?
Can you back it up to where he's backing up?
Where they're back in the car. Okay, so now what are you doing right here, Keyshawn? Okay. And is that because Travis is coming towards you guys?
So let's give the witness the microphone, please. That's okay. And you use one of those on the podium.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's only been 2 hours.
Actually, I think this is the part where you are actually, so you're in the car at this point, right?
Yes.
Now, what do you actually do right here?
Back up.
And you turn to go in the opposite direction where the bullets are coming from?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Now tell me, can you see who this is? Can you see this person here?
Yes.
Who is that?
Travis.
And do you see someone coming from this little area here?
Yes.
Can you tell, do you know who that is?
His brother.
Okay. All right. Now, Judge, at this time, state would offer into evidence stage 31.
Any objection? All right, thank you. States 31 is submitted without objection. Do you want me to leave the light down?
I'm going to show you what is going to be. States 30, and Judge, I believe we have a stipulation. This is.
Some more video?
You thought you had a stipulation to the text messages, and that didn't seem to
All right,
happen.
Well, so that's from the so-called Ring camera?
Yes,
All right. You need light or not? Well, I can turn the light on. Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to take a look at this one. Did you turn the microphone? We have sound, but I need you to. Okay, so now I want you to.
Apparently, the jurors are having a difficult time hearing. All right, so stay with that microphone.
Yes, Judge,
and
I apologize.
All right, and Mr. Jones, when you respond to a question, make sure you use the microphone.
I'll stay here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Keyshawn, who are we looking at in this video?
At this point, it's Sebastian, Tyler, and Chris.
This is Sebastian?
Yes,
I see something, or.
that's my elbow.
That's you?
Yes,
And who is this person right here?
Tyler.
Oh my
So you're gonna have to pull that
gosh.
podium back.
They can't hear. They can't. No, they can't see. You can't speak loud enough.
And who is this person right here?
Chris.
You can go ahead and play this. Now, do you have anything in your hoodie under
You
your?
better be
You're
yelling.
rubbing your stomach area.
Yes.
Do you have anything in your waist?
No.
Okay. Okay, let's stop it right. Go back a little bit, Ricky, to where we have Sebastian sent before Daryl comes out. Okay, so right here. You see this bulge right here?
Yes.
This is Sebastian, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you see this bulge in his pocket.
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
His phone. His phone.
Back up just a little bit, Ricky, because I think you can see Chris.
I thought they put their phones in the trunk.
And do you see this? This is Chris Lowe, right?
Yes.
And do you see this bulge right here?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know what that is?
His phone.
And you're certain those are their phones?
Yes.
Did they put their phones in your trunk?
No.
Did they leave their phones in the car when you guys got out of the car?
No.
Now you didn't. You left your phone in the car.
Yes.
Where did Tyler put his phone?
I believe in the trunk.
Okay, you can let it play. Now, this is right here. You saw Tyler with his shirt off. Is that right?
Yes.
At what point did Tyler take his shirt off?
I wasn't really paying attention to whether he had his shirt on or not, but it could have been when we got out the car or on the way there. Probably he put it in the trunk with his phone. I'm not sure.
Do you know why he took it off?
No.
Do you, as you guys are walking up to the house, obviously, before you get to the house, he removes his shirt, right?
Yes.
Did you see a gun in his waistband or in his pocket?
No.
So at that point, you still don't know that he has a gun on him.
Yes.
Yes, he does, or yes, you don't know.
Okay. Now, that clip, it ends where you're saying, where's Travis at? You need to talk to Travis.
Yes.
And was that the plan that night?
Yes.
Now, at some point, okay. He can go back right now.
Light?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry. Sorry. I have a couple more videos, but I need to ask him some questions first, Judge. Sure. So, we saw where, we could see in this video, where when Daryl opens the door, you ask, where's Travis?
Yes.
At some point, even though it's not on this video, does Travis come outside?
Yes.
And is it, how long after Daryl, how long after you ask, where's Travis, does Travis come outside?
Probably like seconds, like 10, 15, 30 seconds later.
Okay, and when he comes outside, what happens?
Basically, he comes to the door just angry, and that leads to just words being exchanged, and then the fight ensues after that.
Now, I want you to tell us about this fight. Before we get to the fight, you said he comes to the door angry. What makes you believe that he's angry?
Cussing,
What did he say?
just exactly like just like what the F y'all doing here, da da da, like F y'all, like stuff like
Da da
that.
da.
And are you responding?
No, because honestly, I'm not really like a loud person. Like I don't
Told
really,
you
like,
he's a
even
lover,
in,
not
like,
a
situations like
fighter.
that, like I'm always in my head, so it's just like I'm talking, but I'm not like nah, like I'm not really arguing. I'm just like what happened. Like it's nothing really to the argument end, but I'm just trying to, you feel me, talk to him and figure out what's going on. But it's like I'm getting hit with just anger, so it's just like the situation. This is all happening in a matter of seconds, so you gotta understand the timeline. It's just escalating from that point on to just loudness, arguing, and then eventually fighting. This is all in a matter of seconds. So
Okay, did you have a chance to ask him about your reason for going over there, which is what happened between him and your sister?
no,
And why not? Why didn't you ever get the chance to ask him what happened earlier that in the day, that previous day?
because of, again, like I said, the energy. It was more of an argumentative energy, and then from there it just escalated. It wasn't any time to really have a conversation.
Was his brother outside with him still when he came out?
Yes,
Did his brother stay outside with him when he came out?
yes.
And now you said that it escalated from there. How did it, what ends up, tell the jury what happened. What happened after that?
Honestly, I just remember, first thing I remember is I'm just picked up in the air. I get slammed, and then from there on, it was just fighting. Just like they rush to get him off me. We fighting, and then it's like I can't look everywhere at one time. Like I can only know what I'm looking at. But I just remember that they get him off me. Everybody's throwing punches. His brother's fighting.
Are you
Yeah.
fighting?
Yeah, I'm fighting, but like it's not like it's one-on-one fights because there's so many different people. So it's just like at this point, I'm really just trying to assess the situation and figure out what's going on. But it's just in between like fighting, and then I remember at one point like they finally get him off me, and then I think Tyler, I forget exactly, but I think they had somebody. Honestly, I think Tyler. I don't even remember the exact fight, but I just remember at some point there was a breaking fight. We're standing there, and then Travis just like punches Tyler, and then from there now we're fighting again, and then eventually his mom's there. She's trying to like,
When you say, let me stop you right there. When you say his mom is there, does his mom come outside?
yes,
And before his mom comes outside, though, you guys are fighting with the defendant and his brother. Is that right?
yes,
Aren't you?
yes.
That's
did you recall
not
having-
me.
No, I don't even think
His brother.
No, I don't think I hit his brother.
It would be hard
During
probably
this
to
fight,
recall a fight with
did
a
you
lot
pull
of
out a
people.
gun?
No,
Do you recall during this fight, did Tyler pull out a gun?
no,
What about Sebastian?
no,
What about Chris?
no,
So you didn't see anyone pull out a gun?
no,
Did you see Tyler point a gun at anyone during this fight?
no,
Now, you said his mom came outside.
yes.
And how long had you guys been fighting before his mom came outside?
I'd say probably at most 2-3 minutes. It's the time. Everything was adrenaline moving so quickly. Like I can't even.
Okay. So you weren't keeping track of the minutes.
No.
When his mom came outside, what did she do?
All right. So at this point, it's like there's like a break in the fighting, I guess, and she's trying to talk to me. She's trying to show me, I guess, a video of what was going on or what had happened. And at this point, it's like she's really trying to just calm the situation down. But it's just at this point, people are like they're fighting, so it's just like you can only have so much power as a person.
So his mom comes outside.
Yes.
And does she go to you?
Yes.
And when she goes to you, you said she's trying to show you a video.
Yes.
Does she have her phone or a laptop or an iPad or something?
Maybe I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something that she's trying to show me a video on.
Okay. And do you know what that video was about?
It was about what happened with him and Dominique earlier, I guess, because they have cameras. So I guess she was trying to show what happened. I'm not sure. I didn't actually look at the video because again, already got slammed. We already fighting. Adrenaline's going. It's like
Okay. So at this point, his mom is outside.
Yes.
His brother is outside,
Yes.
and he's outside.
Yes.
Anybody else? And then the four of you.
Yes.
When after his mom tries to show you this video on whatever device it is that she's trying to show it to you on, did the fighting resume? Did you guys start fighting again?
At this point, this is before, like, there was a break,
Mm-hmm.
and then he punched Tyler, and then, like, his mom's trying to show me that this is all happening, like, around the same time.
Okay.
And then at this point, the fighting is kind of subsiding. So now my focus is, all right, it's time to go. Like, I'm yelling, like, yo, we got to go. Like,
Now,
So-
at what point are you yelling, yo, we gotta go?
this is, like, it's around the same point that his mom's trying to show me the video. The situation is clearly just gotten too out of hand. So I'm just like, all right, it's time to leave. We got to go. So I'm trying to it's hard to get 3 different people's attention at one time when fighting's going in, like, everything's done, subsiding. I'm trying to, it's time to go. So that,
When you said, yo, we gotta go, is the defendant still outside fighting with the people that you came with?
like, in that moment, at first, when I first started saying that, yes, and then he goes in the house, and I'm still saying, yo, it's time to go. Like, this is all happening, like literally right after one another. Like,
Okay, so you say, yo, we gotta go. And when you say that, there's still some fighting going on
yeah,
between the people you came with and him. What about his brother?
I'm not sure.
Is his mom still outside?
Yes,
And then you just said that he went in the house.
yes,
Now, did you see him go in the house?
yes.
All right. Where were you when you saw him go in the house?
I was, like, a little farther away from the house, starting to get to the car. Like, I'm on my way. Like, yo, it's time to go. Like, I'm on my way to the car. Because I know I have to get to the car first. I'm driving. So it's time to go.
When you said that, did any of the people that you were with, any of your friends, did they follow you as you, because the way I'm envisioning this, what you're telling us is that as you're saying, yo, we gotta go, there's still some fighting going on.
It's a little bit of fighting, but Chris is kind of closer to me. So Chris is right here with me. So when I say it's time to go, Chris is right here. So me and Chris start leaving first. And then I guess I really can't because I don't even remember, like, what was going on. But I think Tyler is like next to Travis, and Sebastian's next to his brother. And I think that's why they came, like, last. Like, they got to the car last. So
Okay. And so you saw at some point during all of this, you saw the defendant go inside his house.
yes.
I'm going to show you what is going to be States 33. This is the. Can we analyze just one?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who is this that we see right here? Keyshawn.
What are they saying?
Okay. And what is he? Can you tell what he's doing at this point?
Going in his house.
Okay. And now we see these people. There's a person right here. You see this red dot?
Yes.
There's a person right here.
All right. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
We're sidebarring it because I've voiced so fast forwarded. Oops, I can't fast forward because. All right. So after this stream, I'll change my thumbnail and we'll just go ahead and watch this trial because it's really interesting. It's there's some shenanigans because there is in every trial. It'll give you a look at people that instantly lose their memories when the other side crosses them.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, obviously, if you can't see, just let us know and we'll make whatever accommodations that we can. If standing up assists you, then by all means do that. All right, go ahead, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so now, you indicated before we went to the bench that this is Travis, is that right?
Yes.
Now, who is this person? Can you see this person right here, where this red dot is? If you can't see, just me.
Yes.
See that red dot? Is that you? Yes. Do you?
Yeah, we need the microphone.
How many times does he have to tell you that? You both need the microphone. Both of you. You can't talk loud enough, prosecutor.
You know this is you right here.
I can see me in the hoodie. That's me.
And if you know, if you don't know, that's fine. Can you make out who this person is right here?
Yeah, you might have to switch frames. I don't know.
What about this person here?
I don't really know, but I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Your witness should know the answer.
His mom.
At least he's being honest, I guess. Maybe.
So we're gonna let it play once more. See if you can. If you can't, then that's fine. If you can make out who these people are.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
Now, did you see him when he came out of the house with this gun?
No.
At this point, when he is running down his walkway with this gun, where are you?
On the way to the car.
And okay. Can I let it play through just one more time without breaking it up? Just
Sure. Yes.
Sorry, it sounds like dogs barking because I have it sped up. And I'm sure they're yelling and not yelling slowly.
Did you hear someone in that video saying, "You got that"?
Yeah,
Who was that?
that was Tyler.
And now at that point, you're walking to your car,
Yes.
and you just saw on here what his mom was doing. Were
Yes.
you able to see that though as you were walking to your car? Did you know what his mom was doing as you were walking to your car?
Like, by what do you mean? Like, what she was doing? Like, telling him to stop, or like, yeah, I can hear that.
So you heard her.
Yeah.
Okay. And was she trying to stop him?
Yes.
Now, at some point, before I forget, I think we stipulated to that coming in as states.
Yeah, you did. State 33 is admitted, was admitted previously without objection.
I forget. I apologize.
All right.
Are you the first one that makes it to your car?
Yes.
Now, we saw in the video, obviously, we let that play through. You made it to your car. We saw you turn the car on, and we saw what happened as you were trying to leave. When you drove off, do you know if everyone was in the car?
I was waiting, see the doors open, and I seen all the sides open, and I thought everybody was in the car at the time. But after I figured out that Tyler had got out.
When you got back in your car, where's Sebastien sitting?
In the passenger seat.
Passenger front or back?
Front.
So next to you.
Yes.
Did you see Sebastien point a gun at this defendant when you were driving off?
He did not point a gun. No.
Did Sebastien have a gun?
No.
What about Chris? Do you know if Chris was in the car?
Chris was in the car.
Okay. How do you know Chris was in the car?
I seen both back doors open and 2 people get in, so I know that everybody was here. Everybody was present.
So you, as you
Tyler
drove
wasn't in the
off,
car.
And is it fair to say that you sped off?
Yes.
As you sped off, was it your belief that everyone was in the car? All 4 of you guys were in the car at that point.
Yes.
When did you learn that you weren't? That someone was missing?
Seconds later, where Chris was like, "Where's Ty? Where's Tyler?" It was like 30 seconds later. Chris was like, "Yo, where's Tyler?"
Now, Sebastien is seated next to you.
Yes.
So, at what point, Chris is asking about Tyler. Do you realize Tyler's not in the car at that point?
Yes.
And when you look over at Sebastien, what's going on with him?
This is all happening at the same time. Sebastien, I heard him. He told me, he's like, "Yo, I'm hit." So at that point, Like my head is just snapped. Like I don't even know what was in my head. I'm just trying to make sure he's okay. But I also have to drive at the same time. So I'm touching him physically. Like I'm touching him. Like, bro, you okay? Like bro, it's really my brother. So I'm trying to make sure he's good. And he's telling me like, yo, I'm hurt. Like,
Okay. He's telling you that he's hurt. And when he tells you that, do you, at that point, what is your plan, Keyshawn? What do you?
the only thing on my mind is hospital. So I'm telling Chris, like, Chris, search up a hospital into your GPS. But Chris is so stunned, like he can't even do that. So he's handing me the phone. So now I got the phone and I'm trying to drive, type in hospital at the same time. So I get it. I just, whatever I see hospital, click it. I'm trying to follow the GPS, drive at the same time, make sure SB good. It's just a lot going on.
Now you said that you had to search for a hospital.
Yes.
Now you live in Palm Beach County, right?
Yes.
And you were living in Palm Beach County when this happened.
Yes.
You didn't know there was a hospital when you drove out of that community, and as you hit Broadway, you didn't know that there was a hospital along the way
No.
as you were driving.
No.
Were you not familiar with that area?
No, I'm still not familiar with that area.
Where were you living at?
Delray.
Did you, other than what you already told us when you went to the defendant's house and when you kind of hung out with him and whatnot, did you ever go in that area for anything other than that?
No.
So did you know that as you're driving away, and once you learned that Sebastien was hit, did you know that there was a hospital near you?
No.
So what happened once you drive the car away, and at this point, at some point during your when you drive away, you end up on Broadway.
Yes.
What happened when you ended up on Broadway? We're driving on Broadway.
I'm driving. I guess since so many bullets went through the car, it stopped it in some way. I'm not sure, but it became inoperable. So I was forced to pull over wherever I stopped at.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is going to be states.
That's Carmen's favorite hair guy right there. 1978, Colin.
This is going to be states 11.
All right, thank you. State Exhibit 11 is what?
Judge, it's city cam footage
Okay,
of them driving on Broadway.
thank you.
You are not going to cut your hair like that, Carmen. You'd have to lose some first.
Okay, right here, this circle, you saw that circle? Is that your car?
Yes.
And is that you driving down Broadway?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with that area?
No.
So you're at this point, have you typed into Chris's phone, hospital?
Yes.
Well, why do you use your own phone? Where's your phone?
In the trunk.
So you didn't take your phone out of the trunk once you got made it back to your car?
Literally had no time.
So you're driving down Broadway. Now your lights come on, and we see that circle again. You make a right into this. Tell the jury, where is this that you make a right into?
Tell the
Do you
jury.
know where you ended up?
No.
Okay. Somewhere on Broadway.
Somewhere on Broadway, yes.
Was it in a parking lot?
Some type of parking lot or abandoned gas station or something. I don't know what it was specifically.
Why did you pull over there?
The car couldn't drive anymore.
And so you took the car as far as it would go?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not you passed a law enforcement officer or a law enforcement officer approached you and asked you if they could help you? Do you recall any of that?
No, that never happened. I called 911 myself when we stopped.
So as soon as you get to where the car becomes inoperable, you call 911?
Yes.
And whose phone do you use to call 911?
Chris's phone.
Well, I wasn't going to get to lunch yet. I was going to see how far into direct you want. Okay.
I was
mean,
hoping her
unless-
direct was
unless
almost
the jury
done.
really wants to break for lunch now, knowing that you're still going to be on direct examination when we get back. Are you? Well, then let's, okay.
Never believe an attorney when they say that.
Okay.
10 minutes
No,
means
I
30.
appreciate that, I really do. All right, so.
At least.
Let's go ahead and play it looks like a CD. All right, 50, all right, states 50, DVD, I'm sorry, CD of 911 call, got it.
What's your emergency? We need ambulance. Where are you? We're on 30th Street and, I don't know, we're in North Lake, 30th Street and, Broadway? Broadway, yeah, 30th Street, Broadway. What's going on? We have someone who's shot. He has a DSW. He's shot? He's not moving. Yes, he's not moving. All right, let me answer the line. 1 moment. Please hurry. Yeah, I'm dropping it now. It's West Palm, 40th and Broadway, the male shot. He's not moving.
Do you know where he was shot? What part of his body?
I'm not sure. I can't tell. But he's not moving.
And he's the only one that's injured there?
He's the only one that's shot. Yes, please.
Okay. We have help on the way here. We're sending police and paramedics. And you say you can't tell where on his body he was shot, right?
I can't tell.
All right. And he's taking the road Broadway or on 40th Street.
40th and Broadway. There's a gas station, abandoned auto park, something. 40th Street and Broadway.
Okay. Again, is he on 40th Street or on Broadway?
We are on 30th Street and Broadway, the intersection. I hear from the sirens.
All righty. West Palm will stay for you. Let's go.
All right, no problem, sir. Did you see the person who shot him? Travis Rudolph. Sir, he pulled off? No, his name is Travis Rudolph. He shot at him. Travis Rudolph shot at him? Yes. Okay, is he black, white, or Hispanic, Travis? Black. What was he wearing today? I don't even know. He came out the house in no shirt. Okay, what house does he live at? He lives at 40th and Broadway? No, he lives in North Lake somewhere. I'm not sure. Off like North Lake and up like past Riviera? Like Lake Park, I don't know. Please, I think
I understand they're going to come help in the medics turn around as well, but you're saying Travis Rudolph shot him here, so was he in a car?
He shot him around his neighborhood. He came outside with the gun and shot at him. Shot at us. He shot all of us.
Okay, but where did that happen? You guys drove to this location?
Yes, we were trying to get to the hospital, and we came down the street, and the car stopped working.
Okay, Northlake. Are you shot as well, sir?
I don't think I'm shot. I'm not shot. I just hurt.
Okay, do you know Travis's address?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, so you guys were heading to his house. He came outside, shot you guys, and you drove to this location?
We came to talk to him. He came outside trying to fight. We were trying to get to the car. And he went back into the house, got a gun, came outside. We were in the car driving away, and he started to shoot at us.
We all showed up to talk. He came out to fight.
How many other people are with you right now?
2, and my son who was with us, I don't know where he's at. He drove away as soon as he started shooting.
And then we forgot about Tyler.
Please.
Okay, you see the police?
Yes, we see the police.
All right, go ahead and flag them down, okay?
We flagged him down. Please. Right here. He's in the passenger. Please. Oh my gosh, I love you, bro. I love you.
So, John, you okay?
Yeah.
So now you recognize that call,
Yeah.
and obviously that's you seeking help for Sebastien, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you, after you made that phone call, towards the end of the call, we can hear you say, yes, please. Or do you recall who you're referring to, who you're talking to at that point?
Police officer.
So at that point, law enforcement started to arrive where you guys were.
Yes.
Do you know at this point, at the point where you're on Broadway and law enforcement starts to arrive, do you know where Tyler is?
No.
When law enforcement arrived at the scene, what did they do with you guys? Like, did they separate you and Chris?
Yes.
What happened?
Separated us and then asked us what happened.
Okay. And did you tell them?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you had a gun that night and you took a gun over there?
No.
Did you tell them that you went over to the defendant's house to confront him about what he did to your sister earlier the previous day?
I told him I went to talk to him. Yes.
Did you tell them that Tyler had a gun on him?
No,
And why didn't you tell them that?
because I didn't know he had a gun.
Do you recall who you spoke with?
Detective Vanderlyn.
I'm going to show you what is going to be State's Composite 12A through G. And Judge, I believe these are in by stipulation as well.
All right. Thank you. All right, 12A through G, as a composite exhibit of multiple photographs are admitted without objection.
Yes, Your Honor, and these are photos of the Cadillac that they were driving that night.
All right. So that's 7 photographs then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
And permission to publish briefly, Judge?
You may. You may.
I know I keep saying this. I don't understand why they're not using the big screen TV behind him, behind the witness.
Do you recall if any gunfire came through your front windshield?
I'm not sure. There's just so many shots. I don't know.
I'll show you this. Is this the car you were driving that night?
Yes.
Well, B. Is this the passenger side of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And all of these defects that we see in the window and that we see on the door, were those defects there before you went to the defendant's house?
No.
Okay. Do you know what these defects are?
Bullet holes.
And that's the front passenger side?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this side of the vehicle
Yes.
from this angle? And what side, what angle is that of the vehicle?
Back seats.
Okay, so that is the rear, behind the front passenger.
Yes.
Were these defects there before you went to the defendant's house?
No.
I'll show you what is D. What side of the car are we looking at right now?
Driver.
Okay, and that would have been the side that you would have been on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And do you see these defects in the window here?
Yes.
Were these defects in the car before you went to the defendant's house that night?
No.
Show you E. And we're looking at the rear driver's side. Any defects that you noticed there?
No.
I'm gonna show you F. Now, do you see any defects in this back window?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you see that's wrong with this back window?
Bullet hole.
Is it shattered?
Yes.
Was it like this before you went to the defendant's house that night?
No.
And I'm gonna show you the last one, which is G. And is that, you can see the tag, but. Do you recall the tag on that car? Mom's car? About what it showed to you?
Oh, those closed captionings. Beautiful attack.
You may.
Just G, which is the tag. You recognize the tag on this car?
Yes.
Okay, is that the tag on the car that you're driving?
Yes.
Now, at this point, Keyshawn, your stuff is still in the trunk of that car, right?
Yes.
Sebastian's bag is still in the back of that car, in that car, right?
Yes.
So everything that you guys put in the trunk of that car when you drove to the defendant's house that night and put in the trunk, it's still there,
Yes.
right? Did you ask them, hey, can I get my phone?
I wasn't even thinking like that. No.
So after you have a conversation with the police about what happened that night, did they keep you there on Broadway in that parking lot or that area where you ended up when the car became inoperable? Did you stay there for a while?
We stayed there for a while, and then they let us eventually go home.
Did you at some point talk to your sister?
Yeah. Eventually, she had called. I think she called Chris's phone. I'm not sure, but I eventually talked to her.
Okay. And did you tell her what happened?
Yes.
And did she come to where you were?
No. I think she went straight to the hospital because Tyler was in the hospital.
Okay. Now, you said Tyler was in the hospital.
Yes.
Now, did you know when you were in that parking lot, in that area where the car became inoperable, did you know that Tyler ended up in the hospital?
Eventually, the police told me.
Okay. And at some point during those early morning hours, did they let you guys go, you and Chris?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To get Chris's car and into the hospital.
When you went to the hospital, was Tyler still in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And Do you know what happened to him? Why was he in the hospital?
I just had found out that he got shot.
Did you visit with him?
They wouldn't let us inside, so he was in surgery, I believe. So we had to wait until I think tomorrow or the next day after. I forget, but yeah, I did see him.
Now, while he was in the hospital, do you recall you guys FaceTiming with your sister Dominique?
Yes,
Okay, and so what was that about?
I had to tell him that we lost Sebastien.
And was that the purpose for the FaceTime?
Yes,
What happened after that?
cried.
Did you, at some point, Mr. Jones, Keyshawn, did you learn that Tyler actually did have a gun that night,
Yes,
and he brought it to the defendant's house?
yes.
When did you become aware of that?
After the fact,
Okay. Do you know what he did with it?
not sure. I think he said he just threw it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
How did you become aware that he had taken a gun to the house?
I think that's just what. I don't. I think he told me. I forget. Or when they found it, Vanderland had told him. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how I found out, but I just had found out eventually.
The police told him
Was
it was
the
his
you
gun.
sold to him?
Yes,
How do you know that?
because that's what they told me.
I'm sorry, Miss Ellis, I couldn't hear you. You want to consult? Of course, yes.
Well, couldn't hear you because you're not using a microphone. I do think the defense is better about using a microphone. What do you mean you don't say that, Carmen? The police just don't say, hey, we found your gun that somebody else threw, that you sold to them the day before or the day after you bought it. And they didn't have any of the proper paperwork, so they shouldn't have had it. Police say that all the time. Come on, that usually means you're done. Ugh. Thought she was done.
Yes.
Let's go back to the scene at the defendant's house when he comes outside with the gun. And do you recall telling this jury a few minutes ago that you could hear his mom's voice?
Yes.
When you heard his mom's voice, could you make out what she was saying?
I just remember hearing, "Stop, stop. You're gonna go to jail, Travis."
Do you know who she was directing the stop to? Do you know if she was directing it at Tyler,
To Travis.
Chris, or Sebastian?
Travis.
How do you know?
Because she said his name.
Was she able to stop him?
No.
I say she didn't talk to you guys because she didn't care about you. She cared about her son. I believe
Okay.
I'm
All right, so
done,
let
Your
me,
Honor.
ladies and gentlemen, feel free to stand up and stretch for a moment while I talk with the lawyers, all right?
Oh my gosh. Never seen so many sidebars. And then we don't even get to hear them. At least if you're going to do them, don't be rude.
All right, as you might expect, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's going to be some cross-examination. It might be relatively lengthy, so because I think obviously it's important that you all get a lunch break. So as I promised last night, this is more or less a democracy when it comes to lunch breaks. After that, no, it's not a democracy. All right, so for lunch breaks, realistically, you can't really get anywhere off campus, so to speak, in less than an hour, but I will start with a half an hour break. Let me see by show of hands how many of you would be satisfied or happy with a 1/2 hour break for lunch. 1, 2, all right, keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Sounds like you're getting a half hour. All right, cross. Finally. And then after him, I believe, is Miss Dominique, his sister.
All right,
She's
welcome back,
fun.
folks. Everyone take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your punctuality. All right, who's going to do cross-examination? All right, Ms. Perlette, you may begin.
See how his memory holds up now that it's the defense.
Jones, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You, Chris Lowe, have known each other since middle school, right?
Yes.
You're like brothers?
Yes.
Very close, right?
Yes.
Same with Tyler Robinson, have known each other since middle school?
Yes.
And you would also consider him extremely close, like a brother to you?
Yes.
And Sebastien as well, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you guys would basically do anything for one another?
To a certain extent, yes.
At the time of the shooting, you've testified that you owned a 9mm Glock, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with firearms, were you not?
To an extent.
Well, you had a concealed weapons permit, didn't you?
Yes, I just had recently got it.
I'm sorry?
I just had recently acquired it.
Okay, so you did not have a concealed weapons permit at the time of the incident?
I did, but I didn't have it for long. As
How long
well.
did you have it for?
A few months.
Okay, and as part of that, you need to get trained, right? In gun usage, is that correct? And how to handle a firearm?
Yes.
Okay, so you had some basic understanding of how to operate a firearm, right?
Yes.
Okay, you were comfortable with a firearm, right?
Yes.
You owned a firearm,
Yes.
and in fact, you had purchased multiple firearms.
Yes.
And it was your habit to buy firearms and then quickly sell them, was it not?
Not a habit. I wouldn't say that, but I did do it twice. Yes.
Okay, one time was to Tyler Robinson, right?
Yes.
And that was the 9mm Taurus, right?
Yes.
And you purchased that and then sold it to him the very next day, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
All right, why'd you sell it to him so quickly?
I didn't need it anymore.
What?
I didn't need it anymore.
So you only needed it for 24 hours?
Yes.
And what changed that you then could buy a gun and then decide within 24 hours you no longer needed that gun and sell it to Tyler Robinson?
Once you realize how it handles, how it shoots, I realized I didn't like it.
Okay, so you went shooting with it the minute after you bought it or shortly thereafter?
The gun range. Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And then you said, hey, I don't want this, Tyler, I'll sell it to you.
Yes.
How much did you sell it to Tyler for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you sell it or did you actually give it to him?
I don't remember.
You said you sold it, so which one was it?
I sold it. You told me I sold it. So
Well, you agreed with me. Do you agree with anything that anybody tells you?
no, but you're telling me, so I'm
Why-
assuming that you know.
Did
You didn't
tell
ask.
him
You
that-
told me. Yes.
How much did you sell it for?
I told you I do not remember.
Did you do a bill of sale?
I do not remember.
And if you did sell it to him, that your name would have been on it, right? And the price and the legal transaction, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Now, you said on direct examination that you're not a gun enthusiast. Remember that?
Yes.
But you certainly have familiarity with guns. We've established that.
Yes. To some extent.
Well, yes?
Yes.
You also had a different gun that you said at one point that you owned, a pea shield, and then you sold that one to a student up in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's a pea shield?
Another 9mm. Actually, I believe it's a 380. I'm not sure.
Okay, and when did you purchase that gun?
I don't remember the exact date.
What year, what month? Do you remember that?
No.
Was it before or after you bought and sold the Taurus?
It was before the Taurus.
And why did you sell that gun to the college student?
I didn't like that gun either.
So did you sell that one the very next day as well?
I don't believe so.
And how much did you sell that gun for?
I don't remember.
Who did you sell that gun to?
To a friend.
What's his name?
Landon.
Landon?
Yes.
Okay. Any other guns that you've bought and sold?
Nope.
And you've been to the shooting range, right?
Yes.
And you've been to the shooting range with Chris Lowe and Tyler Robinson, haven't you not?
Not with Chris.
No?
No.
Okay. You sure about that?
Yes.
100%?
Yes.
All right. You've also been to gun shows.
Yes.
And have you been to the gun show with Chris and Tyler?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. You sure about that?
Yes.
Chris, right?
Yes.
Be careful.
So Chris had an interest in guns too, right?
I can't speak on his interests.
Well, he went with you to the gun show, right?
Yes, that is true.
All right. South Florida Gun Show?
Yes.
Did Chris buy a gun too there when he went with you?
No.
Did Tyler buy a gun when he went with you?
No.
On the occasion that the three of you went together, did you buy a gun?
Did I buy a gun on there?
I don't know because I
believe
bought so
believe
many.
That's when I got my gun. Yes.
The 9mm Glock?
Yes.
Did I need surgery? I don't know. I don't remember.
You may.
You told me you did. No, that's not a good pre-doctor. Maybe he didn't go to meds. Maybe he just stayed pre-med and changed his mind.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
Tyler's gun.
Is that the 9mm Taurus
Yes.
that you sold him?
Yes.
Okay. And
I believe so.
Can you tell the jury, please, what an extended clip is?
A clip with more bullets than standard.
And why would somebody have an extended clip?
If the standard clip does not have enough bullets.
Do you know how many bullets that clip holds?
No, I'm unsure of the exact amount.
Has this gun been
Why'd they do that
modified
with
in
the
any other
last
way
attorney?
besides having an extended clip?
No.
Okay. And this is the weapon that you sold to Tyler Robinson?
Yes.
But at this time, we admit defense.
Any, which one is it? Six?
Six.
Any objection? Very well, submitted without objections, defendants exhibit
He
6.
has to have some money if he bought a few guns with and a few. He only had his concealed permit for a few months. I mean, I get it. Shooting a gun, you may not like
you
it,
learned
so you don't want it.
That is, in fact, the.
It's not like you
gun
can
that
try
Tyler
'em out
had
in a lot of
on the night
places.
the shooting, is that correct?
Yes.
It's your testimony. You told the jury that on the night of the shooting, you did not bring your gun with you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But it's your habit to carry your gun pretty much with you at all times, is it not?
No, it is not.
Tell me or tell the jury under what circumstances you carry your Glock with you.
Wait.
I started carrying my Glock
Hear
when I
this.
got my concealed license, and it depends on where I'm going, but anywhere, like, it just depends. I can't really give specific examples. I really don't have any specific examples to give you.
All right, well, we know one place that you took your Glock.
Oh, come on. And please remember what he said about I didn't take my gun. I'd only take my gun if I thought I was going to have to use it. Like, you should just pound him on that answer.
Was when you were subpoenaed to come to the courthouse for a deposition, right? You remember that?
Yes.
All right, so you received a subpoena, and you were summoned to come to the courthouse
Yes.
to give a deposition in this case.
Yes.
There were lawyers present, a court reporter, you remember that?
Yes.
And you felt the need to bring your Glock with you to that deposition?
It wasn't inside the deposition. It was in my car.
Right, but you brought it.
Yes.
Put it in your sister's
Oh.
car, right?
Yes.
And you, so that's an instance, right, where you believe that it was necessary to carry your Glock, right?
Yes.
Okay, can you give us any other examples when you would take your Glock, under what circumstances?
I really don't have any other examples to give you. This is after I was shot at. So now I really feel the need that I have to have my Glock.
Right, and before being shot at, can you tell us when you would take your Glock with you?
I really don't have any examples to give you.
Before you were shot at, how did you carry your Glock? Where'd you put it?
In my bag.
In your where?
My bag.
In your bag, like a backpack?
No, like a bag.
A bag across your chest?
Yes. Not my chest, but yes. Like, yes.
You have a holster?
No.
What about Tyler? How would he carry his gun?
I'm not sure.
His waistband.
And at the time of the incident, do you know if Tyler had any other guns?
No.
Back in April of 2021, when this incident occurred, you knew that Travis Rudolph had guns. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also knew that he had cameras at his home, right?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand you when you were on direct and when you were talking with Miss Ellis. When you went to Travis's house on that one occasion, he didn't give you a code to his security cameras, did he?
He did.
He gave you a code to the house alarm, did he not?
Yes, but all the security is connected, I believe.
Okay, so you had the ability then to put in a code and turn on or off his cameras. Is that what you're telling us?
To arm the security. I'm not sure if that turns off or on the cameras because I'm not familiar with the system because I couldn't even tell you what system it is, but
Okay, so tell me exactly what you did.
I typed in the code and clicked arm.
Where do you type it into?
I'm not sure. It was like a tablet or of some sort. I'm not sure.
Like a computer, like an iPad?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember what you did?
I remember I told you what I did. I typed the code in and click arm.
Okay, so was it like an alarm pad on the wall?
I'm
or
not
was
sure.
it? You don't
You
remember?
don't know where you
not sure.
typed it in.
But it
Give me a
basically
freaking break.
Closed or secured the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And it didn't allow you to
I agree,
manipulate cameras
Carmen.
or anything, did it?
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't do that, right? You didn't manipulate any cameras?
No.
And on the night of the incident, you didn't turn any cameras away from the way.
Oh, wow.
Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering and obeying the 4 cardinal rules while you do it.
Don't break those cardinal rules. Can we approach? Because this is bad for our witness, and he's looking bad right now, and he's giving really bad answers. So if she could hurry up and get him off the stand, that'd be great. Where you take your gun? I don't know. When I get my eyebrows done, when I buy some jeans, when I get all my style together, I take my gun. Oh, and also when I come to court, when I come to the courthouse to talk to lawyers. All good answers, sir. All good answers.
All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
So you did nothing with security codes?
No,
Okay.
I never entered his home.
You never what?
Entered his home.
No, I'm not talking about the night of the incident.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the night of the
I'm
incident.
sorry. The time that you were at his house and he gave you some code, that was to secure the home, correct?
Yes.
It had nothing to do with cameras or anything else, to
I'm not sure.
the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Now,
It says it on the door, Carmen.
When-
No
you were
firearms
home
on the door.
the night of the incident. You were at your
Right.
apartment in Delray, is that correct?
Yes.
Bring him
That's
on
Spring
in.
Harbor Apartments?
Yes.
That's on Linton and Congress?
Yes.
And who lived there with you at the time?
Me, my mom, and my sister, I believe.
What do you mean you believe? You don't know if your sister lived with you at the time of the incident?
She moved out, so I don't know if it was before or after at this point. It's been a long time since then.
Okay, so
So she could
It's-
have lived there, yes, at that time, yes.
you're not sure.
Not really.
Two-bedroom apartment, correct?
3 bedrooms.
You guys
And
are so
your
close. I
mom,
figured it'd be a
stepdad,
traumatic incident for you.
And yourself,
And me and my sister, yes.
and possibly your sister.
My sister did live there.
Okay, at the time she did live there.
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
All right, and you occupied one bedroom, your sister
I had
occupied,
another bedroom, yes.
and your parents, or your mom and your
Yes.
stepdad?
My mom.
Not your stepdad?
My stepdad as well, yes.
Okay. And you did not have a car at the time, right?
No.
Um,
He's too
your
busy
mom was
buying
black or
guns.
black at the time?
I think it's like bluish black, yes.
And at the time of the incident on April 6th, your mom was not home. She was out of the country in Jamaica, right?
Yes.
What about your stepdad?
I don't know.
When you were home that evening, at roughly 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere in that area, you received a phone call from your sister, right?
Text first and then a phone call, yes.
All right, and the text, there's been some discussion about that. That was the text that said something along the lines of, what? Tell the jury,
She just said that Travis had slammed her.
okay? And you then received another text after that, right?
No, then she called me and then she came home.
Okay, and then when she called you, she was crying. She was very upset. You remember that?
Yes.
She was so hysterical, so flustered that you really couldn't make out everything that she was telling you.
Yes.
So you guys actually spoke.
Yes.
And she told you again that Travis had slammed her to the ground and disrespected her, right?
Yes.
Now that he picked her up off her feet and slammed her down.
Yes.
And you were really concerned because she had recently had cosmetic surgery,
Yes.
right? You were worried about her.
Yes.
And then she texted you again, right? You and Tyler.
That was way after. Like, she came home, I got out the shower, I got dressed, and then she texted me.
So the time that she texted you, go shoot up his shit or something along that line, that was after she was already home with you?
Yeah, that was after that, yeah.
You sure? Why would she text you if she was home talking to you and text you when you were in the house?
I'm not sure.
Isn't it true that she texted you before she got home?
I'm not sure what time she texted me.
Okay, so let's do this. When she got home, you were home in the apartment.
Yes.
Nobody else.
Yes.
Okay, you had already spoken on the phone.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you had already received a text from her saying that he slammed her to the ground 2 times, picked her up off her feet and slammed her to the ground and had disrespected her, right?
Yes.
And she was crying hysterical.
Yes.
All right, when she got home, what did you two do?
She told me and I told her I'm going to go over there and speak to him. That was really pretty much it. I just told her that.
Okay.
I'm
in
going to
that
go over there and speak to
circumstance,
him.
You did not take your Glock, right?
Yes.
You left that, okay. Why are you looking down every time there's questions about guns?
I'm not looking down.
You
Okay,
kind of
Ms.
are.
Ellis was questioning you,
Sustained.
okay? So you're telling this jury that under this circumstance, after your sister tells you that she's been slammed to the ground, disrespected, basically beaten up, that in this circumstance, you don't take your gun to go talk to the offender, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were at the apartment with Dominique, you saw a number of bruises. You testified to Miss Ellis. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember seeing bruises on her face? Scratches on her face?
I'm not really sure of the exact location of the bruises and scratches. I just remember she had bruises and such.
Okay. And you remember them being on her legs?
I don't really recall the exact location.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Did her butt implants pop? can't remember if it was a butt lift or butt implants. It had something to do with her butt. Is what I believe that we all kind of came to the conclusion of. She never said. At least I don't believe she ever said. He's like, I'm gonna get all my looking down in now. What you talking about, Debbie? I'm looking up right at you.
All right.
Oh, Mom.
All right.
Isn't it true that when Dominique got to the apartment that you saw scratches on her face? Remember that?
Yes.
Is it also true that you saw bruises on her arms? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Don't you remember seeing bruises on her legs as well?
Yes.
You remember seeing bruises on her back?
Yes.
So she was pretty banged up, right?
Yes.
And you didn't call the police, did you?
No, I did not.
Why? If your sister had been beaten and battered, why didn't you call the police to report a battery against Mr. Rudolph?
Because I feel as if the situation was so personal. I feel like it's easier to make that decision when you don't personally know someone. But I feel like I could talk to him, so that's what I attempted to do.
You didn't want the police involved because she wasn't injured. She had nothing on her. Isn't that true?
No.
Okay, so if your sister comes home, you've already implied and suggested that you are her protector. She was beaten. You wanted to go talk to Travis, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're her protector. You're there to make sure she's okay. Why didn't you call the police, who would have made sure that this man would have been arrested for battery?
Overruled.
Why is the other prosecutor that did not question him objecting, number one? Number two, unless you're doing an intervention with somebody or you have great news for them, don't take a posse with you over to quote unquote talk to somebody who you think has done something wrong. And number three, don't go at midnight. Old Travis was in bed. Everybody's sleeping because that's what we do. Even he'll do it one of these days when he gets older.
It's cross-examination. Go ahead.
Why didn't you call the police to make sure that this man was arrested for battery?
Because I felt like the situation was personal, and I knew him personally, so I felt like I could talk to him.
If the situation was so personal, why didn't you let your sister fight her own battle? Why did you have to go there?
Because that's my sister.
So?
I love her. Like, that's my sister.
So you went to go see somebody that your sister had an issue with,
Yes.
okay? You've already testified that your sister is very emotional. Remember that?
Yes.
You also suggested that she embellishes. Remember that?
Embellishes?
Yeah. But she exaggerates.
I don't recall, but
Okay. But you sort of said, yeah, she's emotional. Things can get out of control. You remember something along those lines?
she's emotional, yes.
Okay. So did it ever dawn on you that maybe she made this whole thing up?
No.
Of course not, because she's your sister, right?
Exactly.
You just took whatever she said at face value, right?
And I went to ask him if that is true what happened. That's why I went there to talk to him.
Well, you also said that you tried calling his phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you call his mother?
I don't have his mother's number.
Your sister has his mother's number. Why didn't you get it from her?
I didn't know she had his mother's number.
You could have called his sister, Tierney, right?
I don't have her number.
Your sister has the number.
I was unsure if she had it. I didn't know.
You're unsure that these people who have been dating for a year and a half don't have one another's numbers?
I didn't know.
Why didn't you ask? Why didn't you say, hey, Dominique, you know what? Look, this, let's call Linda. Let's call Tierney. Let's try to talk this out that way. Why didn't you even think about that or do that?
Because this is not something I do all the time. So I'm at face value a novice at this point. Like, I don't know what I'm exactly supposed to do in every situation. It's easy to say what I should have done in hindsight, of course, because the situation already occurred. But in the moment, you can't tell what is the right decision.
But that would have been reasonable, right? It would
Yes, of course.
call the police.
Yes.
It would have been reasonable to call her family members.
Yes.
Instead, you took matters into your own hand, right?
Yes.
You were going to go retaliate. You were going to go be a vigilante and take matters into your own hand, right?
No, I was going to go speak to him.
Okay. At midnight, right?
It wasn't midnight yet, but it eventually became
When you
midnight.
got there, it was midnight, wasn't
Yes.
it? Okay. And why didn't you just go man to man and have a talk with him? Right? You're the big protector. Why didn't you get in your car and go talk to him?
I'm not sure.
You've said she's your sister. You love her. You're her
Yes.
protector. You could have gotten in that car and drove to his house and had a chat, right?
Yes.
You didn't do that.
No.
Right. Because
Yes.
you weren't there to talk. That's what you want this jury to believe, but that's not the truth. You were there to shoot him because
No.
that's what you were instructed to do. Right?
No.
You
That
think
is what
it's
you were instructed to
reasonable that
do.
You're telling this jury that you were going there to talk, yet you've just said you don't know why you didn't get in the car to go talk to him. You had to bring your friends to go talk, right?
Yes.
Why did you need 3 other grown men, one of whom we know definitively had a gun, the one you sold him? Why did you need to go there with your crew, with your posse, to talk?
I didn't need them, but they came with me, yes.
Because you wanted to make sure that he never stood a shot, that you guys were going to beat him, cause him great bodily harm, or kill him, just like your sister told you to do.
No.
You decide, rather than going to Mr. Rudolph's house to have this talk, as you put it, that you're going to go to one of your best friends, Mr. Robinson's house, right?
Yes.
So you planned this. You got in your vehicle, your mom's caddy, and you drove there, right?
I got in my vehicle and drove there, yes.
Well, it was your mom's vehicle, right?
Yes.
Right? And you got to Mr. Robinson's house. What time was it?
I'm not sure on the exact time, around 10-ish, 11, I'm not sure.
All right, and when you arrived there, you said you didn't call Sebastien and Chris Lowe, did you, to tell them to meet you there?
No.
So Tyler Robinson called them to meet them there, right?
I'm not sure who called them.
Well, how did they get there?
I am not sure.
Okay. All right, so when you arrived there, somewhere between, you're not sure of the time, but it was before midnight, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're all just sitting around. You didn't say, oh my God, Sebastien, what are you doing here? You didn't say that, did you?
I'm not sure.
You didn't say, Chris, what are you doing here?
I'm not sure.
You didn't say, God, by golly, I was home getting ready to do my homework and go to bed, and now I'm at Tyler's house, and
By
all my
golly.
best brothers are here. It never dawned on you to ask why, right?
I mean, I knew why, because they knew I was going over there, so they came to support me.
How did they know? You said
they
you didn't
know?
call them.
I didn't,
And you didn't know that Tyler called them. So how on earth did you know they were there?
because I seen them there.
Well, when you got there, obviously.
Exactly, that's when I figured out that they were there.
But you never said to them, hey, what are you all doing here?
No, because I knew what they were doing there.
So what were they doing there? What
They came to support me.
do you mean support you?
To support me, that's what I mean.
Okay? You mean to go over and have this talk with you to Mr. Rudolph, right?
Essentially, yes.
All right, so why did you need all 3 other men to go with you to have a chat?
I didn't need them.
But you brought them with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say to them, whoa, never mind, guys, I want to do this man to man. You guys all stay here, I've got this, I'm only going there to talk, right?
Exactly, no, I didn't say that.
Why did your brothers ask you if you had your gun with you? You said that on direct examination with Miss Ellis. You said your brothers asked if you had your gun with you. Why did they ask you that?
Because they know I have a gun.
So you do carry your gun as a habit.
Not as a habit, but I do carry my gun, yes.
Okay. So you're there only to go to this man's house for a talk, and you're talking with your brothers, and somehow in that setting, in that context, they ask you if you have your gun with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling the story you didn't.
I did not have my gun, yes.
And isn't it true that while you were all at Tyler's house, sitting around talking, planning on going to Mr. Rudolph's house, that Sebastien kept urging Tyler Robinson to take his gun? Isn't that a fact?
I don't know if that's a fact.
Isn't it true you were all there together talking about what you were going to do and what you were going to do at Mr. Rudolph's house?
No.
Okay, so you were all in different rooms? You weren't talking together?
We were in the living room.
All right, all of you together, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that you never heard Sebastien adamantly insisting
No, I did not.
that Tyler take his gun?
No, I did not.
Who's Tyrone?
His brother.
And
Tyler.
Tyrone was there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anybody else there?
No.
Did you guys call anybody else to meet you?
No.
No? Did you guys FaceTime anybody else or text anybody else to meet you at Mr. Rudolph's house?
I don't believe so. No.
Well, what do you mean you don't believe so? Did you?
I don't remember.
It's so possible.
I don't know.
Who's AP? Do you know somebody by the name of AP?
No.
You know somebody by the name of Hack?
No.
No? You sure?
I know a Hackshaw. Jonathan.
Okay. Who's that?
Jonathan, my friend.
Okay. And tell me about Jonathan.
Which is probably Hack.
Shaw.
What would you like to know?
How old is he?
23, I believe.
How do you know him?
We went to the same school.
Okay. And he's also a friend of Tyler Robinson's?
Not really. More so my friend.
More so your friend.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Hack?
And the mystery of Hack is never going to be solved because we are never going to see Hack. So, Hacksaw, Jigsaw, whatever. I like, well, it's Hacksaw. Okay, would you call him Hack? Is that a stretch? Kind of got a little sassy look on his paws right there, doesn't he? Carmen, if you know somebody named AP, I might not admit that right at the moment.
Shaw to go to Mr. Rudolph's house that night?
I don't remember.
So it's possible.
I don't remember.
So you don't remember. So it could be yes, it could be no.
I don't remember.
Why would you even tell somebody like Hack possibly to go to Mr. Rudolph's house that night?
What do you mean by someone like Hack?
Or anyone? Why you said you don't remember? So I'm implying, or I'm taking that as it's possible that you did. So I'm asking you, if you're going to go to somebody's house at midnight for a chat, why is it possible that you would have asked Hackshaw to maybe meet you there?
I don't know.
You have no idea why you would do that.
No.
You would agree that makes no sense, right?
Doesn't.
Okay. You know somebody by the name of Natalie?
Yes.
Who's that?
At this point, no one, but someone I was talking to at the time.
Somebody who?
That I was speaking with at the time.
Okay.
I don't like her anymore.
Friend, girlfriend?
Friend?
Does Natalie also know Dominique?
No.
Does Natalie know Tyler?
No.
Natalie has cooties. I don't like her anymore. So she's
When
nobody.
your sister got to the apartment before you left for Tyler's house, you've already testified about a number of injuries that she's had to her face, her legs, scratches, bruises. You said she was pretty bad, beaten up. You never sought any medical help for her?
No.
You didn't take her to the hospital, obviously, right?
No.
Okay, and we already know that you didn't call 911 for help or anything, right?
Yes.
All right, so in that condition, you decided to leave her there alone and to go to Mr. Rudolph's house, right?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at Mr. Robinson's house other than the people we've just discussed?
No.
Why didn't Tyrone go with you guys?
I don't know.
You didn't ask him?
No.
When you left Tyler's house, you left in your mother's caddy, right?
Yes.
And Tyler was seated in the front seat next to you?
Yes.
And Chris Lowe was in the back?
Yes.
And Sebastian was in the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember while you guys were driving, well, let me ask you this, how long did it take roughly to get to Mr. Rudolph's house?
Around 30 minutes. I'm not sure the exact time.
Okay, and you put his address in your GPS, is that correct?
I believe someone GPS, and I'm not sure who, but yes.
It may have been one of the other guys,
Yes.
but it was GPS.
Yes.
And you had been there on one prior occasion, right?
Yes.
You didn't remember how to get there?
I did.
Okay, so then why'd you GPS it?
Just to double check.
Just to double check.
Yes.
So you knew where Mr. Rudolph lived, you had been to the house.
Yes.
There's no question about that, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, please, Tyler Robinson, who was seated next to you, why, while you guys were driving to Mr. Rudolph's house, that Mr. Robinson received a number of FaceTime calls from individuals?
I don't know.
You don't remember him receiving a FaceTime call while you guys were driving to Mr. Rudolph's house, with him sitting right next to you in the passenger seat?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Robinson receiving any text messages from Hack while he was sitting next to you in the car as you're driving to Mr. Rudolph's house?
No.
You know why Tyler Robinson, who was seated next to you in the car, made an outgoing FaceTime call at 11:29 to somebody whose name I don't know?
No.
Can you explain to the jury what a FaceTime call is, how that works?
You FaceTime them, you click the FaceTime button and call them.
Okay, and just for people like me who aren't really tech savvy, you're basically not speaking into the phone. You press a button on the iPhone and then that person's face shows up and you put it in front of your face and you can actually see that person's
Yes.
person, right?
Yes.
And then you communicate with the phone being at some distance from you, right?
Yes.
Loud, right?
Yes.
You don't put it up to your ear.
Yes.
That'd be silly because the person's here. That's the whole purpose of having this face communication, right?
Yes.
And you're telling the jury that during this drive to Mr. Rudolph's house with Tyler Robinson next to you, you don't recall him receiving or making any outgoing FaceTime calls to any individuals, including Hack. Is that right?
Don't remember.
You don't what?
Remember. I do not remember.
So it's possible.
I don't remember.
Okay. Can you tell this jury why, if you know, Mr. Robinson, who's seated next to you during the drive, would have texted your friend Hack Mr. Rudolph's address about 20 minutes before the shooting? 550 Teak Drive. Why would your friend have done that?
I don't know.
Did you tell Tyler, who was seated right next to you, hey, call my friend Hackshaw, and tell him to meet us over at Mr. Rudolph's house? Did you
No.
tell him to do that?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
100%.
100% sure,
Then
yes.
why did he do that?
I do not know.
You can't offer any insight to that?
No.
Isn't it true that Hackshaw did in fact end up there?
I don't know.
So it's possible, right?
He wasn't there when we were there, no.
Now, you with respect to the one of the texts that there was some discussion about that you actually sent,
Yes.
the dead man walking.
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you meant by that.
Honestly, I was just hyperbole in a sense, and I just,
Hold on. What's hyperbole? What does that mean?
to exaggerate.
Okay. So you sent that as an exaggeration?
Yes.
So you didn't really mean to shoot him, but you meant to maybe do something else to him?
No, it just means that it doesn't mean exactly what it said. It's not, you don't take it literally.
Okay. So what did you mean by that?
I didn't mean nothing specifically.
You would agree that's an odd choice of words,
Yes.
especially after you've been ordered to go shoot up his shit?
Yes.
Okay. You wrote that because that's exactly what you intended to do, right?
No.
You said you sent that to calm your sister down, to get her in quote unquote better headspace, right?
Yes.
Something along those lines.
Along those lines, yes.
But for no other reason.
No.
Yet, after you sent that text, within a very short period of time, you're at Mr. Robinson's house with your friends who just mysteriously show up, and they ask you, do you have your gun? Right?
Yes.
And you find out that Tyler Robinson does, in fact, take his gun with him.
No. I found that out after the fact.
Right. Well, you claim that there was no discussion at the house regarding a gun, and that you didn't hear Sebastien insist that Tyler take it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you never saw a gun on Tyler, who was seated right next to you in the car?
No.
When you got to Mr. Rudolph's house, let me ask you this. Were you aware before
Did he just
you left for Mr. Rudolph's house
In the
that your
microphone?
sister had smashed Travis's cell phone?
No.
Broken it? No? Okay. So when you were calling him at the apartment with your sister there, and he didn't pick up or respond to texts, she never told you that she smashed and broke his phone?
No.
She never offered to give you any other phone numbers, the house phone, for example, that's in his house, right?
No.
Or his family members' phone numbers?
She wasn't home when I was calling him, but no.
Oh, okay. Did your sister tell you prior to going over there to have a talk that she hit him over the head with a trophy?
No.
Did your sister tell you before you went over there to have this chat that she smashed his PlayStation?
No.
Did she tell you that she picked up a tequila bottle and hit him over the head?
No.
Did she tell you that she called Tierney, his sister, and threatened to have him killed?
No.
Did she tell you that she called his mother, Linda, and made threats to her as well?
No.
You didn't know any of that.
No.
If you had known any of that, would that have changed what you did?
I'm unsure.
It's possible.
I don't know.
You were still going to go protect your sister no matter what, right or wrong, right?
I don't know.
You had blinders on. You didn't care about the circumstances. It just took her saying, he slammed me to the ground, picked me off my feet, slammed me down, disrespected me. You go take care of him. That's all it took.
I just wanted to figure out what would happen. So yes, I essentially went over there to talk.
Right. And we know that you decided not to do it on your own, and you decided not to cool off and wait till the following morning, right?
Yes.
You could have gotten in your car the next day, drove over to his house, had a chat, right?
Yes.
You guys were pretty close. We've seen some text messages that are in evidence. You had
Yes.
a good relationship, right?
Yes. That's why I didn't think that he would shoot me.
Well, you could have also made you think
He
this is
probably
so
didn't
out of
think you'd
character.
shoot
Let's go over
him.
the next day and talk to him, right?
Yes, because essentially the action of him putting his hands on my sister was out of character. So that led to everything that happened next.
Right. But again, there was absolutely nothing preventing you from doing it on your own or the following morning, right?
No.
So it was all his fault. It's all Travis's fault.
You knew that there were cameras outside of the house at Mr. Rudolph's. Is that correct?
I knew he had cameras. I wasn't sure on the exact positions of all the cameras.
Not the position, but you were aware there were cameras outside, right?
That's what I'm saying. Outside would be a position of the camera. I wasn't sure on the exact positions. I just knew that he had cameras.
Okay, so you're telling the jury you did not know that he had cameras outside?
I knew he had cameras at his house, but I wasn't sure on the
You know
exact.
where they were located or what they could capture?
I just didn't know where they were located.
You didn't see cameras when you got to his door?
I don't remember looking to identify cameras.
Isn't it true that you knew there were cameras?
I knew he had cameras, yes.
Right, and that's why you guys didn't have your gun out when you got to the door. You told everybody, hey, he's got cameras there, keep your guns in your pockets. Isn't that true?
No.
No?
That's the reason I wouldn't bring a gun to his house, because I know he has cameras. I wouldn't bring a gun.
Well, you had your hands up underneath your hoodie, remember that?
Yes.
You testified that you put your hoodie up when you're mad, right?
Yes.
You weren't fiddling with your gun underneath your hoodie? You didn't have it in your waistband?
No, I was touching my stomach.
When you got to Mr. Rudolph's house, you did some interesting things. You have testified that you know where he lived.
Yes.
So there was nothing preventing you from pulling up into his driveway or parking alongside the house, right?
Yes.
But instead, you decide that you're going to park several blocks away on Redwood, which is not near Mr. Rudolph's house.
Yes.
And isn't it true that the reason you did that was because you knew he had guns, you knew he had cameras, you did not want to give him an opportunity to prepare himself for your attack, so you parked far away so that you guys could sneak up on him?
No.
So why on earth would you park your vehicle the first time several blocks away from his house when there was nothing preventing you from parking at his house?
Honestly, if I'm being transparent, I didn't really want to give off any sort of aggression towards him. And again, this is not something I do often. So in this instance, you know that it looks wrong to do that. But at the time, it's like I don't go talk to people. I don't know that it's going to look like this. In hindsight, after the fact, we don't get shot at. This doesn't happen. It doesn't look wrong. So in this instance, I didn't know at that point in time that it would even come to this. So
You parked far away at night so that you could sneak up on him, and that's exactly why you parked the car that far away.
no.
You all got out of the vehicle, you put your cell phone in the trunk, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that because you knew there was going to be a brawl or a shootout, and
No.
you didn't want your phone to get damaged, right?
No.
Why would you leave your cell phone in the trunk?
Honestly,
Yeah,
at this point, in my head, worst case scenario, maybe a fight, but I don't know.
So you have no real good answer other than there may be a fight, so my cell phone could get damaged, and I don't know.
Yes.
Okay? And then you get back in your car and you move the car up a little bit further,
Yes.
but still a pretty good distance from Mr. Rudolph's house, and that's where you ultimately leave your car, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that you pulled it up to quote unquote shorten your walk. You remember that?
Yes.
Well, if you wanted to shorten your walk, why didn't you pull up right near his driveway?
Same answer before. I really didn't want to give off any other signs of aggression or anything like that.
Because that's what was in your mind. You were going there with aggression in your mind.
No.
That's why you didn't do it.
No, ma'am.
When you parked ultimately several blocks from the house, You all walked up to the door, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen the ring video. You watched it?
Yes.
Described it?
Yes.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Hello? Do you recognize this? Okay.
Yes.
Let me see how to best do this. Can you see this from over here, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us who this is in the hoodie?
That's me.
Who's this person right here?
Travis's brother.
Travis' brother?
Yes.
And who's this person in the back?
Sebastien.
Okay.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, can you all see this, or do you need to have it closer? I see a thumbs up. Anybody having trouble seeing it? Apparently not. Okay, go, sure. You are what? Oh, all right. So you want to identify them then? Okay. So what are they? Okay, Defense Exhibit 1 is admitted without objection. Yes, ma'am. That is a blown-up image of something. Okay, all right. Portion of the
Image
video.
of something.
A still from the video, blown up. Got it.
Just don't know what.
Can you see this, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
It too is a blow-up from the
It is.
video?
It is, Your
The
Honor.
Ring camera video?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
Hold on, please. Can you tell us who this is, please?
Chris.
Chris Lowe?
Yes.
Who is this?
Me.
And who is this back here?
Tyler.
And who is this?
Sebastien.
And can you tell me what Tyler is wearing?
I can't see.
Why don't you step down?
Something like you can't really see
Of
Tyler.
course you can. But use the pointer so you don't inadvertently
He
blow.
doesn't have a shirt on.
He does or does not?
He does not have a shirt on.
Why don't you step down, please?
I really can't tell.
Take a look. He does have a shirt on? Showing it's been admitted as defense number 3, which is also a clip from the video, the ring video that was taken at the front porch. Who is this?
Chris.
And this?
Sebastien.
And who is this?
Me.
Okay. May the witness step down, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Watch your step, Mr. Jones.
You have any trouble with your vision? Okay. Can you see this okay? You want to step over here a little bit? You sure? Can you tell the jurors what this item is in Chris Lowe's front pocket? His phone. You're 100% sure. Okay, how do you know that? So he had his phone and you saw him, or he told you that he's putting it in his right front pocket? He told you that. I think we're having trouble.
Well, then maybe you need to move that over there. And then that way you can use the microphone, one of the 3 microphones on the podium. And then Mr. Jones can use the handheld. Or wait a minute, maybe we got it better. You, Deputy Lubisky.
And right here, you said this is Sebastien, correct?
Yes.
And there is a very large, what appears to be a fairly large item in his right front pocket that has a pointy front. Do you see that? The tip. See that pointy tip?
I'm not sure, but you're telling me, so yes.
No, I don't want you to disagree with me. But tell me, does that tip on that item appear to be pointy to you? Or am I imagining that?
It's really subjective. I'm not sure.
How would you characterize the tip of that item?
It looks like it's something in his pocket. I'm not really sure.
Would you represent to the jury that that tip of that item is square and flush, or does it appear to be a tip?
It looks like a corner.
Okay. With respect to the item in Chris Lowe's front right pocket,
Yes.
okay, There also appears to be a bit of a tip, but less of a tip, and a long line or edge on the right. Do you see that?
Yes,
All right. You just wait there for a moment.
of course.
Showing you what's been admitted into evidence as defense number 5, which is also a clip from the Ring video taken from the porch.
So it's another still image, and they're 1 through 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all 3, 1 through 5 are admitted without objection. They're all stills from the Ring camera video. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury who this is?
Tyler.
Okay. And is Tyler wearing the same shirt that he had on moments before?
Nope.
Okay. Do you know why Tyler took his shirt off?
No.
You remember testifying on direct examination that Tyler left his shirt in the trunk of the vehicle?
I said I wasn't sure.
Okay. You can have a seat. So now you're sure, because we see it right there, that he took his shirt off, correct?
I knew he took his shirt off, but I wasn't sure where he put it.
Is that to ready himself for a fight?
I don't know.
You would agree, though, that that's what it appears to be.
No, I would just agree that he took his shirt off.
Why was it that you had Sebastien bang on the door?
I didn't have him bang on the door. He just knocked on the door.
Well, okay, that's again subjective. But why didn't you? You were there to have the talk. Why didn't you go man to man and knock on the door? Why'd you have one of your buddies do it?
I didn't have him do it. We didn't make a decision on who was knocking on the door. He just knocked on the door.
But you would agree this is your beef. You're there to go talk to this man who disrespected your sister, and you didn't just go up and knock on the door. You had somebody else, or somebody else made the decision to go on there and forcibly bang on that door, right?
He knocked on the door, yes.
You didn't break Travis's windshield that night, right? On his vehicle?
I didn't know his windshield was broken.
Asking if you did. Did you break
No.
or smash his windshield?
No,
Did you see Tyler Robinson break or smash his windshield?
no,
Did you see Sebastien break and smash his windshield?
no,
Did you see Chris Lowe do that?
no,
You have any idea how that happened?
no.
You're aware that his windshield was smashed, right?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And you can't tell us how that happened.
No,
Did your sister do it?
I don't know.
Did your sister go back to Mr. Rudolph's house after you guys made a plan to go there?
No,
You sure about that?
that's not something she would do.
I'm asking you, not whether she would or would not. I'm asking if she did.
If he knows, overruled, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, well, there's been some text messages that have been admitted into evidence. You discussed them with Ms. Ellis.
Yes,
There's a text message that from Dominique, your sister, at 11:44, which was roughly 14 minutes or so before the shooting or before you went to the front door. And she wrote to you, "Where are you all at?" You remember that? Or "Where are you all out?"
yes.
Okay. Why would your sister, minutes before a shooting, ask you where you are all at if she wasn't there waiting for you guys?
She asked where we're at because we didn't answer her, I guess. I don't know. We didn't call her or anything. I'm not sure.
You're speculating. You don't really know, right?
I don't.
You would agree this sounds like she's there waiting and she's saying, "Where are you all?"
No, it sounds like she's asking us where we're at.
You told her you're going to talk to this man. So why would she say, "Where are you all at"?
Because the last thing she heard from us was we're on our way. She doesn't know exactly where we're at, so she's asking us where are we.
You told us and you told your sister.
Yes.
You were going to have a talk with this man at midnight.
Yes,
Okay. So why on earth would she care where you're at?
because she doesn't know exactly where we're at. She knows we were on our way to, but that was the last communication we had. Of course, she's going to ask us where are we eventually.
Okay. But then in that same exhibit that's been admitted into evidence, Dominique, your sister, sent a text. Well, let me go backtrack. There was a text between you, Sebastien, Tyler, and Dominique. It was a group text. And so was that last one, that one where are you all at, that your sister texted you guys? That was a group text that she sent to you, Sebastien, Tyler. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So she knew you were all together,
Yes.
and you then wrote back, Or was it you? I don't know if that, believe it was Tyler. We're on our way. Is that correct?
We wrote that back to what?
You just said something about, you said you're on your way. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And then Dominique sent another text at 12:33, so this would have been after the shooting, with a question mark. And then another text to the same group at 12:58, a few minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning, so roughly an hour after the shooting, with one simple word, call. Right?
Yes.
Why would your sister be following your every movement and keeping track if you just went over to go talk to him?
Because just she knows my intentions, but she's not aware of Travis's intentions.
She's tracking you.
Exactly.
She wants to know what you're doing because she knows you're going over there with a gun, and she's so angry at this guy. She wants him dead because that's what she told you to do.
No.
She's tracking you to see if that's what was done.
No.
Sebastien, prior to this incident, was not friends with Mr. Rudolph. Is that correct?
No.
Chris Lowe wasn't friends with Mr. Rudolph, right?
No.
Tyler wasn't friends with Mr. Rudolph.
No.
They didn't have a relationship, right?
Not really a direct relationship, but no.
They didn't hang out with one another.
I mean, they met him before. They were there when we went to the gun show. So
But other than that, they didn't really know each other like that, right?
no.
When you all parked the car before you went up to Mr. Rudolph's door, were the four of you together as a group?
Yes.
And you walked together up the walk or up the block as a group?
Yes.
And when you approached the house, you were together as a group?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury who FaceTimed Tyler at 11:58, 2 minutes before you got to the house?
I don't know.
You were all together. You didn't see Tyler making or getting a FaceTime call?
No.
Can you explain to the jury why at 12:04 Tyler was FaceTimed again from somebody?
I don't know.
You have no idea. You didn't see that.
No, I don't remember that.
But you were all together.
Yes.
And again, a FaceTime call is where somebody's speaking to a phone like this, right? Not up to your ear.
You can put it up to your ear. I'm not sure how he answered the phone.
Nobody puts FaceTime calls up to their ears unless they can't hear, and then it's this
Who was
way,
Tyler
not
getting
this
FaceTime
way.
calls?
I don't know.
Well, hold on. When he didn't have his phone, you said it was in the trunk.
I don't know.
He's
You
magic.
can't tell the jury? You
I
can't?
didn't know he got FaceTime calls until just now.
Okay. And you testified it was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
So you can't, no explanation.
No, I have no explanation to that.
When Sebastien banged on the door, almost immediately, DJ, his brother, came out, right?
Yes.
And DJ was pretty calm and polite,
Yes.
and you guys, or you demanded that you wanted to speak to Travis, right?
Yes.
And
Do you say
Travis came out,
please?
Yes.
and when Travis came out, he did not have a gun, right?
Yes.
Yes, he did not have a gun,
Yes.
okay? And when he stepped out of the house, isn't it a fact that Tyler, the guy who took off his shirt readying for a fight, sucker punched him in the side of the head?
No.
Isn't it a fact that you guys immediately attacked him, never giving him a chance to do anything?
No.
That's not true?
No.
But you don't know why Tyler took off his shirt.
No.
You can't really offer an explanation why you left your expensive iPhone in the trunk of your car, other than it's possible the fight was going to start, right?
Correct.
Exactly what happened. A fight broke out, a brawl.
Correct.
So much so that a neighbor across the street was concerned and put a clip in his gun.
Sustained. Rephrase, please.
Are you aware
No, I'm not.
that a neighbor was so concerned by what was happening that he himself went and got his gun?
No, I am not.
Would that surprise you?
Yes.
You guys attacked this man the minute he walked out of the house. After Tyler punched him in the side of the head, all four of you jumped on him. Isn't that true?
No.
Isn't it a fact that Tyler cornered him after he stepped away out of the camera's view and pulled his gun on Mr. Rudolph?
No.
How would you know if you were over here fighting with DJ?
I wasn't fighting with DJ.
Okay, so who are you fighting?
Travis.
So you were the only one fighting Travis?
I told you at the beginning of the fight, that's when I got slammed by Travis.
Okay. And then you've also testified that at some point all of you were fighting, right?
Yes.
All right. So if you're all fighting, how, and trying to save your life, how is it that you can see what other guys are doing or not doing?
Because I'm there.
Yeah, but you're not watching them the whole time in the heat of the moment.
I'm watching Travis.
Right. You're not watching Tyler.
But if he were to pull a gun out on Travis, I would see that.
Okay. So you're only focused, this guy's beating you up to death, and you're now going, okay, I'm not going to look at my aggressor. I'm going to go look at Tyler and see if he's pointing a gun or doing anything. That's what you want this jury to believe?
All right. Approach, please. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, please. Like, stop being mean to my client. Get my cursor back over. Fast forward. I am pretty sure that we get to the direct of the sister today, but not the cross. And that's the fun one. That'll be Friday if it's not today.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
So are you telling this jury that while Travis is beating you up, that you're focused on Tyler and watching his actions?
No, I'm saying that if a gun were to have been pointed at Travis's head, I would have seen it.
Well, you would agree that it wasn't just you and Mr. Rudolph the whole time that were fighting.
Yes. But I never had any altercation with his brother. It was mostly just me and Travis. Like the main altercation I had was with Travis.
But not the whole time.
The whole time.
There were other times where there were other groups that had broken off and people were fighting. You're telling this jury that the whole time you were only fighting one individual? And
Me personally, yes, I never fought DJ. I never fought his brother.
okay. So again, while you were fighting with Mr. Rudolph, it's your testimony that you had the wherewithal then to focus on what another one of your brothers was doing?
If a gun were to have been pointed at his head, I would have seen it, yes.
Wasn't it a fact that's exactly what happened, that he took out his gun and he pointed it at Mr. Rudolph's head?
No.
You would agree, though, that there was a time where Tyler was off to the side near a palm tree and was fighting Mr. Rudolph. Do you remember that?
I'm not sure.
And you certainly remember when now that Mr. Rudolph ran into his house to get his gun, right?
Yes.
And isn't it a fact that the only reason he did that was because Mr. Robinson had pointed a gun to his head?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rudolph came back out. You saw the video.
Yes.
With his gun in his hand.
Yes.
Tripped and fell, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you testified that you heard somebody say, you got this, right?
Yes.
And you testified that that was Tyler Robinson who said that.
Yes.
Okay? So Mr. Rudolph was close enough. Well, do you know if Mr. Rudolph was close enough to Mr. Robinson when he said those words, you got this, you got this?
In the video, you can see the distance between them.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Robinson said that?
So he
You
could,
got this, you got this?
because he had a gun in his hand.
So what does you got this mean? If you know.
That just means stop.
That what?
Stop.
Okay. For Mr. Rudolph to stop, or that Tyler Robinson, meaning you got this, basically I surrender and I'm leaving? How did you interpret that?
For Travis Rudolph to stop.
What?
For Travis Rudolph to stop.
Okay. And Mr. Rudolph did in fact not shoot anybody, right, at that point?
No, he ran after us.
No. At that point, my question is, did he shoot his gun at you?
I said no, he ran after us.
And did he shoot?
When he got to us, yes.
At the point where he came out with his gun and Tyler Robinson said, you got this, at that exact moment, did Mr. Rudolph shoot his gun?
No.
At you?
No.
Did he shoot his gun at Tyler?
At that moment?
At that moment?
No.
Did he shoot his gun at Chris?
No, we were in different positions. The only person who was, Sebastien and Tyler were more close to him. Me and Chris were on our way to the car at that time.
And the reason you ran to your car was because at that point you saw him that he had a gun, right?
No.
You were the first one to run down Redwood?
Yes.
And it was your intent to run back to your vehicle, right?
Yes, so we could leave.
Driver.
Yes.
You would agree that the other men, your brothers, they were still in the vicinity,
Chris was closer, but yes.
but they were not at the vehicle.
Chris was at the vehicle.
And you would agree, or would you not, that DJ was on Redwood being beaten by one of your brothers?
I don't know.
So it's possible.
I don't know.
Did you see DJ being beaten by Sebastien?
No, I didn't see that.
Do you remember, because you said Chris Lowe was closest to you, that Chris actually turned away back from the vehicle and started running back down Redwood so that he could help Sebastien beat up DJ?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
You testified that at one point he was close to you, right? You were in
Yes.
the vehicle first, right?
Yes.
And you never, when you got into your vehicle so that you would have been facing the very direction that Sebastien and DJ were fighting, you're telling this jury that you didn't see them fighting and didn't see Chris Lowe run back up.
No.
You never saw Chris sucker punch
No.
DJ in the head?
No.
You didn't see two men on one?
No.
Do you remember seeing Travis coming down the street, running to help his brother at that point?
No.
You didn't see that when you were sitting in your vehicle facing in that direction?
No.
You didn't see a fight that was roughly 20 to 30 feet from the point of the front of your vehicle?
No.
But at some point, it's your testimony that all of the other men ran to the car and jumped into the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And Sebastien was in the front seat,
Yes.
passenger seat,
Yes.
and Chris Lowe was in the back.
Yes.
And we know that you believed Tyler Robinson made it into the vehicle, but you now know or knew.
He did. He made it into the vehicle. He just got out.
You don't know if he fell out or jumped out, right?
He told me he jumped out. So
But you didn't see it with your own eyes.
no.
You don't know personally whether he jumped out or fell out of the vehicle.
No.
Why would he jump out?
And isn't it a fact that Mr. Rudolph did not start shooting until all of you were in the vehicle, or Mr. Robinson partially in the vehicle, but the other three of you inside the vehicle?
I'm not sure.
Well, did he shoot? Let me ask you this. When you were running to your vehicle, did he shoot at you?
No.
When Chris Lowe was running back to the vehicle, was he shooting?
No.
When Tyler Robinson was running to the vehicle, was he shooting?
No.
When Sebastien was running to the vehicle, was he shooting?
No.
So he didn't begin shooting until you guys were inside the car.
I don't think Tyler fully got in, but I don't know.
Right. The other three.
I believe so. Yes.
And the reason he started shooting at that point, when he was roughly 20 to 30 feet away from the front of your mother's car, was that Sebastien had his gun and pointed it through the windshield, ready to shoot and kill him, right?
No.
No? That's not what happened?
No.
Isn't it a fact that Tyler Robinson, who was sort of hanging in the door frame in the rear, pointed his gun at Mr. Rudolph and DJ, and that's why he fired his gun?
No.
How do you know? You couldn't see behind you.
You're right, but I can see next to me.
In that moment, you're being shot at.
You said I wasn't being shot yet.
When you were in the vehicle, in that moment, you're all running. We saw the clip. We saw
Yes.
the video. Split second. You testified you sped out of there. It's your testimony now that you're focusing on and can see fully what Sebastian's doing.
Yes.
So you can see what Sebastian is doing in that moment, in that heat, when your adrenaline's running, yet you're telling this jury when you're moseying down to Mr. Rudolph's house, you don't see the same person, different person sitting in that exact same seat getting FaceTime calls throughout the night, right?
There's things that grab your attention.
Right.
So a gun in my face would most certainly grab my attention. An everyday phone call, I wouldn't really focus on, especially after getting shot at. Something as minute as who called him really becomes unimportant.
Unless it's somebody that you've recruited to come there and help, right? Like Hackshaw.
No.
So Tyler Robinson fell from the car or jumped from the car. We don't really know, but you
Yes.
know it now. He's not in the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you later learned that he was hit,
Yes.
and he basically had some graze wounds, right? He was released from the hospital the next day.
He had a hole in his hip.
He was released from the hospital the next day, was he not?
He had a hole in his hip, though.
But my question is not where his injury was or what it was. My question is, was he released from the hospital the next day?
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you were being shot at, you ducked down,
Yes.
and Chris Lowe ducked down.
I'm not sure if he ducked, but yes.
You couldn't see him, right? Because he was in the back.
Yes.
Guess what?
Yes. He was in the back seat.
Just like Tyler Robinson was
Yes.
back. You couldn't see what he was doing either, right?
He definitely didn't put a gun past me, though. I can tell you that.
So you can see what one person in the
Precisely.
was not doing, but you can't see what the you can see what the other person in the back is doing.
I would know because one thing is happening in front of me and one thing is happening behind me.
Tyler's out of the car. He runs,
Yes.
and you later learn that he ditched his gun from the police, right?
Yes.
He basically tried to conceal evidence. That's what that means, right?
No.
You're aware that the police located a gun later that evening or that morning, right?
Yes.
And after you realized that Tyler was no longer in the car, you looked over at Sebastien and realized that he shot, right?
I knew that instantly. Yes.
So Sebastien didn't duck, right?
I don't know.
And the reason he was shot was because he was sitting upright pointing a gun, right?
No.
The reason you weren't shot was because you ducked.
I don't know where he was shot at, so I cannot speak if that's why he got shot.
The reason Chris Lowe wasn't shot was because he ducked too, right?
I'm not sure.
And the reason Tyler got shot was because he was upright just like Sebastien, pointing a gun as well, right?
No.
When you left that scene, you drove south, right?
I'm not sure on which direction that is, but I drove.
And rather than immediately getting on the phone, you had Chris's phone, you said, right? Whose phone?
Yes. Chris's phone.
You could have called 911, right?
Yes.
And you didn't.
Yes, because that would take too long for paramedics to get there. I wanted to get him to the hospital as soon as possible.
Hospital you never made it to, right?
Yes.
So rather than calling for help, 911, got somebody shot, get an ambulance here, right? You didn't do that.
That would have took longer than me just directly taking him to the
You
hospital.
don't know that. You're assuming that.
No, I would know that.
Okay. So you're in the car roughly 5 miles, right?
Yes.
Down US 1.
Yes. Well, I don't know what road, but yes.
And you have in your GPS the hospital, right?
Yes.
St. Mary's Hospital.
I'm not sure which hospital it was.
And you're driving roughly 5 miles south. And do you even know what direction you're driving in?
No.
You're just trying to find the hospital.
Just trying to follow the GPS, yes.
Okay? And on that road, US 1, that then turns into Broadway, there are 2 huge hospital signs.
It's subjective, but
That's subjective?
huge, yes.
Okay. What is it? You're familiar with typical hospital signs, right?
Yes.
They're rather large, right?
Couldn't say.
How large do you think they are?
I'm not sure.
Well, tell the truth.
I am unsure of the size of a hospital sign.
How would you characterize a hospital sign?
The same as
What it looks like?
it's a sign with an H on it.
Okay. And they're pretty prominent. That's why they have them, so that people can see them and know where the hospital location is, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you passed 2 of those large signs, and then you passed the hospital, right?
I'm unaware of that.
Well, the hospital was 5 miles back from 40th and 4 or 5 blocks back from 40th and Broadway. Are you aware of that?
So how did I pass it?
You have to tell me. Tell
No,
me.
are you telling me I drove past it? So it was on either one of my left or right sides, and I just didn't see it.
I don't know. You had the GPS on. It was.
But you just told me I drove past it.
It was on 45th, St. Mary's. You went.
That's not. I didn't drive past it. I took a right when I got out.
When you landed in the automobile, the abandoned shop.
Yes,
You
precisely.
could have made a right heading west to go to St. Mary's, and you didn't on 45th. You passed the
didn't.
hospital.
But how could I pass it if it's not directly on my left or right side? You're saying I passed it like
Playing
it's.
with words.
I'm not playing with words. You're telling me I passed it when it wasn't on my left or my right side.
Okay, let's break.
If I can't see it, how did I pass it?
let's break
All
it
right,
down.
wait for the next question.
Of course.
You end up in an abandoned shop.
Yes.
It's dark, right?
Yes.
Still didn't call 911.
No,
No. When you first arrived there, you did not call 911.
I called 911 as soon as we got there.
As soon as you got there,
Yes.
were you inside the car or outside the car when you?
I'm not sure.
You remember seeing Officer Panagua, first officer that was in the vicinity, who came up to you guys, pulled up?
The one I flagged down?
Well, did you flag him down? Let me ask it that way.
Yes, you can hear it in the 911 call.
Well, you're assuming that that's Officer Panagua.
Because you're telling me that I spoke with him, so that's the only officer I remember speaking with.
There were multiple officers there. You're assuming that the person on that,
Sustained.
you're assuming, are you not, that the officer on that 911 call is Officer Panagua? You don't know
No.
that.
I'm telling you that the only officer I interacted with was the first officer I seen and flagged down during the call.
So it's your testimony that you flagged down Officer Panagua.
I don't know who Officer Panagua is.
And when did you flag, so your testimony is that you, while you were on the phone with 911, you did flag down a officer, but you
Yes.
don't know who it is.
Yes, precisely.
All right. And you were outside of the vehicle or inside the vehicle?
I'm not sure. I had to be outside because I was like, hey, right here, right here. I'm not sure.
And where was Chris at the time?
I'm not sure.
And after you made the 911 call, what did you do?
What do you mean by that?
Well, what'd you do? I mean, the police arrived and
I was on the phone the whole time.
okay. And then eventually you got off the phone, right?
Yes, and then they were there. That's when I'm talking to them now.
How many police officers were there at that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it just one or was it multiple vehicles?
I'm not sure.
You don't know.
I do not remember.
Okay. And you were on scene there for several hours, were you not?
I believe so. I'm not really sure on the time frame.
Well, you eventually went to the hospital, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what time that was?
No.
Do you remember while you were at 40th and Broadway that you gave a statement to Detective Vanderlyn?
Yes.
And that was a sworn statement under oath?
Yes.
And you never told Detective Vanderlyn that anybody had a gun that night, right?
Correct.
Because it's your testimony you didn't know that Tyler had a gun, right?
Correct.
You didn't tell Detective Vanderlyn that your sister sent you a text message to go shoot up Travis's shit, right?
No.
Okay. You didn't tell Detective Vanderlyn that you sent a text message back to Tyler and your sister saying that Travis is a dead man walking, right?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you tell the lead detective in the homicide case that you went there after you received a text to go shoot it up and you said this man's a dead man walking? Why wouldn't you tell the detective that?
Honestly, I forgot that even happened. At that point, my only focus was Sebastian. Still, that's still all that's in my head is Sebastian.
How many times do you text that a day?
You spoke to her
Yes.
a couple hours after you and Chris were on scene.
I'm not
I
sure.
didn't
on
tell her
the
that
exact
because I didn't want to
Were
go
you
to
and Chris
jail.
talking about things that happened that night before you were interviewed?
time. No.
You had opportunity to.
But why would we want to talk about just getting shot at? A traumatic experience. Why would we want to speak? I still don't want to speak about it.
Were you present when Mr. Lowe gave his interview?
They separated us.
Were you present? Did you see that happen?
I couldn't hear him. But yes, we were in the same area when we both gave interviews. Yes.
Okay. Your interview, do you remember how long it was?
No.
Remember how long the police spoke with Mr. Lowe?
No.
But at some point they released you, correct?
Yes. Eventually.
And then the two of you took an Uber?
Yes.
And where'd you go?
Chris's house
Why'd you go to Chris's house?
to get his car.
Okay. And did you in fact get his car?
Yes.
Did you ever find out how Mr. Lowe got to Tyler's house that evening, if his car was back at his own house?
No.
So would that suggest that somebody picked him up? Do you know? Did you ever find out how he got there?
I don't know.
And after you got into his car, you went to St. Mary's Hospital, correct?
Yes.
But before you arrived at the hospital, isn't it a fact that your sister and you guys had FaceTimed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that the four of you, Dominique, Chris, and Tyler, while in Tyler's hospital room, had
No,
all
we didn't.
talked? You had
No,
all
we didn't.
FaceTimed.
Tyler was in surgery. How could we possibly FaceTime?
You were in what?
Tyler was in surgery. How could he possibly FaceTime?
So at no point did any of you FaceTime before Tyler was spoken to by the police. Is that your testimony?
Literally, no.
Dude, you already
And
testified you
don't remember calling your
FaceTimed him.
sister and telling her what had happened that night?
I never did.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood, but I thought on direct examination you said that you had spoken to your sister.
Yes, I had spoken to my sister and just telling her we got shot. I didn't explain to her in any detail of what happened.
You did speak with your sister,
Yes.
and that was by FaceTime?
No, I think it was a phone call. It was on Chris's phone. I don't remember.
Okay, but it's possible it was FaceTime, you don't recall?
I think it was a phone call.
But you're not 100% sure, right?
I think it was a phone call.
Were you present when your sister gave her sworn statement to Detective Ema?
No, I don't even know who Detective Ema is.
Were you present when your sister gave a statement to any law enforcement officer?
No,
Do you know where your sister gave that statement?
no,
But you were not with her.
no.
How did you leave the hospital? Was it just you and Chris, or was it you, Chris, and Dominique?
Just me and Chris.
How did Dominique get to the hospital? Do you know?
I don't know.
But she did in fact show up, right?
Yes,
And how did Dominique get home? Do you know?
I don't know.
Where'd you go after?
To Chris's house.
Why
I
didn't
care
you go
about
back
her
to your
so
home?
much. I didn't care.
I don't know.
So you went back to Chris's house,
Yes,
and again, you didn't have enough concern about your sister who had been beaten to go back to your own home to help your sister, right?
Sebastian had just got shot.
Okay.
Tyler had just got shot.
So instead you go to your friend's house and not back home to be with your sister.
I literally had no idea what I was doing at that point in time.
Because we didn't care about her butt surgery at that time.
Do you have a clear memory of what happened that night?
Yes,
Despite all of the adrenaline
not
and excitement
then.
and being shot at and everything else?
yes,
Sure about that.
yes.
When you realized that Tyler was not fully in the car, but was sort of in and out of the vehicle, I don't want to characterize your words, but at some point you realize he's not in the car, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You could not see if Tyler was pointing a gun at that point.
I know he definitely did not point a gun in the car.
But again, how can you tell us how you know that? While you're being shot at, as you're driving away, as you're ducking down, you've testified to the jury you were ducking down. How can you see what's happening behind you?
You said that we didn't start getting shot until he already pointed the gun. I'm letting you know that he did not point a gun past my head to aim at Travis in the street, because that's what Travis was. I did not see Sebastien point a gun to aim at Travis. For me, we got shot after, is what you're saying, that he's seen guns were pointed. I'm telling you that I didn't see any guns pointed.
You're assuming that,
I'm not assuming.
no, let me finish my question. You're assuming that, based on your answer, that
course.
Tyler was pointing the gun straight through the windshield in order for you to see it.
I'm telling you that that's not what I seen. Like, there's no way that I could have missed that.
But we already know that the door wasn't in the car. The door wasn't closed. He wasn't pointing it through the windshield. We know that he was out of the car. He was pointing it this way.
Sustained? Sustained.
Did you see Tyler Robinson?
No, I did not.
Let me finish my question.
Of course, sorry.
Point the gun while he was hanging out halfway in and halfway out of the car, or had fallen out of the car. Could you have seen, or did you see him pointing the gun at Mr. Rudolph?
No.
And isn't it true that you would not have been able to, because he was not in the vehicle? He was not pointing it through the windshield.
I assumed he got out the car when the shooting began. So, by definition of what you're saying, it really doesn't make sense for me not to see it. Because you're saying if it happened when he was out the car, but he got out the car after shooting started, then I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
All right. Isn't it true that to this very day, the police have never checked if the gun that you owned at the time of the shooting, that Glock 9mm, is in fact the very gun that is currently in your possession?
No, but they can.
That's not my question. My question.
No, I answer no.
They've never done that, right?
No.
So there's no way that law enforcement knows definitively whether the Glock you possess today is in fact the same Glock that you possessed back then, right?
No.
Isn't it a fact that before law enforcement got to the location of 40th and Broadway, that you and Chris Lowe removed a gun from Sebastian's hand?
No.
Can you saw Sebastien, obviously, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember his hand being in a position like this, where it appeared that he was pointing a gun?
No.
So you're telling us you never touched his hand, right?
Yes.
Okay. There would have been no reason for you to.
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that you never, or you and Chris Lowe, never removed a firearm from Sebastian's hand.
Yes, precisely.
I'm sorry, I can't see your eyes.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't toss a gun?
No.
You didn't toss your own gun?
No.
Chris Lowe didn't toss a gun?
No.
Nobody tossed a gun except for Tyler, right? The
No.
one that was found by police.
Yes.
Just want to go back to something and make sure it's clear. At the time, isn't it true that the time that Tyler Robinson was pointing a gun,
He was never.
Sustained. You're going to have to rephrase that question.
okay, from where Tyler Robinson was in the car, could you see him pointing a gun?
Yes.
So you did see him point a gun.
No.
You would have been able to see. That's your testimony.
Yes.
And that's true even if he was outside of the vehicle, correct?
I'm not sure.
So if he was outside of the vehicle, it's possible you would not be able to see him pointing the gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother, right?
Yes.
And the same is true if he was halfway in and halfway out of the vehicle.
It was my understanding that you said that Travis didn't begin shooting until after. So I'm unsure on what you're trying to say.
So if Mr. Robinson is halfway in, halfway out, falling out of the vehicle, isn't it true that there was no way that you could have seen him pointing the gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother?
Are you saying after we were getting shot?
I'm asking at the point where he's hanging in and out of the vehicle, okay? You're focused on driving, speeding away, you're ducking down. Isn't it a fact that you could not have seen Mr. Robinson pointing his gun?
While we're being shot?
My question is, at the point that he's in and out of the vehicle,
Yes.
you could not see that.
Yes.
You could not see that
Yes.
before the shooting started.
But you said he didn't start shooting until after.
You could not know. You could not see Tyler Robinson pointing his gun while he was out of the vehicle or halfway in and out of the vehicle before the shooting started.
You said Travis didn't start shooting at us until we got in the vehicle.
After the guns were pointed. After
There were no guns being pointed.
I know that's your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that it would have been impossible for you to see that Tyler Robinson, while he was halfway in and out of the car, or after he jumped out of the car, according to you, before any shots were fired by Mr. Rudolph.
What's the objection? All right, it is. All right, so rephrase the question, please. Sustained.
Isn't it true that when Tyler Robinson, according to you, jumped out of the car, okay, before Mr. Rudolph fired a single shot, hold on, that it would have been impossible for you to see Tyler pointing a gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother?
Tyler did not get out the car before shots were fired.
Mr. Rudolph didn't fire a single shot until Tyler and Sebastien pointed guns at him. Isn't that a fact?
They did not point guns at him.
So your testimony is that neither one of them pointed a gun,
Yes.
even though it's impossible for you to see what Mr. Robinson was doing while he was outside of the car.
That would have been after being shot.
Before.
But you said that Travis didn't start shooting until we.
Before.
But you just said that he didn't start shooting until we were all in the car.
My question is, you weren't all in the car, right? You've
That's what
already
you just-
said that.
We were in the car.
So Tyler Robinson was in the car as well? In the car, door closed, you were all in the car?
We were all in the car, and then he got out after shooting started.
The door never closed. He never made it in the car.
Sustained.
Isn't it a fact that he never made it fully in the car?
That is not a fact.
You don't know, because you were ducked down. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure at what point I started ducking in relation to when he got out the car.
You just testified a moment ago that Tyler didn't fully ever get into the car. You remember that?
I'm unsure.
Those were your words. Tyler didn't fully get into the car.
I'm not sure.
You don't remember just testifying to that a moment ago?
I remember saying that I'm not sure if he got fully in or not, but I'm not sure.
So if Tyler never fully got in the car, it would have been impossible for you to see him point his gun at Mr. Rudolph and DJ. Isn't that true?
It just depends on which side he's on, because you can only be halfway in and halfway out. He's right-handed. He's not going to point a gun with his left hand. So
What side was he on?
my left, behind me.
So he was behind you,
Yes.
okay? And your position is that he's not fully in the car.
Point a
He's
gun
on
with
the
your
street.
left-handed,
And
unless
I'm not sure.
with your left
You
hand,
could not
unless you're
see
left-handed.
him pointing his gun?
I did not see him point a gun.
Did he just kiss his necklace?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I mean, she's almost done. That guy does have pouty lips. Like, he's got the pout down like a model.
Just going back a few more questions with respect to Tyler and the vehicle. Can you've testified now that Tyler Robinson was directly behind you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to this jury, please, how you couldn't see Tyler Robinson pointing a gun when he's behind you and, according to you, not fully in the vehicle? How can you see behind your head what's going on? Explain to the jury, please.
I'm just saying personally that I did not see him point a gun forward past me.
So you don't know if he did then?
I know that I didn't see him point a gun.
So it's possible
Wait.
he did. You don't have eyes in the back of your head, correct?
I'm not sure. It depends. Like I said, it depends on what side he's on. Like, he's not left-handed. So if he's on my
Well, make up your mind on which side he's on, because he's been on every side of the car, but she just said you testified to the fact that he was sitting behind you. If he's sitting behind you and you're driving and his hand goes between you and the passenger seat, isn't it going with his right hand if he's sitting behind you in the driver's seat? Sorry, I have to turn myself around in my car, picture myself in my car. Then it's going right-handed. And now you're saying, I don't know where he was. Because he's not left-handed. So stick with the fact that he was behind you, even though it doesn't work for you. Because Tyler didn't make it in the car. Whatever happened, he did not make it in the car.
right side and he's halfway in and halfway out. He's not out the car pointing a gun with his left hand. He would have to point it past me, and I'm telling you, I did not see.
That's not my question. My question is, you don't have eyes in the back of your head, right?
No.
He's behind you.
Yes.
Only mothers have that.
According to you, he didn't fully get in the vehicle, so that's either he's partially out, all out, but he didn't get fully in the vehicle, right? Those were your words.
I said I was unsure if he got in fully. I just know for a fact that as soon as shooting started, that's when he left the vehicle.
And before the shooting started, you can't tell this jury or explain to this jury how it is that you can tell them now that Tyler did not point a gun from that position before the shooting started when you weren't in a position to see it because you were looking straight ahead. Explain to the jury that, please.
I was in a position to see if he pointed a gun past me in the direction. So I'm confused on how any other way he could point it.
Well, that's assuming that that you're looking in that direction. What if your head was turned this way? What if your head was looking straight ahead?
You just told me I was.
Sustained, it is.
Explain to the jury how you can see something that's happening behind you when somebody's not fully in the car. You can't tell them for sure whether he was pointing his gun or not. Isn't that true?
I can tell them for sure that he did not point a gun past me to aim at Travis.
Assuming, again, that you're looking in that direction. Right?
It has.
I said that already. Am I going? Yes, I did. I have nothing else. Thank
All
you.
right, very well. I'm assuming there'll be some redirect examination, right? Have you any, briefly? Describe briefly for me, if you will. Okay, very well. We'll take care of that. All right, thank you.
I'm surprised that all three attorneys were allowed
Yes.
to object.
Go back to
She should have been the only
beginning of
one.
this, and just to reiterate some stuff and to clarify some stuff for the members of the jury here.
Of course.
When did this defendant start shooting at you guys?
He started shooting at us after we got in the car, attempting to leave.
So, to be clear, this defendant started shooting at you guys as you guys were leaving in your car, driving away.
Yes.
Is that when the shooting started?
Yes.
Did you ever see anyone with a gun?
No.
Did you know that Tyler had taken a gun over there that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler point that gun at anyone during the fight?
No.
What kind of fight was this?
It was just an altercation with many different people at one time.
Was it a fist fight?
Yes.
Did anybody pull out a knife?
No.
Did anybody pull out a
Sorry, what's the objection? True, sustained.
Did anyone pull out any sort of weapon?
There were no weapons.
Defense counsel asked you the seating positions, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. On your way over to the defendant's house, Tyler was sitting in the front seat next to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you guys were leaving the defendant's house, Sebastien was in the front seat next to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Defense counsel also asked you, or intimated, that this was some sort of sneak attack, and that's why you parked a block away from the defendant's house. Is that what this was?
No, I believe you can't sneak up on someone at their front door. Like, I don't.
If you
Somebody could
were
walk up
trying
to my front
sneak
door
up
right now and
on
I
this
wouldn't know.
defendant and his family, would you guys have knocked on the door?
No.
And it's daytime.
And if you took the statement, and I apologize, members of the jury again, shoot his shit up, literally. When you arrived at the defendant's house, wouldn't you just have started shooting?
Yes.
Would
Just
it have
stop
been necessary for you to-
apologizing.
Sustained.
That's what
Would
this
you have
text
knocked on his
message
door?
said.
Sustained.
It's being an
Did you
adult.
knock on his door?
Yes.
Did you shoot his shit up, literally?
No. If I took it literally, there would be no fight. There would be no knocking. There would be no talking. It would have just been literally that.
If you had taken it literally,
Yes.
what would have happened?
I would have arrived at his
You
house.
know, if somebody
and
walked
started
up to
shooting and
my
left.
front door, Carmen, creepy. Creeper.
And I don't want to belabor this, but I want to reiterate this. Did
Just
anyone
kidding. I know you meant your
ever
house.
pull out a gun during this fight?
No.
Did you have a gun on you?
No.
Did Sebastien pull out a gun at any point in time?
Never. No.
When you were driving away, did Sebastien have a gun?
No.
When you were driving away, did you see Chris with a gun?
I know.
No.
As you were driving away, did you know Tyler had taken a gun over there?
No.
Did you see Tyler with a gun when the fist fight was going on?
No.
When this defendant went in his house, remember that video we watched?
Yes.
Was his mom still standing out there with you guys?
Yes.
I also know that too.
And she was standing right there with you, wasn't she?
Yes.
Was his brother still out there?
Yes.
Why do you guys have to yell?
Did you or any of your brothers or friends ever drag this defendant's brother, Daryl, down the street?
No.
Did you ever have, I know at some point this was a fist fight, and so at some point it was you guys fighting each other. During any of this fighting, did you ever fight with Daryl?
No.
Did you see who fought with Daryl?
No.
Can you tell the jury who was it that fought with Daryl out of the four of you?
I'm not sure.
Did you consider Sebastien? I mean, you call him a brother. You've known him since middle school, is that right?
Yes.
Were you intentionally trying not to get Sebastien to a hospital?
I really want to make it clear that Sebastien is really like one of the closest people to me in my life. There is
Well, he
no way
was.
possible. This is a person who is deeply ingrained into my life. Like, I speak to him. I spoke to him every day. Even today, I wake up, there's a picture of Sebastien in my room. Like, this is a person who I considered to be, I'm the closest with him.
It is a narrative.
So,
Simple answer, sustained.
Heard.
so would you have intentionally driven past two hospitals
No.
in order to dump a gun?
No.
And Sebastien just dies.
No.
Now, we saw the pictures of that car. Were those windows on that car tinted?
I believe so, yes.
And when you heard the gunshots, when you heard this defendant firing all those shots, did you hear several shots? Were they just ripping one after one after one after one after one after one after
They
one?
just kept going.
And at some point during all this gunfire, Sebastien had a gun. He's your friend, right?
He would,
Do you think he would have fired back at him?
yes.
At least one time?
There would have been shots fired back, yes.
I was just gonna ask you.
Lastly, well, question for that. The phone that we collected in this case, when you were asked to give us
Having a
your
blonde
phone,
moment,
did you
Carmen?
consent to us getting your phone?
Yes.
Did we have to get a search warrant to get your phone?
No.
And did you delete any text messages out of your phone?
No.
So once you arrived at that location where the car became inoperable, did you say, oh, you know what? Let me get rid of these doggone text messages. I mean, I need to get.
He couldn't get rid of his text messages because his phone was in the trunk of his car and he didn't get the car back because the police had it. Dumb question, dumb answers. Stupid. That's stupid. He didn't have a chance to delete his messages.
Get rid of yourself.
No.
So, of course, they didn't have to Well, they may have still had to have a warrant to get in it. I don't know if he had passcode on it. Not sure exactly how all that works. But there was lots of stuff he didn't have the chance to do because he didn't have his phone. Unlike his sister, who we will see when they finally get done with this dude.
And sitting here today, Keyshawn, do you own the fact that in retrospect, it would have been prudent? The best thing for you to have done would have been to call the police after you learned what this defendant did to your sister.
Yes.
And do you regret not doing that?
Yes.
There's nothing further.
All right, any reason why Mr. Jones can't be going on about his day? Thank you. All right, you may step down, Mr. Jones. Stay safe. Let me talk to the lawyers real quickly, and then we'll take a break, folks. I just need to figure out how long a break.
All right. I have a hard out at 5, so I think I'm going to save old Dominique for Friday. She's a good time. She's so kind and gentle with her words. She's a joy. She's not disrespectful to anyone. I will give a recap. Hang on, let me move this. One of the main parts of the recap is Carmen loves that attorney's haircut. So make sure you look for it. It's retro throwback to about 1978. So I was really just going to do a few of the witnesses out of this trial when I started because there's some crazy witnesses in this trial and the next one's coming up. And so we will get through all her testimony Friday. But anyway, so this is the trial of Travis Rudolph. As you can see on the title, he's an ex-NFL player. He is accused of unaliving one person and the attempted murder of 3 other people. One of those people was just on the stand, which is Dominique Jones's brother. Travis Rudolph was dating Dominique Jones at the time. And he was, hang on. I keep losing my cursor all the time. So this happened in April of 2021, and he was actually getting ready. He had hurt himself he played for the Giants, then he went to play for the Miami Dolphins, and he tore his ACL, I think, which is pretty much a career-ending injury. He was fighting back and training and trying to get back into football and had signed a contract with the Canadian League. So this happened April 6th of 21. He was supposed to leave in May. Him and Dominique get into it. And I think he was going to break things off with her before he left for Canada. She apparently, and we heard this in opening statements from the defense, so I'm not spoiling anything. We'll hear more about it from her Friday. Sorry. I had supposedly found, he went downstairs to talk to his brother. Travis lives with his brother and his mom. His dad, unfortunately, was unalived a few years earlier at a robbery at the restaurant he worked at. He was shot and killed. So his mom was very fearful about things and had security system. she knew Travis had firearms. And so anyway, Travis's brother DJ gets home, asks Travis to come outside to look at his car because he had just had it detailed. He wasn't happy about something on there. Travis goes outside. Dominique gets into Travis's phone, sees some women's names on there. She gets mad. She's been drinking Patron. They had also played a game of Uno, which we know will piss everybody off that plays. You give people a reverse card, skip card, draw 4, and then it's war right then and there. So that probably already had everybody pissed off, except for the winner. Anyway, she smashes his PlayStation, smashes his phone, hits him on the head with a trophy, which, depending on the trophy, may or may not have hurt. I don't know. And which part of the trophy. They end up outside, kind of tussling around. She is beating on him. She goes home. Well, she texts her brother, calls her brother, whatever. Tells him that Travis has beat her up, has, thrown her down twice, slammed her down on the ground twice. And she tells her brother, who was just on the stand, and a guy named Tyler Robinson, that in a text message, she wants them to go over to Travis's house and shoot up his shit. So the guy that was just on the stand, Keyshawn, Tyler Robinson, this guy named Sebastien, and Christopher Lowe all go over to Travis's house with where his brother lives and his mother lives at around midnight to chat. They park 2 blocks away from the house, but that wasn't so they could sneak up on them. Sillies. Because nobody would do that. That was just, apparently there was no parking around there, which is crap. But anyway, they parked 2 blocks away. Supposedly they put everything in the trunk of the car, so they don't have their cell phones on them. And they go walk up to the house, tap, nicely on the door, as I'm sure they did. Ask please and thank you if Travis could come out, as I'm sure that all happened as well. Anyway, a fight starts on the lawn. And one of them, I believe was Tyler Robinson, brought his firearm. And supposedly Travis Rudolph saw that. He ran inside and got his firearm. Now, Travis lost because Florida's a stand your ground state, and he lost that hearing. So now it's trial. They take off running back towards their car. Travis looks and sees that his brother DJ is getting beat up by 2 of them in the street. So he gives chase. They get to the car, and this is where things are iffy. What happened? The only thing that they know what happened is Travis fired 39 rounds into the car, killing Sebastien. Now, the defense brought up that Sebastien died with his hand in what is called a death grip that looked like he was pointing a firearm. So they will get more into that. So they're basically charging Travis with first degree unaliving and 3 counts of attempted unaliving. There's a lot of people in here on the state side that are not good witnesses. And but his sister, Dominique Jones, she's next. She's the best. So that's pretty much the recap. I was only going to watch it for her, for the Detective Vandelay, and the state's or the defense's expert. Because not because he was a bad witness, because I really thought he was a good witness. And I really thought he handled the state very well in their dumb questions. But this really is a really good trial. It's very interesting. And so just my poll, I took a poll, which was Carmen, and she she said it was interesting. So we're gonna watch the whole thing, and we will do the rest of day 1, part of day 2 on Friday. Good thing is the trial is done, so I don't ever have to worry about catching up live. We can fast forward through all the breaks. But it's a good one. It is show you how not to be in court. Because no matter if you like the other side or not, you have to be respectful. And you should be respectful. And you answer the questions. Don't lose your memory. So, but with that being said, I need to go feed my dogs, and I have dinner with my dad and my brother and my husband. You don't remember when the other side cross-examines you? Oh, Ruru, or Rude, as your dad calls her. But the good thing is, Rude, she doesn't know the difference. But, so, Friday, 11:30, we'll go on with old Dominique. And I promise you, you will be entertained, maybe frustrated, maybe shocked. I don't know what else she's going to do to you. And I will be wondering what else she's going to do to me when I hear this again for the second time, because I know I was shocked the first time and I could not believe it. So we will see you Friday at 11:30 a.m. And it does not do emotional damage to your dog. She can't even tell the difference. I can't even tell the difference half the time when Dad says it or he doesn't say it. She can't at all. I don't care how smart she is. But anyway, I'm out. I gotta go get ready. So, you guys have a good night. See you Friday.